I would like to call this meeting of the Prince William County School Board to order. This meeting of the Prince William County School Board is being conducted electronically under Virginia Code 2.2-3708.2 and the authority granted by the General Assembly on April 22, 2020 through Amendment 28 to House Bill 29, which permits the school board to meet electronically during the pendency of the current state of emergency for the purposes of transacting such business as is statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the Prince William County Schools and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. At this time, a motion is in order for the approval of the closed session agenda. Anyone? All right. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the closed session agenda as recommended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jessie
A second.
seconds.
A second.
All right. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
I'm assuming Ms. Jackson is logged in. All right. Awesome.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 absent. Dr. Lateef, motion passed.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Next, moving on, is a motion in order to enter closed session. I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711, the Prince William County School Board enter the closed session for the following reasons. 1, to discuss and consider the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and resignation of specific employees, appointees, or officers of this Prince William County School Board under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 and 8. 2, to consult with division counsel and staff regarding legal and specific, to consult with division counsel and staff regarding specific personnel and student legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice and actual or probable litigation under VA Code 2.2-3711A1, 2, 7, and 8. 3, to discuss with legal counsel and take action on the placement appeal of specific student under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A, 2, and 8. 4, to discuss and consult with legal counsel regarding requests for religious exemptions pertaining to specific students under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A, 2, and 8. 5, to consult with division counsel regarding specific legal issues affecting the use of cameras in classroom under VA Code 2.2-37118, and 6, to discuss performance goals of the superintendent under VA Code 2.2-3711A1. Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
And will you call Ms. Jackson too, please, so we can record it?
Absolutely. And Ms. Jackson, the clerk asked me to call for your vote.
It just popped up and I voted yes.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
Yes. The vote is 7 yes, 1 absent. Dr. Lateef, motion passed.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. And with that, this Prince William County School Board will now enter closed session and return to open session in approximately 1 hour.
All right. The Prince William County School Board is now returning to open session from closed session. We will be moving to the closed session certification of motions in order. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712, the closed session of the Prince William County School Board meeting of October 21st, 2020 be certified by adopting the following resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Prince William County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard and discussed or considered by the school board.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? As seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
I voted yes.
Oh, you did?
Online.
Okay, she did
Yeah.
vote. Oh, really? Ms. Jackson, so we're going to have to call you, Division Council is requiring that I ask you to do a voice vote since you're remote.
Yeah.
So I'll be
Yes.
doing, thank you, I'll be doing that the rest of the evening. Moving on to closed session, the motion passes? 8 yes. Moving on to closed session action items, moving on to 9.01, approval of appointments and releases, a motion's in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Williams?
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the appointments and releases of specific employees as presented in closed session.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous.
Motion passes 8 yes. Moving on to 9.02, approval of OSMAP recommendation for reassignment of student SR 21015. Motion's in order.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Williams?
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve OSMAP's recommendation to reassign student SR 21-015 to Independence Non-Traditional School based on charges of unlawful acts in the community.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote? Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Great.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous.
8
Motion
yes,
passed.
motion passes. 9.03, approval of religious exemption from compulsory school attendance.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Williams?
I move that the Prince William County School Board exempt the student in case RE 20-16 from compulsory school attendance under Virginia Code 22.1-254B1 and the Code of Virginia 1950, as amended, with the provision that the school board retains its right to again review the request at a time when the child is of sufficient age to consider their beliefs separate from and in conjunction with the beliefs of their parents.
Do I have a second? Ms. Wall seconds the motion. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. That motion
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous. Motion
vote
passed.
motion passes 8 yes, unanimous. Moving on to, officially, I would like to call the Prince William County School Board open session meeting, or rather, public meeting to order. The meeting of the Prince William County School Board is being conducted electronically under Virginia Code 2237082 and the authority granted by General Assembly on April 22nd, 2020 through the Amendment 28 to House Bill 29, which permits the school board to meet electronically during the pendency of the current state of emergency for the purpose of transacting such business as is statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the Prince William County Public Schools and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. The next, we'll do a Pledge of Allegiance, and tonight I see a student here. Would you like to come to the mic and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Is his mom with him? Anybody? If not, we'll, yes? No, okay. All right, that's perfectly fine. Ben Kim, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, moving on to the approval of the public meeting agenda. A motion is in order.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Williams?
I move that the public meeting agenda I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting agenda as recommended.
Second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous.
8
Motion
yes,
passed.
motion passes unanimous. We'll move on to the adoption of the consent agenda. Motion's in order. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting consent agenda as recommended.
Do I have a second? Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? Ms. Williams?
Thank you. I'm really excited about our new course offerings for 2020, for the 2021-22 school year. I'm always excited when we continue to expand what we are offering to our students, especially the special education students. Really proud of that new offering and our continuing of our dual enrollment with Northern Virginia Community College. I appreciate that we have the ability to do that here in Prince William County. And I encourage all of our students, if possible, to take advantage of that. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, so any further discussion? No. All right, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote? That was a yes, Ms. Jessie?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Next, we'll go to citizen comment time.
We can get out.
Due to COVID-19 state of emergency and legal restrictions on school board's authority to conduct its meetings through electronic means, unlike other public bodies' meetings, electronically under more expansive legal authority, all discussion at this meeting by board members, staff, citizens must be limited to agenda items. Citizens may speak on the agenda item for 2 minutes. When the board is able to resume regular meetings without the virtual participation permitted during the state of emergency, expanded citizen comment will be resumed as provided by Policy 134. In the interim, citizen comment time has been reinstated on a limited basis in order to allow public comment both in person and through electronic means during the state of emergency. Those citizens who've signed up in advance with the school board clerk via email no later than 4 p.m. Wednesday, October 21, 2020, may address the school board in person or virtually on agenda items. Tonight, there are 9 speakers who've signed up in person, 14 who've signed up virtually. We will do the 9 in person first. Please use proper decorum and manners while at the podium. If you do not do so, you will be asked to step aside. Please state your name and address for the record when you approach the podium. We will begin with our in-person speakers, and our first speaker for the evening is Sandra Kern.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Kern. My address is on file, and I am from the Potomac District. Dr. Lateef, school board members, and Honorable Dr. Waltz and staff, my message I carry for many students and families struggling with virtual learning. Tonight is your big night. Many eager hearts are awaiting a direction that, with the fluid changes in health guidelines, we understand and responsibly accept. Our children thrive best in the in-person environment where teachers and students are learning together. Let's look at what they see. For hours, blank tiles in Zoom class is an emotional toll, not only on students, but on our teachers as well. Encouraged, engaged, enlightened, bright young minds are behind those screens. They need to get that world-class education if given the opportunity for a free and appropriate public education in person. Dr. Waltz, I thank you so much for your many years of service for our children's education. I look forward for your presentation tonight, as it will affect my child's education, health, happiness, and future success, and for many more. We count on you to make tough decisions, to educate our all levels in person. Today's students are the future. Board members, you've taken an oath for supporting our children's education. Advance the course to educate our children in person, face to face, with the phenomenal educators with a passion for education. I lift all our teachers up doing a fantastic job. Students thrive with professional, amazing teachers in person that support their education and future dreams. Please progressively be transparent. Don't widen the gap. Our kids have no parachutes for falling further behind. Masks cover our mouth and our nose. Take notice of the little eyes and ears, watching and hearing what you will do for them tonight. As a mom, I'm here to advocate. October is Dyslexic Awareness Month. Please support and think of the 1 in 5 children struggling. Reading is a life skill. I thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Carrie Chambers?
Okay. There was a quote I once heard: when you make education inaccessible, you make prosperity only possible for the already prosperous. And that is exactly what Prince William County Schools is endorsing right now, not phasing students in a timelier fashion. For January, February, some may be soon enough, but for some it is too late. That's even if you actually stick to your return plan, as we have been strung along and deceived throughout this entire school year. Unfortunately, it has been apparent that Prince William County school education is now only those that are able to learn virtually. Nothing is being done to address the lack of accessibility and equitability in education that is being providing. It's so confusing to me how we have gone from a school system that have valued closing the achievement gap and providing a world-class education to all of our students to a system that is set up for only those with the resources that are able to succeed. At what point are we going to quit pretending the education you are currently providing is not working for the majority of the students? Quit trying to make and expect teachers to fit square pegs into round holes. I thought we moved past this concept decades ago. Teachers are working hard and tirelessly and doing everything in their ability. It's not them, it's the virtual platform that is failing our students right now. I ask each of you in charge of making this decision, have you watched Zoom classes at the different school levels? Have you gone into Canvas to look at how they are expected to turn in assignments? Do you truly believe all students have the ability to complete them on their own? And how do you feel to know that you are responsible for making this achievement gap grow right now? Please explain to me how we are taught our whole lives the importance of an education, yet the only thing not open right now are public schools.
Thank you. Michael Bonanno.
Good evening, board members. Michael Bonanno, you have my address on file. I'm a numbers guy, so I'm just going to tell you some numbers. 222, the number of days my daughter has not been in a classroom. 104, the number of days until my daughter might return to a classroom. That leaves 326 total days she will be out of a classroom if she indeed returns in February. 90,000, that's the number of students in Prince William County schools. 1,126,501. That's the number of students in New York City public schools. They are back in session, and Prince William County is not. 402,000, number of residents in this county. 6,000, the number of teachers in this school system. That means 1.5% is dictating to the rest of the residents whether or not the schools are going to open, and I count the superintendent in that group. 5, that's the number of votes that we need on the board here to get our children the option of going back to school. I read the board notes from October 7th meeting, and I'll quote, Dr. Waltz provided an in-depth update on his recommendation for the return to learning and return to work plans. He completely forgot about 3rd grade through 12th grade. So how is that an in-depth plan? A plan has a goal. The goal should be, how do we get our children back in school? And there should be objectives on how to fulfill that goal. How about this, an idea? Beta sites. Colgan Senior High School. There's 2,500 students there. I know Dr. Healy's ready and prepared to go back to school and get the kids back in the classroom. Let's say half of them wanted to go back to school, say 1,200. In the hybrid system, 2 days a week, 600 would be in that building. The building is designed for 2,100 students. That's 28% capacity. Are you telling me that we can't have a 28% capacity in a school and practice proper health safety precautions? I also understand there's 500 teachers that can't come back to the school system because they have pre-existing conditions or some other excuse. Well, there's still over 90% of teachers that can come back and teach. Hey, in Prince William County, 90% is an A.
Bonanno.
Thank you.
Grace Bonanno.
Hi, my name is Grace Bonanno. I'm a senior at Charles J. Colgan High School. My address is on file. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and critically. Intelligence plus character is the true education." You guys aren't teaching us anything behind a screen. I'm not seeing faces. You're teaching us how to cheat. You can't cheat through life, okay? I'm getting calls from my friends daily about how they're struggling, about how they're in tears because they can't pass their AP class. Why? Because they're not being taught the proper material. They're taught to copy and paste. That is not how in 10 months we're supposed to go to college. That's not how we learn, okay? If you're saying the pizza place down the street can open before schools, okay, you can argue they have the choice. You've taken that choice away from us. I don't see how that works. Ashley H. at Colgan High School once said, or has said in the polls that I have taken, it feels that the day never ends, and that after the Zoom class ends, we have another day full of homework. And that is not how school is supposed to go. If you really want us to succeed, you'll give us a plan. You'll tell us and give us something to look forward to. Not graduation online, but an in-class experience where we can thrive and really have that connection with the teacher. Owen Kensky at Osborne High School has said that system is unorganized and no one is on the same page. I've been waiting 3 weeks for a response from my teacher to get my transcript. The communication is not how, it's not what we can do. And Jenny Peterson at Colgan High School said, "My home and school life are mixing and is creating a toxic environment. This is not how we're supposed to learn. To get us back into the school is how we're supposed to be successful." Thank you.
Alma Martinez. She'll be with a translator. We will, no. Yes? No.
Yes, Dr. Latif, we have a translator online.
Wonderful. So
I don't
there'll
know
be
how
extended
long
time
that-
given. There'll be extended time given.
Thank you.
Ms. Martinez. Pull the mic down a little bit. Gracias.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alma Martínez. Muchas gracias por darme la oportunidad de poder estar aquí. Para mí no es fácil venir aquí, pero siento que debo hacerlo. Tengo una hija senior en high school y quiero decirles que estoy muy preocupada por su futuro. Mi hija está abrumada con el monto y tipo de trabajo que le han dado sus maestros. Se siente frustrada porque no puede entender mucho de las clases virtuales. Sus calificaciones no están bien. Vivimos en una casa pequeña. Tengo una bebé de 1 año. Es una constante distracción para ella. Vivo en una casa pequeña a donde en el basement vive otra familia. Mi casa es pequeña, no funciona como escuela. El internet es caro para mí y me preocupa cada mes que yo no tener el internet para que mi hija pueda tomar las clases. Para mí es un poco difícil. Por eso mi hija ha buscado trabajo para ayudarnos un poco. Como les dije antes, estoy muy preocupada por mi hija. Ella está pensando ir a Nova, pero ahora dice que no quiere estudiar más después de su graduación en mayo. Les pido que le permitan estar cerca de los maestros, que le puedan inspirar a seguir con sus estudios para poder ella seguir adelante. Muchas gracias y les pido que por favor abran las escuelas. Y así como yo, hay muchas familias hispanas que están en el mismo problema que el mío. Muchas gracias.
Ms. Martinez, stay right there. Do we have someone who can translate that?
Yes.
Please.
So she started off with saying that she's a senior in high school and that her currently, like, their home living is with 2 other families in a single home, which makes it a lot difficult for her daughter to concentrate in her classes. She was also saying that she recently got a job to support her parents, with including paying for like the Wi-Fi, internet connection, and everything. And then she said that she was planning on going to Nova right after graduation. But as of right now, she's planning on going to work instead in order to continue supporting the family. There's many other families as well that agree with her, and especially in the Hispanic community. And then thank you for allowing her to speak into it.
Okay. Do you have your words in English as well? You have a translated version, Ms. Martinez? You have a note? You have it in English? Just give it to Ms. Simpson. We'll make sure the board gets a copy of that. And please record that if that goes in the minutes, however we do it for the minutes. Thank you. So it's on in English as well. We'll move to Dr. Monica Bishop.
Hello again, Dr. Monica Bishop. I want to thank school board members and Prince William Board of County Supervisors for understanding the original return to learn calendar that Dr. Waltz presented on October 7th fell short, and you requested a new plan to include grades pre-K through 12. His revised plan that he will present tonight is an important first step, but there is an urgent need to get educators back in their classrooms for professional development and training to ensure comfort, confidence, and safety so that they can truly be ready for our children to return in person. Having educators practice their new tasks in their classrooms will help them learn what works well and what needs to be revised for a smoother and successful transition back to in-person teaching. I know some educators are apprehensive, but I will tell you from personal experience working in a higher risk setting and some high risk individuals that after the first 1 to 2 weeks, you get into a routine of new safety protocols, new job responsibilities, and realize that you can feel safe and keep those around you safe. Please demand that Dr. Waltz present a transparent and immediate plan for teachers to step through their school doors once again for training and preparation. Next, I implore Dr. Waltz, division staff, school board members, Board of County Supervisors, and concerned citizens to actually contact the Prince William Health Division and demand better regulations for COVID testing. With information I received from local physicians, Prince William Health Department does not mandate routine COVID testing before elective health procedures like cataract surgery, orthopedic, cosmetic surgery, but our neighboring Fairfax County does and is considered in a lower risk category. You may ask, why is this important? I'll explain. Routinely testing a higher population will result in two things. One, we will catch more pre-symptomatic cases and quarantine them to reduce the spread. And two, there will be more negative test results that will drive down our overall positive percentage and risk level to get us back in school. You are appointed leadership that should be speaking up for students and educators to be a voice of change and reason to demand better from our county health department. Tell VDH that our health metrics are unacceptable. Present the new plan that states all grades can safely return to learn due to all the mitigation strategies afforded to us from the $40 million CARES Act funds. Whether our health metrics improve or not, VDH needs to change their policy because the high risk to our children's mental health and development need to take precedent over their lower likelihood of physical risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Black.
Thank you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how high is your fear of COVID-19? If you watch the news or follow social media, it may be extremely high, and you may be living with chronic fear. As a clinician in the mental health field for the past 30 years, I know a few things about the neuroscience of fear. The impact of fear on the human brain is extremely powerful because it completely changes the way we process information. When we are chronically afraid, our frontal lobes receive less oxygen and can actually shrink, negatively affecting our ability to make good decisions. Logical thinking gets replaced by emotional reactivity. A brain dominated by fear of COVID over the course of these many months will seek out and even create information that confirms that fear because heightened emotion increases confirmation bias. A brain conditioned with fear of COVID will resist, often with anger, any information that does not align with that fear. Positive data or plans to return to tasks of daily living may become seen as mortal threats. This decision to return to school, for example, is perceived by some as a deadly threat, and this fear-based resistance will remain strong despite any facts to the contrary. Make no mistake, this chronic COVID fear will not simply go away one day. In order for our collective mindset of fear to shift, those of us without fear and those of us with courage despite our fear must lead the way forward. Prior to the last school board meeting, members of a teachers association displayed child-sized casket decorations on their cars in an effort to increase the level of COVID fear. I hope that you, like myself and other parents and teachers in this county, are not choosing to absorb that energy of fear, because fear overrides logic and compassion. It promotes aggression and avoidance and can keep us in an indefinite state of paralyzation. If any of you on the school board are making decisions affecting our children from a place of fear, then I ask you, for the sake of my high school senior and all of our children, please allow, at least for now, your colleagues without fear to take the lead. We are in desperate need of minds that can think critically, creatively, and compassionately, unfettered by the paralyzing force of fear.
Sophia Quint Gutierrez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the school board. My name is Sophia, and I am a senior at Colgan High School. 8 months ago, if you had told me that I would be standing here tonight asking you to reopen the schools, I would have said you were insane. But here I am, because this is our new normal, at least for now. Staying safe and healthy during this pandemic should be the #1 priority, but not at the expense of our education. Countywide, grades are dropping. Struggling students don't believe that bringing their grades up is possible, and so have closed the laptop and walked away. Straight A students like myself are losing motivation, and students are now having to learn everything from times tables to calculus over Nearpods, YouTube videos, and 45-minute Zooms. School doesn't feel like learning anymore, but a never-ending cycle of Zooms and assignment downloads. As you know, when asked, the majority of students decided that they would prefer to stay home, which is completely understandable. But for those of us who are willing to go back, we don't even have the option to. Believe me, no student who wants to return to school is naive enough to think that we will return to the exact same format as before. But I am asking that you give us a chance for an in-person education, with masks and social distancing and lots of hand sanitizer. Thank you.
Devinder Singh.
Hello, my name is Devinder Singh. Actually, I'm speaking on behalf of Sikh Center of Virginia. I'd like to speak on the proposed calendar for 21-22. In the proposed calendar, there are added 4 new holidays for the students. First of all, I'm not here to support that we need to add more off days for the school students. They need to stay more days in the school so we can teach them more, so we can meet the world standard which we are lagging behind now. At the same time, for diversity purposes, I really like if the school board wants to recognize the days, they can recognize the days on the calendar, but not by adding the holidays for the school kids. When they proposed the calendar, for some reason, they left world's 5th largest religion, which I practice, Sikh faith. We are living more than 30 million worldwide. Out of this recognition. So I request all the board members and school administration, if they are recognizing every another religion, then definitely they can recognize April 14th, which we called birth of Khalsa, or we can say even our religion in 1699, we become from Sikhs to Khalsa. At the same time, the Diwali is celebrated by Hindus and Sikhs for different regions, same days. If they can recognize Sikh faith on the same line by adding /Diwali Hindu/Sikh, and we can add Bandi Chhod Divas over there. I have few seconds left. At the same time, I can talk about the agenda. We had all other speakers' talks. I request the school board, definitely, school kids need to be in schools now. I know it's a big job for the school board to have keep both lines at the same time. Safety of the students, safety of the teachers. I know nobody knows more than teacher. When I'm growing in my household, I have 5 teachers, including my father, 3 aunts and sister. So teacher safety is first too. So let's open the school for the kids. They can learn more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Ronna, so we'll move to Mr. Stevens. I'm going to turn it over to you to handle the virtual folks. The first one on our list is Ronna Call.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. We're on a call. You should be able to speak now.
All right, wonderful.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ronna Call, and I live in the Cold District. My address is on file. First, let me thank everyone for all their hard work behind the scenes to adapt to this new normal. You are appreciated. I would also like to thank the few of you who have actively responded to my emails. Learning is optional was March's declaration by PWCS and how we began our journey into this pandemic's unknown, much to the horror of this mother of an 8th grader and a senior. With 2 bouts of breast cancer under our belt in the last 20 years, this family focuses on the how and the opportunity and possibility life presents us. Why don't you join me there? As you are all well aware, the CDC data that you repeatedly cite as the why not actually supports an option to return to school in person immediately with mitigation measures at exactly where our numbers are today. Without a proper presentation slot, we can't review this in detail because I'm limited to my 2 minutes. To support PWCS site-based management-led approach allows each school to operate independently, greenlighting pilots and avoiding system-wide shutdowns should adjustments need to be made. The decision to return our students to school, which was skirted last board meeting, is not a zero-sum game, nor is it mutually exclusive. It's part of the choice, in person or virtual, that the school division has proudly claimed to offer us. Please listen to what I'm saying. It's not a zero-sum game. It's a symbiotic. Failing to plan is a plan to fail. That was the theme of our last board meeting. We walked in already behind, and your collective action set us back even further. While I appreciate you don't want to compare, if Orange County, Florida, with a student population of 212,000 and almost 2.5 times the size of our school system, can successfully offer 5-day in-person classes concurrent with 2 other virtual options, why can't we? We must focus on the how, on the possibility and opportunity. I've sent you a proposal to pilot an immediate return to high school using a prepared Colgan as the site. I strongly urge you to do the same for middle. We cannot wait until February to return high school and middle school students to the classroom. I have action items for you. Please come to a decision tonight. How quickly in November can we return students who are interested to an in-person pilot at Colgan? And how quickly in October can you identify
Mr.
a middle
Stevens.
school to return to learn? How quickly in 2020 will
Ms.
you
Call.
offer all students the option to return and learn? I'm done. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Call. So I forgot to mention this earlier, but we do have a lot of folks speaking, and please don't take it as an offense or offensive or be offended. Rather, if we cut you off at 2 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Next speaker we have is Jim Martin. I know there's a Jim Martin and James Martin, so I just unmuted one of you. I hope I did the right one. Go ahead and unmute on your side. There you go. You have the floor, Mr. Martin.
Hello?
Mr. Martin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You can go ahead. We can hear you now, Mr. Martin. You can go ahead and just speak.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name is James Martin. I am the father of 3 school-age children, formerly 3 Prince William County school students. Now 2 are being homeschooled due to the decisions of the superintendent and Prince William County School Board. School has now been out for 7 months. There's been plenty of time to develop a plan to return to in-person learning. The specific guidance from CDC and VDH is new, but the concepts have not changed, involving distance, mask, and duration of contact. There is no certainty on a vaccine or if a vaccine will be accepted by the general population. And my frustration is with the administration and the school board, not the teachers. I assume at this point that Dr. Waltz and the school board members have had the opportunity to sit in on the Zoom meetings that have been highly ineffective in teaching our students. The teachers should be willing to resume normal instruction with the proper PPE. The issue now, the underlying issue is the poor school metrics that have been developed by the CDC. Several of the metrics use cases per 100,000, which give no consideration to the number of tests being administered. In one case, on October 3rd and October 7th, these metrics showed a 44% swing in the number of cases reported in Prince William County. I think we can all acknowledge that this is not the case and that this data is inaccurate. Prince William County does much better in positivity testing, which is 6% today, down from over 30% at the peak of the virus. The risk is minimal compared to the benefit to be gained by in-person instruction. I ask that the board order Dr. Waltz to do the right thing and return our children to in-person instruction as soon as possible.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aiden Call.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Aiden Call and my address is on file. I'm a 17-year-old senior at Colgan High School and have been a PWCS student living in the Coles district for my entire K-12 education. I miss school. I miss walking the halls, sitting in class, seeing my teachers and classmates' faces. I miss playing football and having Friday night lights. I miss homecoming, even lunch, and all the senior rituals and traditions. I miss learning. It is my last year before college and the next chapter of my life. I need to interact with my friends before we all go our separate ways. Many have reached out to me in distress about several concerns, including mental health and lack of social interaction as a result of being trapped in this virtual environment. I am unable to offer a solution to them, as they don't have the option for in-school learning where they can interact with their teachers, friends, or counselors. They are suffering, and returning to school in February is too far out. I feel forgotten, overlooked, and pushed to the side. We don't have access to the help we need to be successful for our short remaining time in high school. Please, please pilot a return to learn at Colgan High School. I watched the video published by Dr. Healy, and I can clearly see that Colgan is ready for us to return. As a school system, we have to try something. Other school systems much larger than us have succeeded in a hybrid model. Let's join them. On behalf of the students who want to go back, please hear me. We need to have a voice to get back to school. I am becoming fatigued with too much screen time, and I'm trying to rush through my senior year to get to college because this year isn't even coming close to measuring up to how I envision it to go. My ask of you tonight, give us the choice to go back to school and support the Colgan pilot to start in November this evening before you adjourn. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Anderson. You can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Waltz. My name is Patrick Anderson, and my address is on file. I am a 9th grader at Brentsville District High School. The agenda topic I'll be discussing today is the return of in-person learning for high school students. I believe that high school students should return to in-person learning during the second quarter. The reason I believe this is because without learning has created a very large workload that is very difficult to handle. I spend over 3 hours a day doing after-school assignments, and even more on the weekends. My teachers are wonderful, and they are all doing the best they can as we are all new to this. I feel that many subjects are difficult to learn virtually, and students are not achieving their full potential. If kindergartners are returning to school on November 10th, why can't a grade of high schoolers return? I have never been so stressed in my life. Thank you for listening, and I hope you take my thoughts into consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kate Olson Flynn. You can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Kate Olson Flynn, and I want us to talk about solving problems. We are all here because we have a vested interest in the well-being of our students and teachers. We all have fears about this pandemic and our schools. There are kids and parents who are suffering at home currently. Virtual instruction is not meeting their needs, And there are teachers who are suffering at home from being overworked, from trying to learn and teach using new technologies and to parent at the same time, and who are being vilified for their concerns and self-protection. There is just so much blame going around that we are frozen to thinking of innovative ways that we can help each other. Putting kids back in school 2 days of the week is not the ultimate solution to this suffering. Our kids will still be at home 3 days out of the week watching a video of a teacher in a classroom. Problems of isolation, confusion, attention, and asynchronous work will still exist. The administration needs to start solving problems and thinking more creative solutions to meeting students' needs without placing yet another obligation on teachers. Can the administration provide resources to parents in the meantime that are not just links or more YouTube videos? Can we have outdoor tutoring services or outdoor intramural games, clubs for kids, home visits, provide parenting classes or services with school psychologists or counselors, have town halls for parents in different areas in the county to share concerns about Canvas and homework so that we can modify the system to meet educational needs? These ideas are not novel or new, but they do involve administrators, school leaders, and parents to work together to solve these problems during this pandemic. This is our opportunity to think outside the box, to the belief that all our issues will be resolved when our kids are in school 2 days a week with hybrid instruction. We can help students and teachers. We can solve these problems. The time is now for new answers. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Anderson. You can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. I want to do my job, and I want to do it safely and virtually. Elementary Encore specialists are to begin teaching from their school buildings on November 10th. We teach 6 45-minute classes each school day, 1 class for each grade level. Based on lack of specific guidance from central office, here's what I'm left to surmise about my job next quarter. The reason that Encore is being brought into buildings is because of coverage, not instruction. There needs to be a warm body in the room so that teachers can have their breaks. I will teach from my school building full-time, even though I teach in-person kindergartners for only 45 minutes a day, leaving my own 2 elementary-aged children without childcare until January. PWCS mandates that all kindergarten teachers and TAs will be fit for N95 masks, but they have left the decision for N95 mask fitting for Encore as a site-based decision, even though Encore specialists work with kindergarten students. When Encore returns to the building, we will be entering each individual classroom to teach, but it remains unknown in what room of the building we will be teaching our remaining virtual classes, as many of our own classrooms are being used for storage. In order to sing or to do any type of physical activity in person, students need to have at least 10 feet of distance between them. It would be impossible to continue to teach our virtual students at the same time as making it safe for the in-person students to participate in our curricular content. That's right, curricular content. I have 2 degrees in higher education that allow me to teach general elementary music to students. Over the past few months, I have presented virtually at 2 state music education conferences about how I've adapted my best content into a virtual classroom. This is the school year that I need to recertify my Virginia teaching license. And after speaking at 4 different school board meetings, begging for my safety to be considered while I do my job, I can't help but wonder, is renewal even worth it?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Tallman. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Lateef, the board, and Dr. Walsh for listening to the concerns of all citizens. I'm a middle school teacher in the county, and there's nothing I want more than to return to the classroom and teach my students in person. But it isn't safe yet. No one is here to assert that virtual learning is better than normal, pre-COVID in-person learning. Virtual learning is instruction in a diminished capacity, but it is the best we can offer under our current circumstances. I believe hybrid instruction further diminishes the quality of instruction for all students. We can do it, but should we? I and my peers are confident in our ability to walk in the building, manage the camera, the microphone, Canvas, all of our apps. I can manage my in-person classes. I can manage Zoom classes, sanitize my room, create in-person lessons, grade work, provide growth feedback to my students. I can record lessons for my students who can't access my stream classes. I can support my students' academic, social, emotional, and physical needs, monitor students in the halls, meet with them individually for remediation and support, communicate with parents, and maintain a safe classroom following all the normal safety measures such as fire drills, tornado drills, etc. Teachers have already proven we can perform these tasks, but the quality of instruction will suffer when we must do them all at once and with a mask covering our facial expressions, the source of effective communication. Hybrid learning is settling for less than we are offering now. I am most concerned for my ESOL and special education students who have chosen virtual instruction and safety over the 50-50 plan. Their learning and language acquisition will be negatively impacted. 47,000 Prince William County parents chose virtual-only instruction for their children. They are obviously satisfied with the virtual instruction. Under the hybrid plan, I will have approximately 6 students in my room each day and 24 in Zoom. I do not believe this is the reality that parents and students are envisioning when they plead for hybrid. I thank you for your time, and I ask you to reconsider pushing for in-person learning.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Malik El-Sherbini. You can unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening, Dr. Waltz, Dr. Lateef, and school board members. I'm here to talk about 3 things today that are extremely worrying about our current state of virtual learning. 1, a mental health crisis. 2, screen time and its effect on students who have medical problems. And 3, not getting a proper education. As a teenager, I am stuck in my home all day. Watching black screens every day is depressing, and we are all feeling suffocated in our own homes. I know peers who are struggling with anxiety and depression, but they do not want to burden their families who are already balancing financial stress and their own work stress. People worry about the health effects of the virus, which we really are not seeing in younger kids or teens. So is suicide not an important health effect? Is mental health not a health issue anymore? I suffer from migraines and vertigo, and watching screens is tiring for my brain and head. How much pain medication are we supposed to be taking? We say we are worried of an opiates, but are we going to ouch our kids to take more and more pain medication? And when will this end? In a week, in a month, in a year? Will we never go back if the numbers remain as they are? Is that fair? Last but not least, is the issue of our current education is not equal for all. If my mother had money, she would send me to a private school or hire tutors to set up pods. If we don't have any in that, then we are on our own. It is not right to learn no matter how much money our family has. Let me tell you that our teachers are trying their best, but have you tried learning calculus through a remote screen? I can tell you it does not go well. If you care about the closing achievement gaps and making education accessible to all, then this is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Hamill. Just a second. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Carrie Hamill and my address is on file. I have been a Prince William County Schools teacher for 14 years. People are saying the CDC says to get kids back in the building. The CDC's recommendations correlate directly with community transmission levels. The higher the community transmission, the higher the risk factor for returning to the buildings. Our current risk is moderate to high, but we're being told that's okay. Why? Our kindergartners and staff should not be test subjects. We're also not following all 17 mitigation strategies from the CDC, including allowing 6-foot distance between people and improving ventilation. We're planning for 3-foot distance and mitigating ventilation by running the current HVAC systems at full capacity. What's going to happen when the systems break down? For those saying virtual isn't working, let's put our county resources into providing broadband and devices to all in our community. Parents need to help build motivation and resilience during this unprecedented time. If students are getting too much work, teach them to advocate for themselves. Virtual learning is better for effective instruction and safety compared to the expectations and lack of preparation for the hybrid plan. The hybrid plan is not going to fix problems families are facing, but it will open new problems. If people have the procedures and data for schools who have successfully opened in person, please share those so we can see how our plan compares. As a teacher, there are 3 things that would allow me to feel safe returning to in-person learning. First is low community transmission. When our community has enough concern and commitment to lower community spread, I'll feel more comfortable being in a school building with students. Second is proper ventilation, and third is 6-foot distance minimum. I don't understand why the community is ignoring teachers who are saying this plan isn't adequate. As a teacher, I have been left with the choice to enter into circumstances I feel are not adequately safe, or I can leave the job, students, and colleagues I love. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Damia Moyer. Just a second. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Dr. Watson, school board members. My name is Damia Moore and I attend Fredland Middle School. I'm here to tell you that virtual learning does not work for me and I am not learning as much as I should be. My 2 siblings and I live with my aunt and her own kids. I know she works hard every single day as a healthcare worker and she has worked throughout the whole pandemic. She is in touch with patients every day and follows safety precautions, so I don't see why school cannot open up with the usual amount of kids. My dream is to be a nurse someday, and I study hard, and before this year, I had almost straight A's on all my report cards. This year, I'm getting D's, even though teachers try hard, it's not working. The technology fails a lot, turning the assignments in is not straightforward, and I cannot keep up with this anymore. If you want students like me to succeed, please send us back to in-person school. We cannot afford tutors and special resources. We don't have parents who can sit with us by the computer and help us all day. I hope you care about all students and just not those who just can have extra support to make virtual work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Martin, Junior, I believe.
Hello. Good evening. My name is James Martin, and I'm a former student in 2nd grade at Signal Hill Elementary. I am doing homeschool because I did not make your decision of virtual school. My teacher does a good job teaching, but staring at a computer is boring. You waste a lot of time unmuting and muting yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Foose. You can unmute. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Daniel Foose, Brentsville District. My address is on file. I'm speaking as both a teacher and a resident here in the county to express my support for Dr. Walt's return to in-person instruction plan. Quite simply, this gradual approach is the best attempt at a compromise between those who desire their students to return in person and those who have concerns about safety amidst the deadly pandemic. It also offers the best flexibility should schools need to unfortunately close again to in-person learning. Any acceleration of returning to in-person learning, especially at the elementary level, would be at best misguided with already increasing COVID-19 cases as we head into winter. Prince William County is leading the state in COVID-19 cases. Other school divisions in Virginia without our population density have already found out the hard way that bringing students back in person has resulted in spreading of the virus, requiring schools to become virtual again. I can appreciate the intense emotions on all sides of this issue. I'd like nothing more than to return to normal in-person instruction. Despite the challenges of teaching virtually, though, I would personally prefer staying virtual considering these unprecedented circumstances. At the same time, I appreciate what Dr. Walt's plan does and how it's rooted in data, CDC guidelines, and reason. In the spirit of a compromise, this plan is the best option for students, staff, and their families, and should not be changed to bring students in person at a faster rate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariela Paez. You should be able to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mariela Teles Paez. I'm a mother of 2 elementary school students. One of them is an English learner. I'm also a registered nurse in the community. Tonight I speak for the ones that don't have a voice, the ones that don't have or do not understand the language, the ones that are working tonight their second or third shift and they cannot attend the meeting, the ones that do not speak the language and cannot advocate for their children. There are my family members, friends, co-workers, and patients. Virtual education is not working for a lot of these families. Families that depend on grandma to watch the kids while their parents are at work and cannot understand nor can help their kids during virtual learning. Families that are skipping this year, putting their computers down because they cannot keep up with the work. Over the last weeks, I've heard our school division say a lot of negativity and not providing enough information for our teachers or for our parents. I've also seen the school board members that were elected by us, the people, not listening to both sides. Please acknowledge and express that virtual learning is not working for every family in Prince William County. We understand that school in person is not going to be the same. We understand that our teachers and staff are working the extra mile. But we must compromise as a community to work together, no matter our role, for the future of our kids in Prince William County. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker that I have on my list is Anna Martin. You have the floor.
Hello, Dr. Watson, members of the school board. My name is Anna Martin and I am in 5th grade at Signal Hill Elementary. I think we need to be mindful of our teachers. Imagine being in a classroom with a child speaking through your headset while another child is speaking in the real classroom. The children don't even know that they're interrupting because they can't even hear the other kid. That must be hectic. I would also like to at least be able to move around to Encore. I think students like me would be willing to clean the classroom. For instance, we could have a cleanup time 5 minutes before the class ends. I also hope you choose to send middle and high school back because everyone focuses better in person in school. Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Stevens?
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, no emails coming in, nobody screaming at us?
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
And everybody that was on our list did speak, so nobody
Excellent.
was skipped over.
Thank you all for your hard work on this. I appreciate it. Next, we're moving on to 1501, the annual school calendar. Mr. Iman.
Good evening, Dr. Lateef and members of the board and Dr. Waltz. It is my extreme honor to introduce our director, Dr. Jennifer Casada, to present to you this evening our proposals for the next school calendar. So Jennifer, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Iman. Good evening, Dr. Lateef, school board members, Dr. Waltz. The purpose of this presentation is to present the proposed calendar for 2021-22, so next school year. And this calendar presentation is focused on the days for our students. Just as background, the requirements are that we have 180 days of instruction to start the year and or a minimum of 990 instructional hours. Calendar that I'll be sharing tonight was developed based on past calendars and state requirements, federal holidays, et cetera. With all those parameters in place, there tends to not be much flexibility in calendar development. However, this year we will be presenting 2 options for the board's consideration. The board has received, and the information is posted on board docs and in a web story, the proposed calendar options. Next slide, please. By way of background, additional background and assumptions, the assumption is that the school will be open fully and completely in person for all students for 2021-22. As I mentioned, the starting point for this next calendar was the 2020-21 calendar that was originally approved way back in October 2019. As I mentioned, there's requirements from the state in terms of days and time. Also, just by way of background, beginning with the 2019-20 school year, Virginia removed the prohibition on school division starting school before Labor Day without a waiver. This allows schools to start up to 2 weeks before Labor Day, but you must have a 4-day Labor Day weekend. Next slide, please. This year, calendar options were developed based on the board's decisions for this current year, as well as feedback from the community about the potential addition of some new holidays. A virtual calendar committee meeting was held on September 3rd to discuss these potential options. At the meeting, the committee was fantastic, discussed initial options, asked questions, and provided some really important suggestions. Feedback on the calendar options was also gathered from the committee electronically to inform the superintendent staff, and the superintendent staff approved the 2 options that I'm proposing to you tonight for your consideration. In addition, input from the public has been gathered through a poll about these options, and I'll discuss that later in the presentation. Next slide, please. All right, this slide just shows you what is the same in both calendar options. Don't worry, I'm not going to read them all to you. The start and end of school are the same in both, as are many, of course, of the observed federal holidays. Next slide, please. This year, the committee was asked to consider some additional potential holidays in response to inquiries from the community. Some other jurisdictions have added some or all of these holidays to their calendars, and others are considering doing so for next year. Option B would incorporate the holidays and make adjustments to the calendar to maintain the start and end date. This slide identifies the holidays and discusses how religious holidays are included and represented on various division calendars. We know there have been questions and concerns about the holidays. Please keep in mind that the official calendar approved by the school board does not and will not designate any religious holidays, both existing or proposed, by name. Once you approve a school calendar for 2021-2022, that is quite a mouthful, I'm sorry, and it's published, it will simply list school division holidays as school holiday, schools and offices closed. The annual school guide and calendar, a screenshot of which shows on the slide, includes student artwork and general information and dates of events, lists many religious holidays, some that are school holidays and others that are not. This document is provided to families. And in reference to the comment earlier tonight from a citizen, plans are already underway to include the Sikh holiday mentioned in the comments tonight in that guide and calendar for 2021-22. Next slide, please. I promise this is not a vision test. This is just merely to show you how the graphical representations of the calendar would be displayed once approved. The graphical version is also accompanied by a version that lists out the key dates in words, not just in pictures. Next slide, please. This slide shows a comparison of the 2 calendar options in comparison to the original improved calendar for 2020-2021. It's in italics because, of course, we all know it's not the calendar anymore. The main difference is the length of the winter break and the addition of the new holidays. And the other difference is the Monday after spring break. In the past, this day has sometimes been a student holiday in Prince William County schools, and sometimes it is not, typically because of when it connects to the end of the 3rd quarter and when it does not. Next slide, please. All right, the summary of the calendar again. First day would be 2 weeks before Labor Day, which is August 23rd. School would end on June 10th, which is a Friday, for a total of 180 days. Option A mirrors exactly what the board approved for this current year, and includes a 2-week winter break. And option B incorporates the new holidays and includes a shorter winter break in order to end school at the same time as option A. Next slide, please. All right, so now I'm going to share with you the results from both the calendar committee survey as well as the public poll. At the committee meeting, committee members discussed multiple options. They were then surveyed about 4 options, 2 that mirror the original, or what we're calling a traditional option, and 2 with the new holidays. 30 people responded to this, and results were split pretty much down the middle, with a slight majority preferring the calendar with the new holidays. Members were also asked, as they are every year, to identify those things that are most important in developing a calendar. The 2 that rose to the top were ending school as early as possible in June and maintaining a 2-week winter break. Both of those were indicated by nearly 70% of respondents. Just over a third of respondents indicated that these new holidays were a priority. The challenge is that it is difficult for the calendar to accomplish everything, especially both getting out as early as possible and having full 2 weeks for winter break. These results are what led to the 2 options for your consideration. Next slide, please. A public poll about the calendar options, these 2 options, was conducted this month. First, over 13,000 respondents completed the entire poll, and over 16,000 people accessed it in some form. Nearly 80% of the respondents were parents, 22% were staff. People could identify all of their affiliations with Prince William County Schools, so we had people that were both, and 5% of the respondents were students. The majority of respondents, as you see on the chart, 65% preferred option A, which is the one that mirrors what you originally approved for this current year. Parent and staff preferences were similar when we broke it down that way. Students, however, were closer to a 50-50 split, with 52% preferring option A. And there were about 700 students, just to give you context for numbers. Interestingly, about half of the respondents indicated they would not change anything with either of the options. They were asked to select one thing they would change about the options if they could. However, for option B, 24% did say they would be in favor of extending winter break, which they realized would make school get out later in June. Some key themes emerged in the comments. They include a desire for a 2-week winter break, the view that the new holidays are inclusive and representative of the community, some concerns about how the holidays are referenced, as I noted back earlier on slide 5, and some interest in the possibility of year-round school. Next slide, please. Thank you. Some other considerations for you, other jurisdictions either have adopted or are considering adopting calendars that incorporate some or all of the new holidays. Just for your decision-making process, adoption of a calendar with a later start date, such as August 30th, which is 1 week before Labor Day, with 2 weeks for winter break, would lead to school ending no earlier than June 17th. And in both options, we tried our best to balance marking periods to the greatest extent possible. So any significant changes would require, including with winter break, may necessitate changes to the marking period start and end date. Next slide, please. Just a reminder that the calendar, once approved, will be available on the website under calendar that you can search. And once it's approved by the school board, scheduled at your next meeting. It will be available in a printable format as well as an iCal subscription. And the current calendar iCal subscription is also available on that website. Next slide, please. I would like to end by thanking the calendar committee and the literally thousands of people who provided input on the calendar. Thank you to everyone for their feedback and questions. Thank you.
Open the floor up for questions. Anybody have a question from home? Ms. Jackson? Ms. Jessie? Unmute, please.
Jennifer, the holiday period, in order to keep the holiday period, the 2-week holiday period, what would be the end date for the school year if you did that? How many days? What would be that calendar date for the end of school if you kept that and allowed the two-week holiday?
So Mrs. Jessie, if just to make sure, if you had option A does have the 2-week winter break, option B does not, and if you added the 3 days back, you would have to add at least 3 days of school, which would take you from June 10th to June 15th of 2022.
So because there's a weekend in the middle?
Yes, because June 10th, the last day of school proposed in both options, is a Friday.
And did you say you had some people who had a preference, because those two things seem to be the variables that people wanted most, that if you had an option that they would prefer you extend the school year and give them the holidays? Did you say that earlier?
That came up, I'm sorry for cutting you off. That did come up in the poll. People, about 24% of the people indicated the one thing that they would choose to change in option B would mean to make it a 2-week winter break and then extend the school year later. The context with that, though, is that, again, 70%, a lot of people want to get out of school as early as possible in June. So that's the struggle. But yes, that was a statement.
They want everything. Sure, the best of everything. Did you consider starting school earlier, or would we run into a problem with that?
We're not allowed to start school any earlier than August 23rd because that's 2 days before Labor Day. If someone says, oh, but there's some school divisions, there's some limited exceptions now to that, but the statewide guidance that came out starting with last school year was that divisions could start up to 2 weeks before Labor Day without any type of waiver, but that's it, no earlier than that.
And finally, there were other religious organizations that contacted us or you and ask for an additional holiday? Wasn't there another holiday request? I don't recall.
The speaker who spoke earlier tonight, the only other thing that I've heard was exactly what he mentioned, and it was not to add it as a student holiday, but to add its recognition on the published annual school guide and calendar public document to recognize it on there. So that's already in the works for next year.
Okay, thank you. As usual, great presentation.
Ms. Williams?
So, Dr. Quesada, Ms. Jessie just asked the beginning of my question about starting school earlier, and I know that there's a waiver. What exactly does that waiver entail? Because ends up happening is that, you know, if you have a senior AP exams or those higher, you're essentially done at the end of May anyway. So, and then you have everybody else in school for like another 10 days or so. What is the conditions for that waiver?
I would, to be honest, Ms. Williams, I would have to research that a little bit more closely because it's a very specific, it's been very much narrowed. There used to be waivers related to the amount of time you have closed in the past. This is now more for schools that have a year-round school type structure and some small innovative programs. The vast majority of school divisions don't qualify for that, but I can find out more information about that.
Thank you. That'd be great because we always have that first quarter chunk where we have a lot of students out December, November timeframe, and I think it would really be to our advantage to have a school begin sooner rather than ending later, sort of a thing. Thank you.
Ms. Zargarpur?
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Dr. Quesada, thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I have been getting some emails and done some calls with people. I just want to make sure people understand that I think currently if you have a religious holiday that is during a school day, you are allowed to get the day off. However, not everybody remembers every single holiday. And so it is hard for some students to participate in some of their religious holidays and traditions, especially ones that are like, you know, when you fast for a day or you have a prayerful day. And they still have expectations of completing work. So I think it's really important to note that doing this kind of thing is recognizing the diversity in our community, and it's recognizing that there are some children and families that are participating in things that kind of have been sitting up until now the outside of our regular school calendars. I also want to just take another note that the Coles District is home to a synagogue, a mosque, and the Sikh temple. So there's a lot of people who they come from all over the county, but I see my neighbors and they do talk about these things. So I know they're very excited and very happy to have this even being considered. So thank you for all the work you've done on this.
Anybody else? So seeing no one else, Ms. Quesada, can you just, and I know this is on for information tonight, but provide a plan that addresses the adding on the extra days. You can call it maybe option C, and send that to the school board members for what days you would add, like how many days you would add on to the year if you gave the 2-week Christmas break. So if the two-week holiday, and I know you said the 15th, but can you just put that in writing for us on a calendar, like what it would look like? Yeah. And
yes, sir.
And then if I would encourage you to seek out the Sikh community. I know they had a day that they also felt that they could recognize as far as a day off, but if they could combine it with Diwali, I know there were some concerns about possibly doing that as well in the recognition portion of it, if we can include them, as you talked, as the member earlier, the community member asked. And then last, if you can provide us the waiver requirements for starting earlier. I think Ms. Williams has a good idea. I will. And then that was, I think, it was it for me, and then I'm going to go to Ms. Jackson. One sec, Ms. Jackson. I think that was all my notes on this matter. And then to remind the board also that this is, we'll vote on it the next time. Tonight is just for information. Ms. Jackson, please.
Thank you. I just had a quick question, Dr. Quesada. When we clarified online that there would be no religious holidays specified in the days off, was that after the poll closed or before?
That was after the poll closed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion on this item, we will move on next to support services, which is 16.01, the school naming, Potomac Shores Middle School. This is an action item. A motion is in order.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wilk.
With much pleasure, I move that the Prince William County School Board select the name Potomac Shores Middle School as the name of the new middle school opening next year in the Potomac District.
Do I have a second?
I got it.
Ms. Williams seconds, and she's going to take over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He'll be right back. The motion has been moved and seconded. It will open for discussion.
Ms. Chairwoman. By and large, I'm really excited. My preface to this from the start was I thought at this point with the hyper polarization right now and what we're going through, the best approach would not be to name the building after a person, but to go with generic landmarks, community names, something that would definitely not be controversial. But that was my opinion. So I went out to the community, and generally, as you see the comments, which were public, about the submissions of names, the vast majority of them echoed that sentiment, not naming another school after a person. I had my own virtual sessions with residents who will be drawn into who are already drawn, into the boundaries of Potomac Shores. This included Potomac Shores residents, Patty residents whose children will be moved to Potomac Shores Middle next year, and Swans Creek on their opinions. By and large, these residents also wanted a name based off of the community or some generic feature. If you look at the votes and you add up the top three, the vast majority did not want a name of a person for this building, and the top three recommendations were territories or generic names. You also look at the total tallies, and the vast majority of constituents recommended the name Potomac Shores. I do want to end a couple things. So although in my district, I typically would support a non-name, I will continue to follow the precedent of supporting other board members in their districts, whatever their constituents want and their recommendation of their names in future namings. And I also want to thank and recognize two community leaders that were brought up in the naming who have done great public service to our county and to the residents of Potomac. First is former Supervisor Hilda Barg, who was influential in getting that land proffered back there for the middle and what is now Covington Harper Elementary. And I also want to recognize Supervisor Cadigan for her many years of service into the Potomac District. That is all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the school board member who also shares constituents who will attend this school, I'm going to support Mr. Wilk's position to name the school Potomac Shores. I think that the community spoke the loudest. It was overwhelming that this was the name chosen. I do have some concerns about the multiple schools that will be named Potomac something in our school division, but respect Mr. Wilk's decision and the constituent members of Potomac District, and I look forward to opening this new middle school. It's going to be probably one of our most innovative schools to date, building-wise and building construction-wise, and I'm really proud of that. So thank you, Mr. Wilk, for all of your work and collaboration on this. I think it was a very collaborative experience for us as a board to be able to work together, and I look forward to our next school naming.
Anybody else? Miss Jessie.
Hi. I was supporting Mr. Wilk's suggestion. I think that down the road, we really need to look at our policies where we say that we are going to consider individuals, because sometimes what's happening is that because there's some controversy, we're staying away from names of people. And if those individuals get the numbers, then we should consider them, especially educators. I looked at the numbers, and I think it was 111 for Potomac Shores, and Cherry Hill falling in second. And so I will support his naming of that particular school. And I also would like to, I've known Hilda Barge for quite some time, and she has done some wonderful work, including her homeless shelter and just various things in the community. And Maureen Cadigan, I've known her for quite some time. Not only has she been on the Board of Supervisors, but she was also on the school board, and a very dedicated community servant to this county. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will just echo what everyone said. I will be supporting the name for the new middle school, Potomac Shores. I would reiterate Ms. Jessie's point on Ms. Hilda Barg's commitment to our community and her long service on the Board of County Supervisors, and echo Maureen Cadigan has been a friend to our school division, first as a school board member and as one of the most vocal supporters for Prince William County schools that we have ever had. And I think, as I take a moment to recognize her, she has been a champion for our schools and truly a wonderful advocate for our students, as has Hilda Barg as well. And she was before my time, but as Ms. Cadigan has finished serving last year, I think it's important to really recognize those two and thank them. We'll go ahead and vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes.
So the vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passes. Dr. Waltz, I didn't see if your hand was up. Someone might have said your hand was up. Did you have anything to add to this?
No, thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to student. Mr. Ben Kim, our student representative. This is his time to update us on students.
Thanks for the chance to speak tonight. I'll just start by giving a brief update on the student senate and stuff. One thing we've tried to been doing lately are virtual town halls at each high school, so where students can provide their feedback on virtual learning and directly to school admin. And we find that this is more effective to try to address student concerns at the school level, because that's where things can actually be changed. A couple schools have had or are planning these town halls, and we hope that become a regular feedback mechanism, especially given the virtual environment. Next, I just want to briefly mention mental health, and based on the responses from the survey, this seems to be the biggest concern among students about virtual learning. The first big thing is workload, but this is fixable, and for the 2 students out there listening right now, you have to advocate for yourselves at the school level. Canvas assignments are not just going to go away if we transition to a hybrid model, and if you feel overwhelmed by the workload, you have to speak up. And for instance, you could suggest an idea hey teacher, I talked with some of my friends, and we think that maybe if you shorten your lectures a little bit and give us the rest of class to work on homework assignments, then more of us can turn in and produce higher quality work. So that's just an example. And all it takes is a little quick email or staying during office hours to politely talk with them and come to consensus. And teachers, please ask your students how their workload is. It's difficult because you don't want to sacrifice the quality of education by lightening the workload, but at the same time, that pile of work may be hindering students' ability to receive an education, if they're feeling burned out. The other common concern among students in regard to mental health is socialization. We heard a couple times tonight, as we are in this virtual environment, we can't physically be with one another during our classes. However, there are things that we can do to support socialization, which improves our mental well-being. For instance, you can check up on your friends, text, call, or try to get in socialization in each other's lives. And your counselors are there for you to talk with, and they're just an email away. So take advantage of that. Parents, please check up on your kids as well. Ask them how their work is going, what problems they may have. Just be an outlet for them to share what they may be going through. But out of all of these things, there's one thing that can cultivate socialization and a sense of being together above all else, and that is just participating in class. Yeah. So now I saw the recent memo about cameras, and I'm going to use this time to address for the 2 students watching right now. why we're going to highly encourage cameras, okay? So the reason is really simple. Turning on your camera might be the single most effective and easiest way to make this feel like a normal school year. Turning on your camera is not only going to reduce your distractions, but also force you to get out of bed, get dressed, and get situated like it's a normal school day. The camera acts as a form of accountability for you. In your breakout rooms, actually talk to one another, all right? Turn on your camera so that you can get socialization in your classes, all right? Say anything. If you don't talk to each other right now in the virtual environment, what makes you think socialization is magically going to improve if we go into a hybrid model? If anything, it's going to be more awkward seeing someone you refuse to talk to with and show your face to online. In class, students, you guys need to actively participate by answering questions and typing ideas in the chat box. If we do these things, it will help our own well-being because we can see one another and it can feel like a normal school day. Turning on your cameras also helps teachers immensely. We as students don't quite understand how hard it is to teach a panel of black screens and not see facial expressions of kids being confused or them taking notes. Teachers are perceptive, but they aren't psychics. Without cameras, it's hard for them to know when to stop or slow down, or if they need to further elaborate on a question. It just makes it so much easier for the teacher to do their job and help you get a quality education if you just do the simple act of turning your camera on. A lot of students have said something along the line of, virtual learning is just not the same as in person, and it's true, but it doesn't mean we just stop trying to get a quality education if we're not in person. To get something out of virtual learning, you have to put something in, and that something is the small amount of effort it takes to turn on your camera. Now, of course, there are certain circumstances where you shouldn't have your camera on, like if your background's a distraction to the class, just turn it off and try to turn it back on later. If you don't have a webcam, at least take the courtesy of telling your teacher beforehand. So many of us students want to go back in person, but how can we go back and the teacher doesn't even know what most of us look like? To make virtual learning feel normal, do you, your classmates, and your teacher's mental health a favor and turn on your camera. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Dr. Waltz for superintendent's time. And Dr. Waltz, the board members, after superintendent's time, we'll take a 10-minute recess between your superintendent's time and the update regarding return to learn. So we'll go ahead and do superintendent's time now and then a 10-minute recess.
Great idea. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to update the school board, staff members, parents, students, and community members on the education and other important work occurring during this pandemic. First, during a pandemic, it is always great to receive some good news about the division. The National Procurement Institute has awarded Prince William County Public Schools the 2020 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award for excellence in public procurement practices. This is especially relevant as the school division has received CARES pandemic funding to purchase much needed PPE, technology, and instructional support items. Our school division is one of only 22 school divisions in the country, and there are approximately 16,000. We are one of 22 in the country to receive this award. Congratulations to our purchasing staff for this outstanding achievement, led by John Wallingford, Associate Superintendent. I would also like to give a shout out to the staff members who work in information technology. They have been working on Sundays to upgrade our network to ensure we have a system in place that supports virtual learning during the pandemic. Thank you so much for your dedication and hard work toward this important effort. I also want to commend our food and nutrition services staff who reached the 4.2 million meals served mark this week. They have been such a critical piece of support for our families during this pandemic, preparing and distributing free meals. Today, on behalf of our students and our community, I attended our food service managers meeting. I was able to personally thank our over 100 managers on a Zoom conference for the world-class job they are providing to this community. Last Thursday night, I had the pleasure of presenting and participating virtually in a question and answer session regarding the pandemic and our return to school building plan with over 70 parents on the Superintendent's Advisory Council on Instruction. I also met with 2 of their officers the week previously to review the entire work of the SACI group during the last year. I would like to share a special thanks to officers Karen Martin and Vanessa Olson for meeting with me and for their tireless work. I also had the pleasure of participating yesterday in the Reading Recovery Institute. Over 100 reading specialists, teachers, and administrators participated, and this professional development benefits both in-person and virtual learning. These literacy leaders worked with nationally recognized Dr. Gravity Goldberg to help students become independent and proficient readers, writers, and thinkers so they can be successful in school, careers, and life. Professional development staff members are also working very hard to prepare our teachers and staff for the return of our students for in-person learning, with multiple opportunities for our staff to hone their skills. On October 12th, more than 850 educators attended the English Learner and Equity Virtual Summit offered by the Department for Student and Professional Learning. Webinar sessions covered topics such as virtual instruction for English learners and diverse populations, students with limited or interrupted formal education, education equity for diverse students, collaborative assessment, differentiation, building relationships, social emotional learning, literacy for English learners, meeting the needs of English learners with disabilities, and concurrent and hybrid teaching. I heard several positive reviews of this professional development opportunity, and I know it will impact positively on our students. The Department for Student and Professional Learning is also offering a variety of professional learning opportunities to support educators with the changing teaching and learning environments during this global pandemic. The professional learning opportunities are being offered in a variety of formats to accommodate different adult learning styles. These opportunities include sessions on the following topics: teaching through and strategies for simultaneous or concurrent, hybrid, and virtual instruction, moving from crisis virtual instruction to applying wisdom and evidence to visible learning, teacher-student relationships, participation basics, interactive strategies, and classroom structure for simultaneous concurrent teaching. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. We will take a 10-minute break. We will return at make it 8:06. Thank you. Okay. The Prince William County School Board will return from recess, and we'll move on to 1901, the update from the Superintendent of Schools on progress of return to learning and return work plans. Dr. Waltz.
Thank you very much, and good evening again. I appreciate the opportunity to share our return to school buildings plan. You will hear more specific health metrics in a few minutes, but I want to update you on our COVID-19 dashboard for Prince William County Public Schools, which you can find at pwcs.edu. If you could pull that slide up, please. Since school began, PWCS has reported more than 100 positive cases of COVID-19 virus within our schools and offices. Some of those cases have affected individuals currently working or attending school in person, and many of those cases have been in individuals working or learning virtually. It's important to note that as we prepare to bring students back for in-person learning in November, had all 100 of these cases been in-person cases, we would have had quarantine in 57 schools or offices in our division more than likely, which is more than half of our total schools, which is another concern. Again, let's remember, we have approximately 1,200 students in schools now. Additionally, just this evening, we update every single day, and I think it was twice today, but just tonight, we have COVID virus at Potomac High School, Montclair Elementary, Saunders Middle School. And again, on these, luckily, it was all virtual or building outside of the period in which they would have been contagious. We've also been notified of a positive case of COVID-19 at Unity Reed High School, and there are going to be some staff members on quarantine over there. So I believe this is our 5th quarantine. Our first group who were involved with the First Lady's visit came off of quarantine, thankfully, just a couple of days ago. Again, I'm concerned. Our director is still recovering, our director of finance, and we also now have a principal who is home with a serious case.
Dr. Waltz, can I weigh in with a quick question?
It's important to note that it's.
Do you mind if I weigh in with a quick question right here, since you have this slide up? Yeah. So we have 100 cases, and I understand that, but there's no denominator there. Can you remind the public how many students and faculty we have working for the system?
We have 11,000 total, but only a fraction of those are in.
Right, and we have about 90,000 students, correct?
Correct.
So this is 100 positive cases out of about 100,000 people.
Right. These are cases that we know of since school has begun.
Correct. And when you said that 100 of them you would theoretically have to quarantine, theoretically 50 of them will probably be choosing virtual, so it really would only be 50 that we would be addressing possible quarantine with, correct?
Well, the 57, right.
Well, no, but I mean,
7 locations. So yeah, I would say about half of those were virtual as of now.
No, I understand. But of the 100 people who got infected, say, for example, if they're students, of all the students that may have been affected, half of those will be maybe virtual anyways. So the numbers.
That's possible.
Yeah, right. So just clarifying. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So again, that's a concern. Many people have also mentioned their concern for the mental health of our students during this pandemic. This work is led by Associate Superintendent Denise Hebner, who also chairs our pandemic team. I would like to address that concern and have invited Rebecca Schlater, Director of Student Services, Dr. Deborah Ransom, Supervisor of Elementary School Counseling, and Dr. Richmond Hill, Supervisor of Secondary School Counseling, to share more information on this critical service. Ms. Hebner.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the school board, Dr. Waltz. I'm extremely proud to be a part of the dedicated team in the Office of Student Services and honored to work with Ms. Becca Schlater, who contributed to this presentation. Excuse me. Ms. Schlater has been by her staff's side as they've worked to find creative and effective ways to support our students, staffs, and families. I'm grateful to our school counselors who are currently working extremely hard despite the challenges of COVID. They remain positive and dedicated to supporting our school families. At this time, I'll ask Dr. Hill and Dr. Ransom to share a brief overview of how our amazing school counselors are working to support our students.
Thank you, Ms. Hebner. And Dr. Waltz, Dr. Lateef, school board members, and superintendent staff, thank you for inviting us this evening. We're going to go over some highlights. One particular slide I'm going to sit on somewhat of a longer time than the other one, so don't worry. I won't sit on every slide that long. Would you move to the next slide? Okay. Basically, what we realize is that we have to have a comprehensive school plan as we move through differences that are going on in our environment. So we look at the changing needs of our students as the landscape of our education and their lives changes. We are constantly adjusting this plan to meet students' needs in a modified school operation and beyond. So one of the first things we need to do is that we have done is to identify student needs. So basically our comprehensive plan starts with data-informed decision-making. This included the OSS Social Emotional Needs Survey. This survey provided parents the opportunity to let us know what services they need. Parents identified many different types of needs to include social emotional needs. Each school is in the process of assigning the appropriate staff to address the needs that have been identified. Students are also identified in other ways. Parents and students can reach out to the school counselor or to the Office of Student Services directly for help. Teachers identify students who appear that they may need services from a school-based mental health professional. So thank you so much for the plug of turning on cameras. Students are sometimes in need. Counselors can see what they need. Teachers can see that there's a problem, often if the camera is on. So thank you for that plug. I appreciate it. Next slide. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you go back? I told you I was going to sit on that slide for a while. Okay, equip. All mental health professionals have received additional up-to-date resources in the area of suicide assessment and threat assessment, basically looking at harm to self or others. Additionally, school counselors utilize the guidance of PWCS Child Protection Services and the development of school-wide plans to respond and identify abuse. Administration and school mental health teams are developing protocols and sharing scenarios for teachers in addressing abuse that may be evidenced in the virtual environment. School counselors have developed Canvas lessons that can complement the skills needed by students to help empower in this very difficult time. Even in the throes of the coronavirus pandemic, we as a county continue to be in the throes of the opioid, as well as ongoing epidemic of racism. We equip our counselors with resources that help them help students address issues of racism from our state and national organizations that provide articles, books, and videos. They include resources for talking about race, racism, racialized violence with kids. We continue to work with outside organizations to provide our students also with resources that help them combat the abuse of drugs. In addition, K-12 counselors and social workers have joined together to develop a diversity, justice, and anti-bias student service committee. The group researches and shares articles, best practices, and resources that can be shared with school counselors and school social workers for the use in the school community. As the year goes on, we hope to have committee members more involved in other projects. Two of our committee members, a secondary counseling director and an elementary counselor, are assisting the lead counseling mentor in providing professional development for new school counselors on diversity, justice, and anti-bias in the work of counseling. Training. Training is a very, very important part. And as we have gone through the pandemic, we have increased our training and professional development. We're making sure that all teachers and other school-based staff are aware of student mental health, and importance of identifying problems early through the use of evidence-based programs. As we have said in our other presentation, 30 Prince William County staff have volunteered to be trained to understand adverse childhood experiences and to be certified to provide this training for our staff. Up to this date, over 3,500 staff members have been trained in ACE interface training. Additional training is slated for the second semester. Working with the Prince William County Government Community Services, we hope to provide this training for all staff and all community members. Additionally, we have training on youth mental health. Again, around 30 staff members to include counselors, social workers, psychologists, and teachers, Office of Student Services supervisors, and our director. They volunteered to become certified youth mental health first aid trainers. This is a 3 full-day training that was provided, and it provided resources so that we can train the staff of Prince William County Schools on how to respond to mental health emergencies with our youth and young adults, and to offer support to a young person who appears to be in emotional distress. Additionally, now we have something that's called Cognito at Risk. It's an online training. It's available for all K-12 teachers. This is another resource that's made available to work as a community to address student needs. This behavior change model integrates several evidence-based models and techniques, game mechanics, and learning principles. And the simulations provided in this training module uses a virtual environment and engage in role-playing conversations with emotionally responsive virtual humans. Through practice and receiving personalized feedback, users learn and assess their competency to lead similar conversations in real life. So identifying, equipping, and then training counselors and school-based mental health professionals is an ever-evolving process as the needs of our counselors, students, and community change. Next slide. We have specific services that, as we were looking through this and we develop our programs, these services are offered to all students K through 12. And I'm certainly that you all are aware of all of this information. So I'll go through this one rather quickly. We all know about the individual, small groups, and classroom lessons that are provided. One of the things that we are very, very proud of is the special classroom lessons for each grade level on coping skills during the pandemic. All staff members, all counselors receive threat assessment training, child abuse and neglect reporting, and critical incident counseling. Next slide. In K through 5, we do focus many of our lessons on understanding diversity, understanding emotion. Many of our counselors start their days with their students in mindful training. We do know that it's very, very important for students to be able to control their emotions, especially as we work through the difficulties that they are experiencing right now. And what I'm finding from the counselors is that the teachers are enjoying the mindful moments and the mindful times and the mindful exercises along with the students. We're working with students on navigating relationships. And yes, it can also be done in a virtual environment. We also focus on career interests and pathways, and especially academic success. Next slide.
At the middle school level, our counselors and social workers continue to place primary attention and focus on student mental health and well-being. As stated earlier by Dr. Ransom, we have a specific common lesson that's been developed to assist students specifically with coping skills during this pandemic. The challenges of the pandemic, social isolation, and adjusting to the virtual learning environment have proven to be quite difficult for many of our students, as we all know. Our counselors provide mental health services through classroom lessons and individual and small group counseling as needed. They also continue to provide services that focus on learning styles, academic skills, career development, and preparing 8th graders as they transition to high school. Next slide. And at the high school level, in 9th through 12th grade, our counselors and social workers continue to provide mental health education and support to our students with a heavy focus on first, emotional well-being, and preparing students for a successful life after graduating from high school. Through our partnership with Prince William County Community Services New Horizons program, each high school has an additional layer of mental health support. We have a New Horizons counselor in each high school that focuses not only on substance abuse, but other student mental health concerns.
Next slide. We also are aware of the different needs that our military connected students and their families are experiencing during this very, very difficult time. As a military spouse of a retired person and also a mother of an active duty Air Force daughter who graduated from Potomac High School. She's now a physician in the Air Force. Just wanted to give her a plug. So I am acutely aware of the needs of the military population. And one of the good news things I want to talk about is that 19 schools in the division have earned the Purple Star Award to designate themselves as military friendly. In 2020, Hilton High School, Mountain View, Minnieville, Mary Williams, Old Bridge, and Rockledge Elementary were awarded. And so we had just found out about this last week. And basically, all these schools have to demonstrate a peer-to-peer transition support program. And we are aware of how many times military students transition. Can you imagine transitioning in the time of COVID? And so they had very, very special needs, and we're trying to make sure that we address them. In many of our schools, we are connecting with the military family life counselors so that they can have access to the children in our Zoom classes. And they provide additional services, and we coordinate with them. We make sure that students are aware of and parents are aware of the resources that are available for military students. We have the opportunity, a wonderful opportunity, that we have a military grant from DODEA that's run by my most wonderful project director, Courtney Powers. And so she makes sure that all resources that could possibly be given to military students are afforded military students, because they are one of our more special populations. And so we make sure that we address their mental health needs in a different way, in an additional way as well. Next slide.
So we understand that these are indeed challenging times. So we've heard students speak out, we've heard parents and guardians share the challenges of navigating this pandemic and virtual learning. And we do encourage students, and we encourage parents and guardians to reach out to the schools, reach out to the counselors and social workers for information, for support during these challenging times. Many school counseling departments are utilizing systems which make it easy for students to make appointments to speak with their counselor or their school social worker. We also have a student support services email that you see listed here, student-support-services@pwcs.edu. This is closely monitored by student services staff, and we've had parents to use this email and to let us know that their student, their child is in need of support or services, and we've responded and connected them to the appropriate services and support. So please do not go at this alone. We are here to support you, your school counselors, your school social workers, mental health professionals at the school. We do care, and we want to make sure that we are here to assist you during this challenging time. So please use your resources that we have put in place just for our students and our families.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
I have some questions from board members.
Did you want Dr. Lateef, did you want these folks to stay on, or did you want me to, you want to do the questions related to mental health now?
I think it probably makes sense to do the questions related to mental health now, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to ask a first question, or if you don't mind, and it's more sort of in the weeds kind of thing. When a student comes to counseling, or the counselor, say at the high school level, identifies a student with suicide ideation, take me through what's the protocol. What do you do?
So in the high school, if a student comes to a counselor and they're having suicidal ideation, the first thing they would do is talk with the student to get all of the appropriate details of the situation, what challenges it is that they're facing. Once they get the details, at that time, they would make contact with the parent to get permission to conduct a risk assessment to see what level of suicidal ideation that the student is presenting. Once they get that permission and they do that risk assessment, then they would be able to determine what services would be needed for that student, whether it be a referral to an agency or to the family doctor or to a mental health professional in the community. Once they do that, then they would follow up, of course, beyond that day with the family to ensure that the family was able to access support and services for that student. And even though we are in a virtual environment, for those students that are attending virtually, we would generally have a re-entry meeting, which would be the mental health professionals, maybe an administrator, the parents, the student, to talk about the support that would be in place for that student as he or she returns to school. Even in this virtual environment, it would be important to still hold that meeting to determine the services and support that would be necessary for that student, what type of touch base would need to be in place, and monitoring, and so that the student is aware of the support and resources there.
So you kind of glossed over, I guess, if you've identified them with suicide ideation, you ask them to leave school, and then you bring them back on the reentry meeting. So I missed that part. At what point, at what level do you say to the student and the family, you can no longer come, you have to go access services? Is that, how does it work, or am I wrong there?
Yeah, so we never exclude the child from school. We don't do that. What we do is if the child is with us at the school during the day and the child is unable to continue due to the suicidal ideation, we ask the parent or guardian or someone on the emergency card listed to have access to pick the child up, to pick them up. And they stay in the care of a parent until the parent is able to access the external mental health services. And then once they've, gotten those external mental health services, then we have the reentry meeting to design what the plan is going to be for that child to transition back into school. If it requires, maybe some hospitalization or some time outside of school, it may not require time outside of school for any length of time. But even still, we want to make sure that when the child comes back to school, the support and services are in place. So we wouldn't exclude and say that you cannot return to school until, they've seen someone. We do follow up with the families very closely to make sure that they have access, to make sure that there's not anything by way of insurance or something that is prohibiting them from being able to get support for the student.
Okay. And so do they need a note from the doctor to be allowed to return?
No, we do not require a note from the doctor. We generally work with the parents, and the parents share with us that we have taken them to see someone and to get support. We have made it very clear, to our school-based staff that we can't use that as something to keep a child from school. That unless you bring a note from a doctor saying that you are okay or clear, a physician, a mental health professional is not going to do that. They're not going to say that because that's just, for many reasons, they're not going to do that. What they may do for us is just acknowledge or provide confirmation, just as a child would go to a regular medical appointment, that they did come and they were seen, but the details of that would be confidential unless there is a release signed by a parent or guardian that school-based mental health staff can communicate with the external mental health provider.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Hill. Ms. Zargapur?
Thank you. There was a little bit of discussion about teachers being trained. There was some ACE training discussion and teachers being trained. I know I've done Cognito myself. I know what it is. What is it that teachers are expected to do if they suspect anything about a child? What's that procedure look like? Who do they talk to, and what is Prince William asking them to do at this point?
I can take that answer, Ms. Agafer. The training of the teachers really at the core of most of it. If you've done the Cognito training, you probably saw this, is to learn when to refer a student to a mental health professional. So what's happening with all of the trainings that we're doing is we're teaching them how to identify when there's a problem, and we want them to know exactly who to go to take that student to get that additional support. So it's really about identification and referral to the mental health staff members in each of our buildings, the appropriate mental health staff members, so that they can take the student and the family through the next steps in the process.
Thank you. Yeah, and Cognito is a very cool program, by the way. That my sort of a follow. It is. It's very cool. It kind of is like gives you a chance to sort of interact and decide things, and then it tells you why you did it wrong. So okay, it did with me. My other question though is that. I know we're talking about student mental health. I am also worried about our employees' mental health, and I know it wasn't discussed at all. I know we have the employee assistance program, but I'm just curious, is there any talk about amongst employees and with I don't know, maybe principals and in staff meetings, just reminding teachers that they have to take care of themselves, and here's some ways to do it. Do we have that also out there? Because it's important to take care of our students, but if we're also feeling anxious, we have that other layer. So I'm wondering if there's some of this maybe stratification of helping everybody.
Absolutely, I can say.
One of the things that I can share. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No,
one of the
ahead.
things I was going to add is that our Office of Human Resources, and especially the Office of Benefits, I know that Dr. Eagle is on with us today, but we've really partnered with him in the Office of Student Services to make sure that we're linking in EAP on those situations when we feel that adults need support as well as students. And that partnership has just really been outstanding. I mean, I think our services that we're able to offer those who need emotional support have just gotten better and better by the partnership between Student Services and the Office of Benefits and Retirement Services. Also in the Office of Student Services, we have been capitalizing upon the skills of some of our staff members. We do have licensed professional counselors working in our office, and back in the spring when all of this first started, we did offer professional development for staff members about self-care, how to handle anxiety, how to handle stress, really focused on taking care of themselves. And we were astonished at how many staff members wanted to participate in those online trainings, hundreds and hundreds of staff members. And we're getting ready to launch another series of trainings like that, especially leading up to the holidays, just urging people to focus on those strategies that can allow them to deal with stress, anxiety, and all the things that we're going through in a productive way. So know that there's a lot of partnering going on to support the staff. And we are lucky to have such an excellent EAP program. And I hope all staff members know that there is someone that you can reach out to at all times through our EAP program.
So Dr. Ranson, I think you had a comment, and then I'd like Dr. Eagle to respond on behalf of HR, please. Dr. Ranson.
Okay, mine was just a sharing. One of the things that we do prior to every time we meet or have a check-in is because our counselors are so trained in it. We do chair yoga, do mindfulness training because they really, really need it, and they really, really appreciate it, and they get to the Zoom meeting on time because they don't want to miss chair yoga. They don't want to miss mindfulness training. And so somehow perhaps incorporating, I'm not telling the principals what to do or the area associate, but that might be something that be helpful for principals to actually practice what we're preaching, to actually do those types of things. And the idea of the check-in, and this is something that is different. We got that idea from the nurses. They basically have a check-in with their staff on a more regular basis than we would have ever been able to check in with our folks if we were not virtual. And so we can have like 45 minutes where they can kind of check in, and then they can talk, and it's a process where they can just go over some things, get some things off of their chest. And then we do yoga again and kind of close it up, but have the opportunity to speak to us on so many different occasions during the month is something they never had before. And they are appreciating just having these 45-minute check-ins. And again, nod to the nurses, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ransom. Dr. Eagle, representing Human Resources, Associate Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. In regards to how Human Resources is supporting our employees, in addition to what Mrs. Slater talked about, there's also very specific resources with our EAP designed specifically to address employee fears and concerns during the pandemic. Also, as we've met with numerous employees through the interactive process as part of the ADA and accommodating our Tier 1 employees, we continually remind employees on a one-on-one basis while we're meeting with them the resources that are available. We've also covered the resources available in our principal meetings, which we've been actively meeting for the past several months in preparing our employees and working through the challenges created, the mental health challenges created by the pandemic. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I think I just really want the employees here to know that there are things in place to take care of teachers and principals or whoever needs it. And it's without judgment. It doesn't reflect on you as a person or an employee. It's private. No one knows about these things. No one else knows about it. It's okay to take care of yourself. I really, really want people to be able to focus on their lives and their jobs. But I'm really glad you guys went into great detail about what's going on. And again, the nurses, yes, they have some great ideas. Thank you for all that stuff. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Thank you for this presentation. It was really great. I laud the efforts of the department to address mental health in our students and needs in our students and our staff. I'm actually very concerned about our kids and our teachers too, especially considering the challenges that we've had and the fact that a lot of children were gearing up to go back into the classroom, and now that looks like it may not happen for a long time. Can I ask you a couple of questions? When was the mental health survey that was given to students, and when did that close, if you could remind me? And then did that survey go out to all of our students, or was it just at the high school level, or high school and middle? And then what kind of response did we get back from students? I'm assuming it was a voluntary survey, and so did we reach enough kids? I'm concerned about the kids, that didn't fill it out because they just, maybe they're feeling hopeless and feel like there's no point. So those are a couple of my initial questions. When was the survey? Who did it go out to? How many respondents did we get? What percentage are we still not sure about?
Thank you.
Able to address that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. So we put the survey out around September 20th. It was a parent survey. So this was a survey and an opportunity for parents to let us know about any concerns they have about their student for this school year, especially in the environment that we are in. We left the survey open until approximately October 6th. So all parents, this is students in grades K through 12, were sent 2 email reminders about the survey. It was totally voluntary. We received approximately 10,000 responses and got some really wonderful data to really support students who have the greatest need. And we were, I will say myself, I'm a little bit of a data geek, but I was very excited about the number of responses that we received in different languages, because we did translate the survey into all the languages, to know that parents can see that we're here, and regardless of the language that you speak at home or the language that you write, we're going to help your students. So the response rate was, in my opinion, a good response for a survey like this, where it's totally voluntary and just trying to identify those students that need more support. Now, this is in addition to needs assessments that all of our school counselors do in the building, which are appropriate for each grade level, and those are with the students. These look very different. A kindergarten needs assessment looks very different than a needs assessment that we're doing with our high school students. So those needs assessments also give us needed information about further support that students need. So this division survey, it's the first time we've done this, where we've sent it out to parents in this manner and asked for parents to let us know what's type of support their students need. And right now we are busy responding to those almost 10,000 parents who said, my student needs some more support.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Ms. Wall.
So that's good. That's good. 10,000 is a lot. I mean, obviously we have 90,000 students, so we're kind of one out of 9, but that's still really good. At least it's a start. Do we have a plan for another survey now that we're further into this and there's a little less sense of hope, I think, going around? I mean, September, I think there was quite a lot of optimism, but I think that at least I'm hearing, what I'm trying to reflect is what I'm hearing from the community, what I heard tonight, what I'm getting in emails is there is a growing need. So my first question is there another survey in the works? Are we going to do this on a regular basis? And the second question would be, how are we in terms of capacity to handle the additional needs? Because I think it may be a growing issue.
Mm-hmm. So I would say that as far as another survey, we certainly wouldn't rule that out. We'll look at what's happening and work with the wonderful Mrs. Huebner, who supports our department. And now that we have the survey done and the tools are ready to make that happen, I think that's something that we can absolutely look into. As far as capacity, here's, I think, one of the good things that we had Dr. Waltz and the school board definitely had the foresight to really improve our ratios for counselors, for social workers, for nurses, for psychologists. Leading up to all of this, we had put a great deal of time and fiscal resources into these employees. So as far as capacity, I feel like we're in a better place than we have ever been to be able to support these students thanks to the work of the school board and Dr. Waltz and the superintendent staff. Our ratios are the lowest that they've been in years, if ever, in Prince William County. So I do feel like our mental health professionals in the schools are ready to support these students. They're ready to be creative. They're ready to think outside the box. This is our passion, and we are here to make sure that students do not have barriers to learning. So capacity, yes, I do feel like we are in a good place to handle this. And training the teachers and helping them better understand how to spot issues so they can get students to us is a big part of that as well.
Miss Jessie had her hand up. Miss Jessie?
I have a couple of questions. One, I guess this would go back to Rebecca Slater on the last time when we made this, when we voted, well, we didn't vote, but we accepted the plan that Dr. Waltz presented. I was concerned about students who are not listed as vulnerable, but as I listened to parents that night, there were so many parents saying that their students were just not responding to the virtual model. And I had suggested that we have some way of looking at if parents could document that their students were falling off the track during this waiting period, that we would look at some way of supporting them and maybe looking at an alternative schedule for them, maybe some in-person learning. Have you considered that?
I will ask Mrs. Huebner to join on that answer as well. I will say, Miss Jessie, I'm so glad that we did this initial survey that I just talked about to the parents, because I agree with you in that, students, when we left out of our buildings in March that perhaps did not have social emotional concerns, have since developed them based on what's going on in many homes in Prince William County. And we know that the stress that this has put on parents who have lost jobs, family members that are ill. So that's why the survey that we did at the start of this year and the other surveys that we're doing at the school are so important, because we know that there are more students that now have, as we were talking about before, some of these adverse childhood experiences that we need to be able to address. So yes, we agree with you. We went into this school year as a mental health leadership group saying, we know that we've got to find these students that now have some issues that they have to overcome to be able to learn at their highest capacity.
So you are working on a project to identify some of those students and for parents to bring that up to your attention?
So, Mrs. Jessie, I'll jump in, and thank you, Mrs. Schlater, for tossing the ball my way so I can respond. I will say that our school principals work very closely with their levels, and we have systems in place in school to meet the needs of children, and we are working to provide individualized support. Our intervention team process still takes place, and we are open to considering what our students need. So we definitely have the children's needs as we move forward. The one thing I know for sure about this pandemic, it's never the same day twice. The kids' needs change from week to week, and we need to be as flexible and adaptable as we can. So it's certainly something that we are looking at and formalizing how we will move forward to meet students' needs as we continue on through the school year.
I'm afraid I'm going to ask you for more specifics. So if I'm a parent,
okay,
and I know that my child is just falling off the side of the cliff, and that this thing is not working for him to be at home waiting to get into in-person learning, is there some way for me to contact an individual and to it's kind of like if you're not selected for one of those great schools where you've got all these different, like you didn't get into Cogan, but you want to get into Cogan. So, or when I was a principal at Gifted Ed, if the teachers didn't think your child was gifted and you thought your child was gifted, and believe it or not, I think most parents know if their kids are gifted, that I could request. So have we thought about a parent? Because I just don't think people make things up. I think these parents are very concerned about, they know that their kids are very different and that they're not responding, but they're not in that vulnerable category. They're not special ed. It's just too different for them. So I guess I'm asking, are we looking at a very specific plan? Not to say we care about children and, the generalities. I guess I'm asking for us to look at a plan for a parent to say, I have looked at my child, he is not learning, he's falling off the cliff. He was an A student, he's now a C or a D student, and this is just not working for him. Can we come up with an alternative? Like you have after school programs for kids, you have all kinds of programs. Do you have something for kids who don't respond to this virtual model until we can get them into in-person learning? Can we look at that?
Ms. Jessie, certainly my team will be happy to look at that and work with the superintendent and the staff to determine how we can meet children's needs. Dr. Hill, do you have anything that you would like to add in regards to that? Any specific strategies?
No, as far as I think, Ms. Schlater covered it, so I don't have anything additional to add.
Okay. The other question I have is the tier 2 people, and I want to address it from a mental health standpoint. Some of the tier 2 teachers that are writing me are saying, I am healthy. I'm not sure if I'm correct on this because I'm not sure I fully understand tier 2, but I am healthy. I've got a husband at home that's ill. And they are stressed. They're just stressed out because this virus, as you know, you don't know where it is. And I know Dr. Lateef says only 100 kids, but it's 100 people. It's still 100 people. So what do we do for tier 2 people? Is there some support for them? And I guess Ms. Eagle can answer that. Maybe you guys can work on this answer together. What do tier 2 teachers, what types of accommodations do we give tier 2 teachers? Does it include mental health support?
Dr. Eagle?
Ms. Jessie, when we are meeting with our principals, we have primarily at this point been focusing on tier 1. However, we've developed some resources for our principals to use with tier 2 teachers that do list mitigation strategies to help make the workplace even safer for these teachers. And also, we do include mental health resources as part of that. One thing that I forgot to mention earlier was we had worked with Anthem, who insures primarily most of our employees are insured through the Anthem plans. We also have Kaiser, but they've really expanded their telehealth options during the pandemic to include both psychiatric and psychological care. And so these are resources that individuals can access from their home, using like a secure Zoom platform. We've gotten really good feedback on those resources for our employees, and they are available almost 24/7. That's in addition to all the mental health resources that are available through the EAP.
And finally, in the tier 1, you have a physical condition, and it's evident. There's usually some type of testing that says she has cancer, she has this, and she has that. Have you guys considered that, although earlier someone said we shouldn't live with fear, some people live with fear. You got 220,000 people with the disease. So I think we should be fearful, but not overly, that it keeps us from being able to do our work. So when we look at these people who are just mentally, do you consider that as a tier 1 problem? If you get a psychologist or someone who says, this person cannot work in this environment, do you deal with that also? I guess that would be a combination for Ms. Slater and you. I'm not sure who wants to jump in, but there are people who are deadly fearful of the virus, and maybe we'll go to a doctor or a psychiatrist and say, look, this person should not be working in this environment, or she should be doing something at home. Have you considered, do you have cases, or are you considering it?
In regards to dealing with employees with extreme fears about returning, provided there is medical documentation to substantiate the condition, yes, we consider that as part of the ADA process and talk with that employee regarding mitigation strategies, accommodations that we may be able to make.
If they don't want, if the doctor said they can't be accommodated, they do not need to be in school, do you guys consider that?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, we consider it. It's very similar to a physical condition. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
I think Ms. Williams was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not sure who wants to tackle this question, but what plans do we have in place for employees if there is a breakdown during the day while they are teaching? Because the pandemic, the level of stress now that our employees are under, I know that it can happen for students, but I haven't heard anything in relation to our staff members and any staff member, whether it's a teacher, a janitor, a principal, administrator, anyone, because, the stress level is so high, anything can trigger something like that. So I'm just curious to know, I don't need to know every single step of the plan, but are we communicating that effectively to our staff? Do we have something in writing? Do staff members know what to do if there is an issue during the day?
Dr. Eagle.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, for the question. I certainly think we can do a better job communicating that, but we do follow the normal protocols that we would if we were face-to-face. But I do think that we probably can do a better job in working with our administrators and making sure that they're abreast of the protocols to handle those situations virtually. So I appreciate bringing the question up, and I'll work with the benefits staff to ensure that our administrators know the resources that are available to assist them if they have an employee in crisis virtually.
And does that still apply for in-person? I mean, because it's like a different world. So I guess the flip side or a more detailed example would be like if we have a teacher or staff member who's in crisis, per se, in a building, do we have other staff that can step in and, take over a classroom or take over cleaning or whatever, and also it would be nice to maybe see something like that in I think the communicator is what goes out to everybody for staff-wise, because during a pandemic, I think one of the issues that we all face from time to time is we can hear things and read things clearly, but it gets lost somewhere in the jumble of just living. So I think it would be nice if we could maybe communicate a little bit more often in various ways. I just haven't seen anything, and I was really concerned about that for people because, I mean, I've had days where you start your day and you think you're fine, and then a news article comes on, or you see something, or you hear something, and it completely throws off everything you intend to do through no fault of your own. So I just want to make sure that we have some things in place and our staff members know what they are at all levels. I appreciate that.
Any further questions? I can't, Ms. Jackson. Then Ms. Ralston.
I've really appreciated the presentation today. I also appreciated the board members touching on, just the mental health of all, from students to staff. Relating to staff, it's hard to help others if you don't help yourself. I want to touch on, I guess, what Ms. Jessie and Dr. Lateef were talking about. Dr. Lateef in reference to the suicidal ideations, and Ms. Jessie in reference to parents and resources for them. As a former teacher and a former social worker, we're usually the ones that are the point of contact when a student or an adult expresses suicidal ideation. So I'm wondering how this happens virtually when they might not be connecting often with their teachers or as often, or their counselors. And the point of contact then is the parent. So on our website, do we have resources for parents that would help guide them through the steps to take, kind of working off of the survey results? Do we provide, ways to, for mindful, recognition for signs of suicidal ideation or behavior changes, any resources to help with any kind of behavior changes? Is that at all available for parents on our website? Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Ransom, would you like to take that, or Dr. Hill?
Ms. Jackson, thank you for that question. I'll just speak a little bit to the suicidal ideation. I think one of the things that I know we can do a better job of is communicating to parents, maybe on our website and through other communication, what they can do if they're in a situation when they are in a virtual learning environment and the child is at home and the child may be exhibiting some suicidal ideation or thoughts. We've been so used to having the students in school with us and a teacher or parent, contacting the counselor or social worker. I think now in this environment, many of the teachers will alert our counselors and school social workers and school psychologists if they feel that they have a student that is in crisis, and do a warm handoff. It is a little different in a virtual environment in that many times you're right, they're with their parents and they're with their family members, and the parent is likely going to be the first line of, for lack of a better word, triage, if you will. And so thank you for raising that. And that is one of the things that we will do is look at putting communication out there and resources out there for parents so that when they're in that environment during the week or even on the weekends, they know what to do as well when there's not a professional mental health person right there.
And I just, real quick, Ms. Jackson, just wanted to add to Dr. Hill's excellent response. We do have a part of our student services website that says what to do when your student needs assistance. So it's a tab on the student services website. If parents click on when your student needs assistance, they're going to come to a screen that has multiple resource pages ranging from bullying, depression and anxiety, grief and loss, health and wellness, internet safety. We do have a good number of resources out there. And right at the top of the page, we have a link to our recommended suicide hotlines. So I did want to just let everyone know that we do have a resource out there when your student needs assistance. And we will continue, as Dr. Hill said, to make that better in light of that being a main source of communication for so many of our families. We'll definitely keep an eye on it.
Thank you.
Ms. Ralston?
Been partially answered. I was just looking and ask the question, if we have high school students and they have a breakdown, is it more difficult than usual? Because kids normally, small kids are generally very busy when they have these various explosions. What other resources do we have?
Dr. Hill, would you like to talk about our high school supports?
Sure. Yeah, I think it is much more difficult when we are in this virtual environment. I think our high school mental health professionals and teachers and administrators, I think are doing a really good job in reminding students that even though we are many of us are in a virtual learning environment, we are still here for you. This is the phone number where you call and reach someone in the counseling department. This is the student support services email. Maybe if you don't want to alert a parent that you're in distress or that you feel like you're having a break, you can send this email and it's being monitored and they will make sure that you're connected to someone. I think we have to continue to let students know that even though they aren't here, we're still here. We're all in this together and we are available to still provide services. And I think that's one of the things, one of the challenges is that making students aware that even though they're not in the building, the services and the resources are still there. And I think our counselors are working extra hard to do different things to get out in front of students, whether it be through videos or it be through just picking up the phone and doing touch bases with their alpha caseloads to say, hey, I'm here and I know this is challenging. And even though you're not in this building, I'm here with you and I'm here for you to connect you to whatever resources you might need and assist you with whatever you're going through, and you're not in this alone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Mr. Wilk?
Thank you for the presentation. A couple quick questions. I don't want to take too long. I know we've been on this topic for a while. I know this might cross a couple different things. So special needs families, that's a particular group right now, especially those who have opted potentially to keep their kids home for virtual instruction for various reasons with the pandemic. Typically, we used to have a resource center, obviously, when the KLC was open because before the pandemic closed everything down. Do we have anything special in place or any programs implemented to better support special needs families with their children as a result of potentially, mental health issues, behavioral issues, types of things like that as a result of kind of being confined to their homes and stuff, less interaction with the community and such?
So, Mr. Wilk, I'll ask Dr. Roper to join me in responding to that question. We do still have a Parent Resource Center. The wonderful Mrs. Tabor, who runs our Parent Resource Center, is still very actively involved. And as a matter of fact, was attending our SEAC meeting last night. But Dr. Roper, if you'd like to address that just for a moment, please.
Is it open, Ms. Hubner, or do they have to contact her? I'm sorry to interrupt. The Parent Resource...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilk. It's reachable through email. It is not staffed on site.
Okay.
But Ms. Tabor is still actively working.
The phone will transfer to a phone that she has. So we're still reachable in the Parent Resource Center the way that we always have been through email and phone. And our Parent Resource Center, thankfully, is full-time this year now. And so she's available all week long and does wonderful work with our families. Also, we have a lot of social skills and behavioral supports available both for in-person and virtual instruction through our schools, including things like Teach Town Social Skills and many other programs that we regularly make sure that our schools are aware of, that we're happy to provide those resources.
Thank you. My next question falls along the line with BIPs or behavioral intervention plans. Obviously, there's a number of students who have these in place, and I would imagine they still apply in a virtual classroom environment. Are we seeing any increased issues with those? Are we providing kind of different types of support systems now in a virtual environment for students who have behavioral intervention plans, especially, when it comes to being in class virtually all day?
So it's great you bring that up, because just this week at our update meeting, we were talking to our building administrators about how we can still use that process even virtually, and also to use the process to kind of consider the transition between in-person and virtual, and a student might need it in one setting while they might not need it in another. So we just talked through that this week, and we still have the same behavior specialist support staff to provide support with that.
Thank you. My last question has to do with substance abuse. As a result of the virtual environment, have we seen any type of increase in the community with substance abuse, potentially because students may have more access to it because of lack of supervision at home for all-day virtual learning?
So, Mr. Wick, we do partner with our county and our community services. I meet weekly with members from our county task force. And, I think overall, during the pandemic, there are lots of different effects that are happening in our community. We do have future plans to initiate a voluntary survey, a self-report survey that would help us better assess that, how that impacts our students in our buildings, with the intent so that we could form a targeted response and provide support and interventions and lessons at those levels. So I don't have hard data on that. It is something that I could certainly research and get back with you, but we do anticipate that a lot of different challenges are increasing during this pandemic.
Do we anticipate potential more challenges as a result of the cameras being on, especially at the secondary and high school level?
I'm sorry, challenges regarding?
I mean, disciplinary actions. I imagine the code of behavior would still apply, right? Correct? If there's alcohol, substance,
It's a very interesting question, Mr.
paraphernalia.
Wilkin. Yes, the code of behavior is the code of behavior. A violation of the code of behavior can occur both in the virtual setting and in the in-person setting. We have worked with a team of administrators from schools and reviewed the code of behavior prior to the start of the school year, anticipating a virtual environment. And we have found that the code of behavior as is basically applies to the virtual learning environment as well. So we do have some new challenges in the virtual environment, but I will say I will compliment our team at OSMAP and the team in student services for supporting our principals and our school teams and working through that. Our levels have actively been working with our principals in our schools to identify that, and the code of behavior is at this time effective in managing and addressing those behaviors.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that covers everyone. I would like to thank you all for this wonderful presentation. I would like to sort of echo Dr. Schlater's point about, this board has taken it on over the last couple of years, along with Dr. Walt's administration, to increase our social workers, our counseling, and to improve our ratios. I think as we have heard with the questions with folks here and folks at home and our parents, that this is certainly going to become more of an issue, more of a concern. And as we look at budgeting for next year, I'd ask the board members to consider, what we can do to give more resources to our mental health professionals and our counseling departments. And just one quick note, I would ask Ms. Huebner if the Welcome Center could be reachable by phone instead of just email. I don't know if that's possible and if the logistics allow, but I know we're well known for doing a great job for customer service, and I think that might be an idea to consider.
Yes, the Parent Resource Center, I apologize if I misspoke. It is available by phone. The phone does transfer to our staff who are working from home.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, excellent. All right, Dr. Waltz, carry on.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef and members of the board. And I want to thank Ms. Huebner, Ms. Schlater, Dr. Ransom, and Dr. Hill for sharing all of that information tonight. It seems this was requested by some of our board members, and they seem to be pleased with the opportunity to hear from you. So thank you again. In a few minutes, I will be sharing more details on the return to in-person learning. Learning in the buildings for our middle and high school students. I have asked Bill Bixby, Associate Superintendent for Middle Schools, Kathleen Porter-Lucas, Principal of Gainesville Middle School, and Jim Dutrow, Principal of Lake Ridge Middle School, to share efforts being made for the safe return of our middle school students and staff to the school buildings. Thank you, Mr. Bixby. I'll turn it over to you to lead us in.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Good evening, Chairman Lateef and members of the board. We very much appreciate the opportunity to have two of our middle school principals provide an update on our work to support the current instructional model and the work we are engaged in preparing for a safe and effective return to our middle school buildings under the 50-50 model. I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Kathy Porter Lucas, principal of Gainesville Middle School, and Lake Ridge Middle School principal, Mr. Jim Dutrow.
Thank you, Mr. Bigsby. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, school board members, and Dr. Waltz. Thank you for allowing us to speak about the work that we are doing. Next slide, please. We have been meeting weekly as a middle level to ensure consistency, to build on success, and adjust areas of concern with the current model. We are excited because there is more collaboration among colleagues than ever before to meet the needs of our students, staff, and families. Although not every school is implementing every strategy that will be shared tonight, here are some examples of what is occurring across the middle level. Connecting with students. Overall, we've been pleased with our students' attendance, but we are continuing to find creative ways to engage students and to increase their participation in synchronous lessons. We have built in advisory time in the daily schedule, and many schools use that time to help students with technology, to help them stay organized and engage in team building activities and mentoring programs. Our counselors continue to connect through individual and small group counseling sessions, guidance lessons, and we are using the results of the Prince William Family Needs Assessment to address mental health concerns. Schools are offering virtual clubs and fun activities to help students get connected with their peers. We are also connecting with our families by having town hall meetings, conducting surveys, encouraging participation in school advisory council, and keeping parents informed through emails, phone calls, text messages, and social media. Several schools have Canvas pages for parents and are providing technology resources to further connect with the school. We continue to support our in-person and virtual staff by providing ongoing professional learning opportunities and sharing best practices for teaching and learning in order to reach all students. We check on our hardworking staff by making phone calls, sending cards and messages, and many PTOs are sponsoring events to show their appreciation. At the heart of our work is to ensure quality instruction and to provide meaningful feedback to our students. So our collaborative learning teams meet regularly to plan engaging lessons, review data, and are focusing on having a strong instructional core. Remediation and retake opportunities are provided for all students, and we provide feedback to teachers through observations as we adjust the workload for our students. We meet regularly to discuss how to best support students and continue to set up parent-teacher conferences, intervention meetings, 504 and IEP meetings over Zoom to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all of our students. We had a very smooth transition to the virtual setting, better than most expected, and we are making plans to ensure that we have a similar experience as we transition to the concurrent teaching hybrid model. Mr. Jim Dutrow will now share those plans. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef, members of the school board, and Dr. Waltz. Ms. Porter Lucas addressed our weekly level meetings, and in collaboration with those meetings, we have also established a middle level task force with 7 principals to prepare for logistics for our return to school buildings. As middle school principals, we are more unified now than ever. Schools have purchased cameras and microphones, as you can see in the picture that I was using, to test out how concurrent teaching will work for the hybrid model, with teachers able to come into our buildings to practice teaching using this brand new technology. As schools, we've purchased signage and blue tape to ensure social distancing, including one-way hallways and stairwells where necessary. We're setting up classrooms to allow for social distancing and maximize efficiency with our new cleaning protocols. We're coordinating with our school nurses to prepare for isolation room protocols and school health plans on a much grander scale than we are currently using with the limited amount of students in the building. We've purchased PPE and cleaning supplies for teachers and classrooms, coordinated with our custodial staff to ensure proper staffing during school day, and cleaning protocols for both day and night shifts. We're planning for both phase 2 and phase 3 possibilities for encore, physical education, related arts, and lunch. We have professional learning opportunities for concurrent teaching and learning during our November asynchronous days and professional learning days. Teachers and administrators are attending conferences like the BMSA Featured Speaker Hours and the VASCD Virtual Conference and presenting to staff in professional developments. One of the featured speakers at VASCD is our own Hamish Brewer, principal of Fredland Middle School. We're planning for schedules and transitions for lunch and classes and collaborating with schools with similar floor plans. We're working with our directors of counseling to schedule virtual only and hybrid classes using updated data from the Return to Learn survey for second quarter, knowing that this data will likely be adjusted for our third quarter. And we're coordinating with bookkeepers to prepare for any potential staffing and budgetary challenges at the middle level. We communicate regularly with our staff through faculty meetings, emails, and FAQs, and we're communicating with our school community with updated information weekly through newsletters, emails, auto dialers, our websites, and social media. Thank you again for the opportunity to present to the board all of the hard work that our middle level administrators, teachers, and staff are putting forth to ensure a smooth transition to the concurrent hybrid teaching model. I can promise you, our teachers, administrators, school staff, and central office staff have never worked harder than we are right now. Thank you.
Would you like us to ask questions at this point, Dr. Waltz, of the middle school folks?
It's completely up to you, but it's fine, just like we did with the last round, since they're here, and that way, once they're done, they're going to be up early in the morning, so
sure,
that might be a good idea.
Not a bad idea. So do I have any takers for questions from this presentation? I'll start with, who wants to go first? Ms. Wall.
Thank you for giving us some window of insight into what's going on at the middle school level. It sounds like middle school is ready to go. I mean, it sounds like you got your everything's, your ducks in a row, I should say, ducks in a row. My question then is, with all those different aspects that require a lot of work for getting ready, such as decisions for Tier 1 teachers, busing schedules, the schedules of students into houses, instructional curriculum, instructional training, et cetera, which I know all of those pieces are moving pieces, and things are there's progress on every level, and every week more progress is made. But considering all of that, how would you gauge middle school's readiness to open the buildings? Let's say our metrics were great. Would you be able to move forward? It sounds like it, but I'm just wondered if I could get kind of an honest, assessment of that.
Ms. Wall, thank you for your question. I'm going to ask Ms. Porter Lucas and Mr. Dutrow to give you their assessment. They're both very involved in our task force, and let them tell you how they individually feel as principals.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you. I feel confident in our ability to be prepared for our students. We've been working collaboratively. Like I said before, we meet weekly, and there are a lot of moving pieces, but we are getting the work done. It truly takes a team, and I do feel confident that whenever we are back in the building fully, we will be ready.
Okay, awesome.
I agree with Ms. Porter Lucas. We have been working on this as a middle level, as a task force, and when we are called upon to come into the buildings, we will be prepared, and our staffs will be prepared.
So thank you both, and I want to also share with the board and thank you for inviting me to multiple task force meetings. We had, I wouldn't call it an emergency meeting, but Mr. Bixby was willing to have the task force, which I think you have seven or eight principals on that work task force. Is that correct? Yes. And so Mr. Bixby, since it appeared on the agenda to have the actual dates tonight, he was kind enough to pull all the principals together. So we had a very thorough conversation about the way to phase in and possible dates and so forth, which I'll be sharing with you in a little bit. I don't know, Mr. Bixby, if you have anything else you want to add.
Dr. Waltz, thank you. We've just tried to take a very step-by-step approach. We're only 7 weeks into our current instructional model. The reason why we spoke a little bit about that is we want to make sure that that model continues to be successful while we start to gear up for the new model. So we try to do everything in a very sequential way so that we can try to be as effective in the next phase as we have been so far. Thank you.
Hi, Philly Jesse.
Miss Jessie, Miss Williams is next, and then we'll go to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Wall has one more question, then Williams, and then Jessie.
So I was wondering, from the middle school perspective, if, preparing for the eventual return, if it would be advantageous to return a grade like grade 6 ahead of time, maybe a few weeks ahead of time of the 7th and 8th graders, if that would be an advantage, or if, if you feel like it doesn't really make a difference and you could handle 6 through 8 all at once. What are your thoughts regarding that phasing in of students at the middle school level? Maybe I'm ahead of myself. I might be ahead of myself.
A little bit, but that's okay. I'll just respond by saying that was one of the major questions that I asked the middle school principals and that we thoroughly discussed. So when I present that in a few minutes or whenever we get to that, it is what I'm going to be presenting is the consensus of the majority, if not all, of the middle school principals, and then I did the same thing with the high school principals. So I will be addressing that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Great. Miss Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bixby, and all of our middle school principals and staff. I know that they are watching it, and the ones who are not there in person. So I thought I heard you said that the middle school staff is going through more professional development in late November. Was that correct? There was something about mention of professional development in November.
Mr. Dutrow, Ms. Williams was referring to early November, the week of the election. We have time that week in our schedule for teachers to be involved in specific professional learning to support the transition to the in-building instruction. That's what he was referring to. He also referred to ongoing professional development opportunities that are available at the regional and national level.
Thank you, Mr. Bixby. I appreciate that because I know there's so much new professional developments that our teaching staff is having to do. I was just concerned about the timing of it after they've after they've just learned how to teach virtually in a brand new learning management program, and now having to do the double duty of teaching virtually and live in person. Are we expected in that training, in that professional development training, like have we done run-throughs per se, like mock run-throughs with staff so that because I recognize that there's one thing to have a plan on paper, but it's also something different entirely and I'm not suggesting we bring in all the teachers and do a run-through, but what I am asking is, like, have we done something or do we anticipate on doing that? Because I'm very concerned about staff having to learn how to teach students in front of them, students on Zoom, maintaining equipment, having to be responsible for cleaning all high-touch services in between students coming in and out of their classroom, as well as probably additional responsibilities like maybe monitoring for lunch or hallway duty or bus duty and all of those things, and then actually being able to maintain that, like, I think it's a 10-minute in-between class time period that they have. And I'm just really concerned about our teachers burning out or not having enough time to do that. And I'm not saying that that's an oversight or anything negative from the staff perspective, but I mean, they're kids. So I think it's a lot for a teacher. And I'm just wondering if we had any like physical run through of that.
Ms. Williams, I appreciate you recognizing the real complexity of this across schools. And that is what we're beginning to look at and think through, keeping in mind we just received our numbers about a week ago. So we are looking to model what that would look like as far as maximizing physical distance in the classroom and determining the best way of movement in the hallways and what physical education and encore classes would look like. Mr. Dutrow showed a picture of Mr. Dutrow. That just wasn't for him to look good on TV. That picture was to show him with the camera and the headset. So we have purchased a handful of them at the middle school level, and we're starting to model them and learn from them before the devices arrive in the school division so that we can anticipate challenges and scale up as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Bixby. I appreciate that because I think it's important for parents and our staff members to know that we're thinking about this as a board. I think it's also important information for our parents to be aware of the additional amount of workload that is willingly being done by our staff members and how complex this is. Because, I've heard comments to the extent of, well, we should just bring in XYZ grade when you're talking about middle and high school. And I try to remind them that, the busing schedule is complex, the teaching schedule is complex. A particular student's schedule could be complex because they could be taking 6th and 7th grade classes, plus encore, plus this, plus that. So that adds a multitude of layers on whatever their experience is that we also have to accommodate and think about too. So I appreciate the amount of thought and effort that is going into bringing our students in as fast as we can physically allow, provided we have equipment and training and everything else done. So thank you.
And Mrs. Williams, if I may, we're speaking specifically about the middle level, but the things that we've been sharing, my colleagues at the high school level and the elementary school are doing similar things. We're just speaking this evening specifically from our middle school experience.
Thank you, Mr. Bixby. And I appreciate that because I know we have specialty programs and things at middle and high. So I just appreciate that.
Ms. Jessie?
First of all, I want to thank Dr. Waltz for bringing in the principals because you're the guys on the ground. And so I know he's going to give the plan. So are you saying, Dr. Waltz and the middle school principals, that the plan that you presented tonight with the dates is not just the superintendent's plan, but is the middle school principal's plan and not just the two or three of you? Are you saying that?
Absolutely, along with the input of many, many teachers and other employees through these visits. But yes, it is. That's why I wanted to hear from all of them. And I think, they're welcome to speak. But what I said to them essentially was, tell me your honest opinion. Speak freely. Don't say what you think I want to hear. But you need to be, realistic. And it was a pretty lengthy meeting we had, and they gave me a lot of time and a lot of great feedback.
I appreciate that. In the bus schedule, I don't know if it's different. I know we have a bus situation. When I was principal at Vaughn, the middle school buses were shared with the elementary buses. So I had to wait for the middle school buses. And did that factor in, or does that really factor in as you get? So was that a rationale? Because I know you're going to share your plan later for the 5th and 6th graders. Was that a factor that you considered, and the fact that 6th graders have not been in middle school and that they need that experience? Was that a factor?
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Miss Jessie. So part of what the complexity of this, which is why at the last meeting I said, we've got to make a decision on holding to what we're doing in the third quarter, that last meeting. And I said that like 3 times because the bus schedule is one of the most complicated. It's complicated, as you well know, being a former principal in a normal time. But with this shortage, and then the fact that the bus that would normally carry 73 people, even with social distancing of 3 to 6 feet, we can only put I think it's with 6 feet, it's 11 kids on a bus, and we're mitigating that down and putting a few more. If Mr. Shiroki, I think he could give us pretty much the exact number right quick.
Yes, Dr. Waltz, it varies based upon the fact that the driver has their own children sitting directly behind them, but it's on average about 22 students per bus. Siblings obviously can sit together, persons that live in the same household, which will give some efficiencies, but we are one per seat.
So you're going to be looking at double runs at the middle school level at some point as the density increases, we're going to be looking at double runs down.
Yes,
I know he's going to give you a report, but
yes,
I'm
this
just
is
thinking.
why it was so important to lock in the dates at the last meeting, because this will, once we start bringing in the secondary, that's going to change the whole scheduling for middle and high school, and especially high school. Their start times will change, and then depending upon whether or not we have double bus runs, there are going to be other impacts across the school division. So it's going to have a huge impact on scheduling. And again, to do the 6 feet, we would only be able to get about 11 kids on. As Mr. Shiroki mentioned, we're putting 22 on. So every child is going to be required to wear a face covering, because that's the mitigation that's going to be required in order to put 22 kids on a bus, and they will be less than 6 feet apart.
What happens if, Mr. Shiroki, what happens if you get to a bus stop, there's this middle school kid who refuses to put a mask on? Is he allowed to get on the bus? Do you leave him? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So holistically, in pupil transportation, we cannot deny a child to get on a bus. We cannot leave a child unsupervised to where either they're wandering in the community or they cannot get back into their home because their parents have already gone to work. So what we have trained our drivers to do is to, first of all, if they are kindergarten or pre-K, there's going to be a parent at the stop, and we'll be able to have a direct conversation with the guardian. Yeah. But if they are not, we're going to offer them a mask first. We have those supplied on our buses, and we have begun using them already with the small population that's in our schools today. And it has been successful. But if the child does refuse, we do have to accept that child. And we've asked our drivers to try to distance that child if availability space allows it on the bus. But if not, they need to sit in their seat. Obviously we have air conditioning on our buses. We have our buses ventilated, the front and rear windows. But as soon as we get to the school, just as we would do, there's always an administrator or an adult on the bus loop, and we will communicate that to the school so that they can work with the child and the parent, because the same child who gets on our bus and doesn't have a mask is going to be going into the school without a mask, and they're going to need it at some point during the course of that school day. So the school's going to have to address it, but we want them to be able to have that conversation.
My final question is one, I use this term duration and density. The duration of exposure is an all-day thing with teachers and principals. You guys are everywhere. I think if you get the virus, you're not going to know where you got it because you're all over the building. But when I look at this whole idea of density at the middle school, what's the average size? Lake Ridge Middle, how many students do you have?
1,487.
How many?
1,487 total students.
Yeah, so I think that in this planning for middle and high, in my mind, it would take, and I'm not the planner, so it would just take a lot more planning, because you've got to think about movement, where at elementary, you're in a classroom, you stay in that classroom most of the day, you got kids moving in the hallway, and you got more kids moving. And you're trying, were those factors also that you guys had to really consider when you came up with your plan?
Yes, we are working on those factors, and we're also, as I said earlier, are meeting as principals with similar floor plans so that we can work together to come up with strategies for moving our students through the hallways, into lunch, all across our buildings.
Well, I congratulate all of you, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. And I only have one piece of advice, and that is take care of your teachers. Because I don't care what people say, they really are afraid. They really are. So thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you do.
Mr. Wilk?
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Good questions. Following up from that, and first of all, thank you, Mr. Bigsby, and thank you to our principals who are here tonight. You guys are the actual practitioners, the ones who are administering your buildings. So I appreciate your insight and firsthand knowledge regarding this. So last week, just for clarification, so last session when I asked the superintendent a question, just to clarify, it wasn't that our middle school principals can't or will not support sending phased-in approach to their students when we want to move into a hybrid plan. But the general consensus that Dr. Waltz told us amongst the middle school principals was to wait till after the holiday or second semester. Would any of you like to share some of your concerns and the reasons why you think that is the best approach from your standpoint? And Dr. Waltz, I just want to make sure I characterized what you said correctly, right? Because I know some people in the community took it out and said our principals are not ready and stuff like that. I just want to make sure I stated it the way you did.
Yes.
Okay. Mr.
So you're
Bixby?
asking for what concerns that we have going forward?
Yeah, the reasons why the general consensus from the middle school principals was to wait till after the holiday or quote unquote second semester.
Sure. I think some of it is the training for our staffs. As we said, we are just now getting some of this technology that we will be using for the concurrent hybrid teaching model and allowing our staffs to have an opportunity to train in that fashion for the concurrent model. And we are still working through all of the health metrics, working through, our teachers are just now trying to get into their stride with Canvas and the virtual only platforms. And so I think giving our staff a little bit more time to get ready for that concurrent model would be best.
And if one of you could also speak about the process of the principal's direct conversation with those that need mitigation in Tier 1 and Tier 2, because I remember one principal in particular two principals had a very disproportionate number of Tier 1 employees. So I don't know, maybe since Mr. Dutrow did the last, Ms. Porter Lucas, would you mind speaking to that again, representing your colleagues?
Sure, Dr. Waltz. So when we had that conversation, and we appreciated you allowing us to share our honest feedback, there were principals concerned about the number of teachers that they had as Tier 1 teachers and how to make it work to ensure that our students still get that quality instruction while the teachers are virtual only and the students may be in the building. So this allows us an opportunity to work through, like you said, the mitigation with the Tier 1, the Tier 2 teachers. This allows us to get the additional technology in place, like Mr. Dutrow just said, making sure that our teachers are fully prepared. So it does allow us that extra time to really make sure that we are providing that quality instruction and that quality, positive, engaging learning environment that we expect from all of our teachers for our students.
Thank you. I think it's real important for the public to see directly from middle school principals the challenges that they're facing. So I think this was very helpful. So thank you, both of you, and thank you, Mr. Bigsby.
Ms. Zargarpur.
Good evening. Thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple questions about what concurrent instruction may look like. I know it's going to be new for everybody, and I wondered if you had any thoughts on it already. Teachers, as you know, like to future trip. They want to plan. They're big planners. What have you been looking at so far? What do you think the classrooms might be looking like? Are the online students going to be able to hear the teacher if they're away from the computer? Will there be a mic for the general space so everyone in the space can hear? All that stuff.
Ms. Zargarpur, thank you. So I do want to reference again what was said earlier, that we had some outstanding professional learning last week where there were sessions that focused on concurrent instruction. The fact is, with the exception of a few special education classes that are ongoing right now, among the over 1,000 kids we have in our schools, we don't have a lot of experience with the concurrent instruction. And that's why we need this time to figure it out, get people comfortable with it. We really are, with the exception of a few handfuls of educators, we don't have a lot of experience in this. And that's what we're going to focus on for the next several weeks. So that would be the honest answer for you. We don't know yet.
No, that's great. Actually, you can actually help in this because you all are on the virtual end of this meeting, which is basically a concurrent setup, sort of. We lost most of our audience, but you guys could let us know, can you see, can you hear, is it clear from a virtual side? And those of us, I don't know, we don't actually have to run anything, but that would be one perspective you could already use for some input. I'm also going to highly recommend that teachers are involved in every step of this process because teachers are the ones who've got to do this work. They're the ones who have to be comfortable with it. And, it is scary to think of having to learn yet another thing in such a short amount of time. Those are just some added comments, but some things to think about.
So to that, I would like to pivot to Rita just to address that last concern, Ms. Sagapur. Ms. Goss, Associate Superintendent, Student Learning. You're on mute, Rita. You're on mute, Ms. Goss.
Good evening. Absolutely. So as we have been pushing out the professional development sessions, those sessions are targeted mostly to teachers, but of course leaders can take part of those as well. And we have some that are just for leaders around really supporting the instructional model, the virtual as well as the hybrid. As we move forward, our professional educators are invited to a number of types of professional learning that Dr. Waltz listed off earlier. And those sessions are taking place all across the division in a variety of formats. Teachers are the main focus. Part of that professional development involves sessions where teachers are able to ask questions and provide input, especially as our different levels begin to experiment and try out those cameras and headsets. We will be making adaptations and modifications. Part of the scheduling work that we've been doing with the division level task force that includes the members from Mr. Bixby's middle school task force as well as the other levels also involves teachers, and those teachers are giving input around the scheduling piece. We are not expecting for teachers to be on camera for 6.5 hours with students. And we are adapting the schedules as we speak so that those are reasonable and feasible for teachers to provide some of that live face-to-face instruction and interaction with students. So your feedback is well received, and it's being really put in place as we speak. We are making teachers front and center. They are the ultimate implementers in all of this, and we are providing a number of formats for them to not only get the professional learning, but also give ongoing feedback so that we can continue to modify and make adjustments, not just for the hybrid simultaneous concurrent learning, but also for the virtual as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the thoughtfulness. And as we move forward, we just need to keep learning as we go on this concurrent model. As most of us keep talking about, it's new for K-12 education. So we're gonna be experiencing a whole lot of new things this year.
Ms. Jackson.
All right. I just wanted to say thank you to the principals. Hi, Ms. Porter Lucas. It's good to see you for coming tonight. I know you guys get up early in the morning, so I'll be really quick with my question because a lot of my other questions were already addressed. I saw that there are like the headphones and the cameras have been purchased ahead of time for staff to try out. Are all schools able to use this to practice, or just a select number of schools? Or that's my own question.
That would be a site-based decision as principals that wanted to do that. And I know that there are a lot of principals who have purchased them ahead of time so that we could have this practice time.
And we just got some additional monies, as you're well aware, that we have ordered more of that. So part of it is the availability at this point in time. But because all the buildings are open, as long as staff members follow protocols, they can get in. And as I mentioned in the last meeting, we have some that are actually preferred to be in and do their virtual teaching. I will pivot to AJ Phillips, our Director of Technology. If you wouldn't mind just giving us a very brief update on where we are with the purchase of those, because again, I know that many of these things we only had the authorization to spend within the last couple of weeks. Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Yes, so we have ordered over 8,000 cameras and headsets. They will be on site to each school before November 10th. And we have purchased some for schools to try. And I know schools have contacted me, principals, and asked, hey, what are the headsets? Can you give me what they are? I know, for example, at Patriot, Mr. Bishop has set up a classroom that any teacher, any principal can come and look at. In fact, Manassas Park schools came and looked at our setup over there to see if they could mirror it at their school. And so we anticipate all the 8,000 to be in place by November 10th. In fact, I anticipate some to start being delivered at the next week. And then we also ordered additional cameras and headsets just recently with the additional funding. I ordered an additional 2,000 of those. So we should be all set and ready to go. And then, like I said, like Mr. Dutrow, I know some principals asked me what we were ordering so they could order some. Our supply and demand is very difficult, right? As you guys know, through this whole pandemic. So it's easier for a principal to order just a couple of them compared to the 8,000 that I'm trying to order for an entire division.
Anything else, Ms. Jackson?
Nope, that was great.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. I have a quick couple questions here since we're here. Many folks have written to me about piloting a program and maybe getting a middle school or a high school open to pilot the principals that are ready, the ones that feel like they can go. Is that been talked about? Is that a possibility?
Well, I can only say that, yes, it has been talked about. And again, this might be something for the next meeting in closed session. I would defer to Ms. McGowan, but part of the concern has to do with FAPE or certain kids getting this opportunity while others would not. And then, of course, there's all the implications for busing, scheduling, and so forth.
So that's a great, so I think we should, that's a good point. We should put it on for FAPE because I understand Fairfax is piloting some schools. And then secondly, regarding FAPE, I mean, if we're theoretically telling people they can go virtual for 50, all year, a group can go virtual and then a group can go 50-50 hybrid. Theoretically, we have to be abiding by FAPE if we're doing that anyways. So why would the pilot make that any different? But that would be a legal question. And I think we should do that. But I don't see how that would be an issue. But from the middle school standpoint, I know we're doing attendance only by turning in an assignment, but can you comment on attendance in the virtual programs for synchronous lessons, asynchronous lessons? How are we doing on that?
So I will say at Lake Ridge Middle School, our attendance has been very strong, mostly with the synchronous because we haven't needed as much asynchronous because synchronous learning has been so gone over so well. 2 weeks ago, we had 98.94% attendance for the week. And I even went back to see if, because I know with our attendance, if you attend one class period, it counts for a daily attendance. We went back and looked a period by period, and we're also just under 99% attendance rate for our students in synchronous lessons.
And we are seeing the same trend at Gainesville, 98% attendance for synchronous.
Okay, and then I've received a number of emails and concerns about parents whose students feel like they're being left behind virtually, and there's a lot of Fs coming home. What are we addressing that?
Dr. Lateef, I've brought that up in our meetings to remind our principals, and we have a special focus on that. I don't have any data to give you right now. We have focused on purposeful engagement, which is a measure of the attendance, but we are sensitive to the grades, and we are monitoring that as we get through the first quarter. So that is a target area that's of high importance. We share your concern there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, everybody, for your being patient with all of our questions and for being here tonight. So from what I am hearing with the cameras being purchased and rooms being set up and opportunities to practice and all of these other problems being solved, it looks like would it be fair to say that by January you got, if you had November, December, you would be ready to go for January, if we could get schools open by then? Is that what we're looking at?
Well, I'll be giving you the timeline shortly.
All right. And my second
Because
question.
the thing is, Ms. Wall, it goes way beyond setting up the classrooms and practicing with the technology, although that's certainly a huge piece of it.
Sure.
It has to do with scheduling. It has to do with a variety of things that are outside of the classroom as well.
Right. So we're in October. We have November, December. We're looking at, 3 months. So that is understood. I also had a question about what the numbers are showing. I know we had that Return to Learn survey where we had a lot of movement with more students opting for virtual than initially indicating that they wanted to stay virtual. So one of the concerns that we hear from teachers on occasion is the 3-foot distance versus 6-foot distance. And I wondered if we could have somebody maybe address, have there been discussions at the middle school level for the numbers and how they influence our ability to meet that mitigation measure of trying to keep individuals at 6 feet apart, and understanding that the 6-foot distances if individuals were to actually take off their masks, understanding that most likely everybody will probably keep their masks on, but are we what kind of progress are we making in being able to meet that 6-foot ideal based on our numbers?
So Ms. Wall, thank you. If I understand your question, you're asking about what would that 6-foot mitigation look like when we return to school based upon the most recent parent requests for virtual or in person, correct?
Yes, that's correct, because I know there's been a shift toward virtual. So in many of our schools, we have a very pretty small number of students. If you take 40% want to come back, and then you divide it in half, you're looking at 20% capacity at any given time in the building. So one of my question is, looks like we're going to be much more likely to meet that 6-foot distance.
Yes, that is definitely true. As we look across all the schools and all those kids, there may be exceptions, but the data shows us exactly what you said in most classrooms, in the great majority of classrooms. And Mr. Dutrow and Ms. Porter Lucas can speak to their schools, but you are correct.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, if you want to, I don't know if you want to speak to your specific schools or not, but.
Yeah, that's fine. I would just like to just reemphasize Mr. Bixby saying that there will be exceptions to that, but yes, please feel.
Yes, with our data, we went from about 39.7% virtual only to 63.5% the last time I looked, which does give us a much greater capacity to have 6-foot social distancing in the majority of our classrooms. But again, those numbers may change if there's an additional survey for the third quarter. So it's kind of a moving target.
And we had an increase at Gainesville from 30% to 51% virtual only. So again, it does help with the 6 feet. However, we have additional challenges with only 51%, where another school might be higher with their virtual only.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ms. Williams?
I just want to be clear, we're not asking for students to remove masks if they're magically at 6 feet apart, because I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, because the way that the question was phrased, I didn't misinterpret it, but I'm sure somebody will get to a school and be like, oh, I'm 6.5 feet away from someone, I want to take my mask off, and I know that that's not the goal, so I just want to make sure that, can't say that enough.
Okay, Dr. Waltz, carry on.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef, members of the board. Thank you so much, Mr. Bixby, Ms. Porter Lucas, and Mr. Dutrow. We really appreciate your valuable time here on a school night. And I just, Mr. Bixby, this was his idea, and I thought it was a great idea to let you be able to hear directly from principals who are part of that work group. So again, our thanks to each of you. As we prepare for our youngest students to return to the school buildings, I would like everyone to know that every kindergarten teacher who does not already have an assistant will have an additional staff member in the classroom to help manage and work with our students during the first 8 days. Furthermore, tonight, the division on your consent agenda, you hired 2 nurses. We will also be adding staff. We will be hiring 5 additional health aides, and they will report directly to Ms. Teresa Polk, Supervisor of Student Health Services, to be used at her discretion as needed in any school across the district where we might have a specific need or a spike or a spread. Now I would like to reintroduce Denise Hebner, Associate Superintendent for Special Education and Student Services, Ms. Teresa Polk, Supervisor of Student Health Services, and Ms. Gina Bellamy, Administrative Coordinator of Student Health Services, who will provide you an update on our health metrics.
Thank you. Good evening again. Since January, under the leadership of Teresa Polk, our team in Student Health Services has been at the forefront of the division's response to this global health crisis. We've been fortunate to have Ms. Polk along with Ms. Bellamy as our on-site experts. Their longstanding relationship with our health district has been an integral part of our operations and continues to be critical to moving forward. So I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Polk and Ms. Bellamy, and they'll share some information about our community health metrics. Ms. Polk?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Hebner. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz. This evening, Mrs. Bellamy and I will present a brief summary of the health services update. Next slide, please. In September of this year, the Virginia Department of Health released the new pandemic dashboard, which includes CDC school metrics. Next slide, please. This slide shows the CDC core indicators for our locality, Prince William. And this is a comparison from the week of October 7th to the week of October 21st. This shows the total number of cases per 100,000 within the last 14 days and the percentage of PCR tests that are positive during the last 14 days. Next slide, please. This slide focuses on the CDC indicators and thresholds for the risk of transmission based upon the CDC core indicators for Prince William. We are currently in the moderate to high risk of transmission. And this information was shared at the October 7th school board meeting. And as of this week, the risk of transmission remains the same as shown on this chart. Next slide, please. This slide shows the CDC secondary indicators for Prince William and the northern region, which we are part of. This shows the percent of change during the last 7 days compared with the previous 7 days. We have gone from lowest to lower risk. And it's a little bit hard to see exactly that number there, but this is just shown so that you can see that there has been a change. Next slide, please. The Virginia Department of Health also shows the weekly burden and transmission extent by region. Again, we are in the northern region, so the burden and transmission for our region the week of October the 3rd was low burden and low community transmission. As of this week, as of the week of October 17, the burden is now moderate and the trend is moderate community transmission. And these are used to assess the incidence and spread in the surrounding community. Next slide, please. Virginia Department of Education and Virginia Department of Health provide guidance that schools may consider for decision-making in phase 2. In schools with moderate or higher risk of transmission, specific learners should be prioritized for limited in-person instruction, including willing students with disabilities, English learners, and pre-K through 3rd grade students. And as you can see, we have that highlighted because that is where we are currently in the moderate to high risk range. Next slide, please. This slide shows the considerations from the phase guidance previously shown based upon the transmission risk. Again, we are in the moderate to high range for transmission. I will now turn the presentation over to Mrs. Bellamy.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Polk. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, board members, and Dr. Waltz. I will address how Student Health Services implements and/or oversees these mitigation strategies. While all of these strategies are important, school nurses are actively involved in supporting staff members and students in properly wearing the face covering and face masks in accordance with Prince William County School Regulation 275-2. School nurses are also available to provide instruction and support to staff members putting on and taking off their PPE properly. School nurses are on the front lines initiating contact tracing in collaboration with the Prince William Health District. Prince William County Schools has designed an internal notification and alert system. The school nurse collects the initial student data, shares this information with the Prince William Health District to assist the district in implementing their contact tracing protocols. Historically, school nurses have always been invited into the classroom at the elementary schools to teach proper hand washing, which is more important now than ever, along with other basic hygiene lessons. We remain available to assist educators in any way we can. School nurses work collaboratively with facilities management, school administration to help with cleaning, disinfecting, and helping remind students of the importance of proper social distancing. Next slide, please. Student Health Services works collaboratively with departments within Prince William County Schools, such as risk management, human resources, and facilities management. We also collaborate with agencies outside of the school system as well. Next slide, please. Okay, now this slide depicts one of several algorithms we use when the school nurse learns of a student's positive COVID-19 status, or if a student has been exposed to a positive COVID-19 individual. Each algorithm is based on the circumstances. The information given to parents is scripted to ensure consistency and adherence to the current standard of practice to align with the Virginia Department of Health and the CDC. Student Health Services provides specific guidance to school administrators so they may best support the students and staff in their building. Thank you. Okay.
This slide shows, and concludes our presentation, but the Student Health Leadership Team is working diligently to ensure the safety of students and staff while we navigate this ever-changing pandemic. I would like to say thank you to Dr. Waltz for the opportunity to present this health plan update, and to the board members, staff, and families who have listened in this evening. This concludes our presentation.
Dr. Waltz, we have some questions on this presentation. Okay, can we go back to the slide on the VDH slide for guidance and VDOE slide? It's this one. Whoever can see. Thank you. I don't know who can answer this, but we are currently not in compliance with these recommendations for moderate to high, because if we were, we would have pre-K through 3 in. So my question is, as we use this, how are you going to use this as we determine our tentative schedule based on health metrics and staffing moving forward? So if we are currently in the moderate to high risk, which we've been in for quite a while, in January, will that affect our bringing in of students?
Well, okay. Yes, that is why we're focused on bringing the first students back in anticipation of this spike that's going on, and concerns that many
There's no spike.
Doctors have raised, and I'm talking about public health doctors, virologists, and epidemiologists about the season coming up, and the fact that if you look at these trends all over, including Virginia, they're going up. But that's why the focus that I presented last week deals with the pre-K to 5, in addition to the students who are already in.
No, so I understand that and that's great. So, but this slide, by the way, if you go to the VDOE website, it is based on the, as you pointed out earlier, the CDC dynamic indicators. And if you click that and you go to the page on the CDC dynamic indicators, it very clearly says, if after applying the core indicators described in the table below, the ones you described, a school is at medium, higher, or highest risk of transmission, it does not mean that the school cannot reopen for in-person learning, but that the risk of introduction and subsequent transmission of SARS-2 is higher, and the school could consider alternative learning models, i.e., mix in-person, hybrid learning. And so what I want to know tonight is, if we remain where we are, and by the way, 200,000 schools across 200,000 students across 47 states are open and in higher risk categories in in-person modeling. And so there's actual real data out there rather than modeling data anymore. We have real data on schools that are out, and I can share the dashboards with you there, where there is incredible success with having students return. If we are in the same moderate to high risk in January, what will we do based on the tentative schedule you put out last night?
We would have to revisit the plan, just as the board has mentioned at previous meetings when board members said things like, will we continue to talk about this? Will you advise us if you think we're not moving correctly? So, it will depend a lot on what happens, and it's hard to predict. It's sort of like it's very difficult to predict the snow days today.
No, yeah, of course, I understand, but we've remained sort of in that moderate to high risk category for a while, and let's assume we're there January 7th. I mean, I think we need to commit to the public at some point what we're going to do with this chart, because this chart overreads the CDC recommendations. We can actually go in at the highest risk level provided we can mitigate. I'm hearing that, principals couldn't get, didn't feel comfortable with our ability to mitigate, which is why we're not going in yet. And that clearly is the core indicator, primary core indicator is our ability to mitigate will determine whether we should go in. So you can go in as long as you can mitigate even at the highest risk levels, and that's what the CDC recommends. So currently we're not even complying with this chart when we say this chart is what we should be guiding. We're not in with kindergarten, we haven't gone in yet, and we don't even have a plan to get 2 and 3 in the fall. So that's my concern. So on one hand, we're using the chart, and on the other hand, we're not using the chart. And so I really need clarity on this.
Well, the chart is one consideration.
Sure.
And we spent almost 6 hours at the last meeting talking about all the other considerations. So I agree with you to the point that it is one consideration.
Okay, so it is only one consideration. So I think it is critical for the public to know that, and to know that we are not going to base it just on this chart, because this chart really should be based on the actual CDC guidelines, and I think it goes a little bit in a different direction. And we have to base it on what Prince William County's numbers are looking like, what the World Health Organization says, what the American Academy of Pediatrics says about our desire to get students in for learning, and that has to be priority as well. I think, as we look at, what our sort of epidemiologists are also saying, they're saying, it is important to get in because of mental health as well. It's important to get in as well for just general learning for our students. And so I have real concerns on this. And to me, this is really the crux, because no matter what we do tonight, whatever we decide on tonight, ultimately we're going to be making decisions, as you point out, Dr. Waltz, in a flexible and adaptive way based on the metrics. And I think we haven't had a discussion on which metrics, how we're going to use them, what will determine them. And my frustration has been that pre-K through 3 should be in today on these metrics, provided we can mitigate. And I've heard, that I think we can, but at least by December we certainly can. And so I'm very worried about how we're going to move forward in making these decisions. That really concerns me. It concerns the public. It concerns the public who call me all the time. I mean, we really have to have this, clarified. And I know last time you didn't want us to leave until we knew what we were going to do with the schedule. I don't want to leave tonight until we know what we're going to do with the health metrics and how you all are going to look at them, and to what extent, one thing is going to matter more than the other.
I can only say in response that this is one consideration. And again, I mean, I don't know how many hours you want to spend, but we went through many, many other considerations, which I can certainly go down that path again tonight if you would like.
So that's a really good point, and I'm glad you said that, because you're not going to come to us in January and tell us we're in the moderate to risk range, so we can't go in, because that's only one metric. Because the next metric is going to be how well we can mitigate, which is what you all are working on every single day.
Agreed.
Understood. Okay, great. Mr. Wilk has a question.
Hi, Dr. Walsh. Just a quick follow-up on that. it could be helpful, I think, for the public to have like some type of, I don't want to say like, in a sense, a chart with the considerations. I've seen this on like Fairfax County, like staffing. Where are we at with that potentially? Is it yellow, red, orange, whatever the color code is? I know a big consideration that you brought up, which is a serious consideration, and I wish the media would actually cover this, is that we do not currently have the bandwidth right now and our capacity to actually have a K-12 hybrid model. That's a major consideration, I would imagine, especially because we have to do both in-person and virtual. So if we had some type of way of condensing and having a way of all of our considerations and kind of where we were at, because one of my questions for you was going to be, are we going to be able to keep the public updated on the progress of our bandwidth expansion? I think that would go a long way to kind of see where we're at with all these key areas, including also staffing. Do we have the teachers in place, stuff like that, and all the different factors that you're looking at when it comes to metrics. I think that would be helpful. That's just a recommendation. I'm not ordering anything, but that's just something I think would be helpful.
Ms. Wall.
I thank you for the presentation so far. I agree with Mr. Wilk. That would be helpful. If health metrics are one consideration and staffing is another, bandwidth, technology is a third, instruction is maybe, concurrent instruction, training, professional development is a fourth, and maybe scheduling of buses and student schedules is a fifth. I'm not sure what other, if I've got them all or not.
Child care is another.
What was the child care? Okay, right, child care for
Tier
staff.
1, Tier 2 employees.
And tier, right, that would be staffing. So, right, so there are a number of considerations. But my question is, if we can go back to that that assessment of our health metrics. When I looked at Fairfax, I watched Fairfax County's presentation to their board, and they actually gave themselves a green on their ability to mitigate using the same strategies that we are using. So my question is, why are we not comfortable? Why did we rate that as a light green yellow on our mitigation strategies? Why is that not in the green category? I feel like we have an awesome plan. We have done everything that I can think of, unless there's even more, we have more money we can do more with if there's more that we need to do. Why is that not a green? I feel like it should be a green. We should be able to mitigate to the greatest extent possible. I don't understand why we're not comfortable with that and why we're undervaluing the efforts that we've made to be able to go in safely. Could you please speak to that a little bit?
Well, I'll let Mrs. Pope pull the slide back up, and she's our go-to person on health. I will let her explain the colors, or Ms. Hebner, either one. I'm pretty sure it has to do with the distancing, but if Ms. Hebner or...
Yes. I would prefer to have Mrs. Hebner speak to that, if she would, please. But can we bring that slide back up?
Sure, absolutely. I would be happy to speak to that. In the first set of the core indicators, the part that is being referenced, and I don't see the slide yet, but the top two are our database. They're based on metrics. And the bottom is where we look at our mitigation strategies. And I agree, our team is doing an excellent job of working to ensure that we are able to implement all those mitigation strategies. The moderate is circled. If you'll notice that we are in the green on that slide. I believe it is. Keep going, please. Other direction, please.
Yep.
There you go. That is the slide. So the main strategy, or the main concern, to put this in the yellow category, is the 6 foot of distance. And the fact that, as Mr. Bixby alluded to or talked about, that while we are getting more confident all the time based on our changed enrollment, while we are able to maintain 6 feet of distance, we cannot consistently, or we did not have the ability to ensure that. And in transparency to our parents and to our public, we want parents to know and staff members to know that in some instances, we will not be able to maintain that 6 foot of distance. So that is the main concern, is the 3 foot versus the 6 foot of distance.
I appreciate that explanation. But looking at the way that it's laid out, implemented all 5 strategies correctly but inconsistently, seems like that would be in a more appropriate one if we are just looking at the distancing, where we can't guarantee that we can't guarantee that it's 6 feet at all time, that perhaps we should give ourselves a little more credit and stick that into implement all 5 correctly, but inconsistently on one of them, is what I'm hearing you say. So I just, when I listen to, like I said, the Fairfax County plan is practically identical to ours. They rated themselves in the lowest risk of transmission in this category. I understand we have, maybe some more crowded schools or something like that, but that would be my suggestion, is that we reassess that and we really straightforward about that. Inconsistently with the 6 to 3 feet, I understand. With our new numbers and the ability of schools to really adapt to that, I think that we're selling ourselves short on that. But anyway, that's just my feedback.
Sure, Ms. Wall, we can certainly take that into consideration. And I did want to note that another area that we're getting better at all the time, and we continue to refine our systems. We also noted that some of the burden of the contact tracing. So certainly good feedback and something for us to consider, but just for transparency, those were the reasons that the chart landed the way that it did.
Can I ask a follow-up on the burden of contact tracing? So is that because we are partnering with the health department and they are understaffed to help us with contact tracing, or is that just because we are not sure if we're going to be able to contact trace effectively?
I will say our health district has been extremely collaborative and extremely responsive. We have done an excellent job of forming a partnership and communication. I think that when we look at the return at a 50% model or the more students that come in the building, it's the sheer volume of the work that needs to be done and the assistance in gathering information for case investigation. So again, it's not an impossibility. And, I'll be very honest and admit, I'm new to pandemic. This is my first pandemic, and it's my first time as a pandemic team lead. Yeah. And, so as we do things and as we work through the systems of contact tracing, Ms. Polk and Ms. Bellamy, they're great at this. They've worked on infectious diseases before. They have experience in, helping us through pandemics, but also collaborating with the health department and health district. But just based on the sheer volume of the potential of what may be coming, we're conservative in saying that. I just wanted to note that is a task that requires a lot of manpower and expertise, but we are getting better all the time.
Okay, so that rating of that, follow-up, is more probably just kind of a confidence level, since we haven't really done it and we're not really sure if we'll be able to handle the load of it. That's why we're kind of being conservative and saying, like, maybe we won't be A-okay on this. We might struggle a little bit or be inconsistent with it.
Sure. Ms. Polk, would you like to join in?
Yes, Ms. Wall, I would just like to say, though, while the contact tracing may seem like an easy task to do, it requires a tremendous amount of work. Some of our school nurses did take a contact tracing course that was offered online through Johns Hopkins, but the health district has been very clear. Contact tracing is really their responsibility. So we are going to assist them in that effort. And they have hired, I believe, about 200 individuals just to focus on contact tracing. So it really would be a bit difficult for us to assume that responsibility and continue to do the work that we would need to do. I think it would be a lot more than we might anticipate, but they have been very clear that is their responsibility. They want us to support, and we certainly do plan to support them, but I think it would be a task that we would really not be able to undertake and do our job and continue to do our other jobs well.
So that is great news that they have, staff and capability, and they'll be handling the heavy lift, and then we'll just be assisting them. I think that's really great. I mean, in the beginning of the pandemic, what we were talking about was flattening the curve and like contact tracing and testing and all of these things. We have all of those things in place in our community now. We have money. We have a lot of extra money. I understand the Board of County Supervisors has extra money trying to figure out, where to spend it on. So I know that's something that we can definitely partner with our county counterparts to make sure that we do a good job with the contact tracing. That's, if we remember, that's what our focus was in the beginning of the pandemic, and now we have the capability. So thank you very much for sharing that information with us tonight.
Ms. Wall, if I could interject, I just wanted to be clear in that while the health department does do contact tracing, we are required by the Department of Labor and Industry to actually notify close contacts with employee exposures within 24 hours. So it's not technically contact tracing, but it does take a significant effort but by the administration and the benefits department to actually notify anyone who's been within 6 feet within the past 48 hours of the onset of symptoms within 6 feet for 15 minutes, because that's because of the Virginia infectious disease emergency standard that was passed. So we do have to do it from an employment perspective.
Thank you for adding that. That is something that I didn't think about. Can I ask for a clarification? Is within 6 feet for 15 minutes, is that maskless? Or does mask wearing make a difference in that? Like, let's say I'm in contact with somebody for a half hour, but I have a mask on the entire time, and so do they, and they turn out to have be COVID positive. It doesn't matter, does it? Or
It does not matter.
It does not matter.
Mask or no mask.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just wanted to seek clarification on that. All right. Thank you.
I'm gonna just jump on, and Ms. Williams has a quick question. Mine go along with this. So I would emphasize, I agree with Ms. Wall on this idea that, we should be green at the mitigation level, and if there's anything we need to do as a board or resources or the new monies that are coming in to get that to green, if Dr. Eagle, we need to hire more people to make those phone calls if and when the contact trace or notification of people has to happen, we need to staff up, I think, there. And I think that's where you can certainly make an argument that COVID monies would be useful for saying we're hiring folks to make phone calls to contact trace. But I think the public will demand that we get those to green if we're gonna move forward with getting schools open. So I fully support her concerns on that regard, and I think when we I'll just take it over to Ms. Williams. She has a question.
Thanks. I don't know that you can. Maybe we get clarification on whether or not you can actually hire people to answer phones to contact trace with CARES Act money, because I know there was employment questions around what you can and cannot use in regards to personnel hiring. Because with that, so maybe we could get some clarification on that, not necessarily right this second, but that would be important. So my question is, really, I've heard from several board members the need for some sort of chart or some sort of a visual way at looking at where we stand for bringing students back into a building to learn in person, the mitigation strategies involved, and all of those things. And I think that I just want to piggyback on that request, because one of the things I consistently hear is each strategy or each aspect of this sort of discussed in a silo. And I think that that's confusing a lot of people and thinking that, well, if we meet the health data over here, then we should just go in. But not understanding that we also have to meet employee needs, and we have to meet parent needs, and we have to meet building readiness needs. And I think that this is causing even more divisiveness amongst our school community, because we keep looking at each of these things as if they stand alone. Like, if we are suddenly all clear health-wise, then that means that all of our employees are ready to go. Or the fact that today is like day 26 of school. And we keep pressing, we keep having members of the community press us like we immediately have to return to school, when I don't think we consistently talk about not just our health metric data, but how many Tier 1 employees have we actually gone through the ADA process with? How long does that take for each individual school? The difference between school A and school B, and how many people are coming in, how many students are coming in, what level of preparedness they have, taking into consideration the multiple class levels, the student scheduling, and how all of these things interconnect to make this possible. I hear a lot of like, well, the staff has had 3 months to prepare for this, when I don't think we've had 3 months to prepare, but I don't think that we're clear in understanding or communicating the message as to why that is, because we keep discussing everything in individual pieces. So I would really like to see if maybe we could come up with a comprehensive sort of graph or chart or way to demonstrate to the public how all of these things interconnect, and really, continue to inform our public. I know Arlington has some sort of like really pretty graph with little boxes, and Fairfax has done a good job. And this is probably the only time you'll hear me reference a comparison as to what they're doing as to what we should be doing. Because I think also in what is not recognized is when we compare ourselves to other school districts is we are not the same in the sense that what made us so amazingly awesome pre-pandemic with our specialty programs and our students' abilities to transfer schools and classes has become sort of an extra special challenge in this pandemic of migrating students and making sure that we have the specialized teacher that teaches this, that's not a tier 1 employee that's ready to go in a class, that we don't have 8 plumbing teachers and we don't have 8 AP bio teachers. And if they are a tier 1 employee, how much work that's involved, because we still don't talk repeatedly about the fact that pre-pandemic, we were already understaffed at almost every single level and doing an amazingly stellar job. And now, in a pandemic, we still have the same problem of being understaffed with the additional level of work that goes on to a pandemic. So I think if we could somehow express that visually to our school community, that would be really, really helpful for all of us who don't necessarily learn or be able to retain information, because I know myself personally during a pandemic, it struggles sometimes with our auditory processing or reading 8 paragraphs about one topic. Just, if we could get something like that together, I think that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
So if I could just weigh in a moment on that. Part of the challenge is, if we have a long presentation, then we've had too long of a presentation. If we have too many slides, then some board members are overwhelmed and we've had way too many slides. And if we present too long, then we haven't had enough time for discussion. So what I hear is constant mixed messages. Let me tell you what we have done. First of all, if you look at our staffing per student in the central office, we know that we're way behind the places that you're comparing us to. So for example, we don't have a bunch of people sitting around to do fancy schmancy, booklets, I guess, but we can divert them from what they're doing. But let me tell you what we have had them doing. Don't forget, we brought in the kids first, and we did it successfully. I think the plan I presented, that is the basis of input from several hundred people, will also be successful. But we've put our energies from the communications office into the videos, the training videos, the videos that people can access. We have pulled people off every single day to answer so many questions, from the board members. I mean, all of these things take time. So one thing that was clear to me is answer our questions, no matter who you have to pull off their job. So we can do just about any of those things, but we can't do all of those things with the staffing that we have.
Thank you, Dr.
And
Watts.
I would like to say one other thing. I don't know where this is coming from that we have all kinds of money. We've spent almost all the money that has been allocated to us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just, I'm happy to withdraw my request now that you've explained it again. I appreciate that.
Well, I want to just say that was a reaction, not specifically to your request. What I do think we could do by the next meeting, I know we can do, is we can definitely put together a graphic that shows all these considerations. But let's remember, we spent almost 6 hours going through all those because there's also the confidence of the teachers trying to pull these things off in such a way that builds the confidence of the teachers. And by the way, I just got a text from John Wallingford. All the money we've been given has been spent. So there's no extra money sitting around. But we can definitely do that, Ms. Williams. We can put together something that shows the majority of these considerations, because we could at least put the top 10 together. And most of them it's like you said about the silos, they interact with each other. They can't be looked at in isolation. And it's not something with some of these emotional and the training pieces and the technology being in. Some things you can check the box, but there are many things that you can't.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. I appreciate that. I just thought that might be helpful so that people can understand, because we do
Agreed.
discuss them subject by subject with
Agreed.
not
Hi.
understanding that they
Can
all
I-
go together.
Hello? Hi.
Miss Williams was still talking, Miss Jessie. I'll get to you. I saw the hand, but you can go ahead now. Miss Jessie.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Waltz or whoever decided to bring the principals in, because the principals know what's happening on the ground. They know better when they're ready than we do. And they know all the variables that, when you're a principal, you have to turn on a dime because everything is happening all at once. And none of us have dealt with a pandemic. None of us have dealt with, I repeat what I've said before, you can run a fire drill, you can run a bus drill, you cannot run a COVID drill. Teachers don't see it, you can't feel it, you can't smell it. So when I'm not sure that Dr. Lateef meant this when he said it's just one. Health is it. When we were at the Board of Supervisors meeting, it was said that the board members are on different sides. I'm not on the 50-50 side. I'm not on the virtual side. I'm on the safe side. I think that whatever we do, we need to take ordinary due care. And I'm not sure what we meant when we said, well, if we go to moderate to high, that it's going to be okay. I'm not sure that that was meant, but I just think that teachers and parents who are writing me, I don't know if they're writing you, what they're saying to you. They want their kids in school, but they don't want their kids to be not safe, and they don't want teachers to be not safe. And I say this, and I hope I don't get in trouble with this, but 72% of the teachers are women. And we are often the healthcare, we're the people in the homes who take care of our families. And these teachers are concerned about their personal kids also, but they're very concerned about your kids. Somebody tonight, I think it was Dr. Olsen Flint, said we shouldn't vilify teachers because they are afraid, and I want to say that. I also wanted to ask to Mrs. Polk and Gina, I'm glad to see you tonight. I want to know, one of the things that I read, I think it was Tennessee, where they have this hotline where once something happens in a building, we had a little snafu at one point, I know, because I'm not sure board members are finding out what's happening in their buildings readily. What is the communication protocol when something happens in a building? Who are you the hotline, Mrs. Polk? And do you get those calls? And how many kids have you gotten calls on in the county? And does that number match with what Dr. Waltz is saying, or are they different kinds of numbers?
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Jessie. Yes, when something happens in the building, if the school nurse is contacted by a parent, or if a child presents possibly or with possible COVID-like symptoms, then the school nurse gets involved immediately. If the child is there and maybe that child is not feeling well, the school nurse will take the child to what we consider an isolation room, assess the child, and then the parent would be notified. Certainly we are getting calls from parents to let us know that their child may have been exposed because of something going on in the home or whatever. The school nurses are all informed that they must do a surveillance form, and that is all done electronically. And as soon as they input the data, we receive an alert in the Office of Student Services. That alert comes to me, to Gina, and to Mrs. Slater. So we get that alert immediately to let us know that there is a possible case. And then from there, depending upon whether if the student is in person, of course, the concern is we need to find out to verify whether who the contacts are, that kind of thing. And then, that information is shared with the health district if we have a positive situation. But all of this is done electronically, so we are alerted right away. In terms of the numbers, as far as the students, we take a look at those that are the notifications that are virtual versus those that are in person. The health district does not get the information on all the kids that are virtual. But if we have kids in person, yes, they're going to get that information right away. And of course, we work very closely with our Office of Benefits and Retirement Services. So if a staff member is involved, we're in close communication so that we all are ensuring that we are sharing the appropriate information. Then, of course, the Office of Communications is involved because they prepare letters that go out to the community based upon what the situation is.
So what are your numbers looking like right now from your office?
And I don't have the exact numbers. I'm not sure Mrs. Slater might be able to speak. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact numbers as of right now for our students.
As far as, hi, Mrs. Jessie, the surveillance forms and the information that we're collecting, we've had well over 175 surveillance submissions. That does not equate to positive cases. That is just people following the protocols that we've established about submitting surveillance for close contacts, submitting surveillance for those who have tested positive, et cetera. And that's on the student side. And that's thanks to the work of the school nurses entering the information.
Okay,
so I'd like to put on Ms. Galata. Ms. Galata would like to address your question as well, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Galata, the Director of Communications, Prince William County School.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Yes, Mrs. Jessie, we right now we have a little bit more than 100 positive cases. So what Dr. Waltz reported tonight is actually based on those surveillance forms that Mrs. Polk referred to. So when those surveillance forms come in for either a student or a staff member, they actually are pushed over to my office. Okay. And then we start working on a couple of things. The first thing we do is you'll notice every day at the end of the day, and sometimes multiple times throughout the day, we'll inform the board. So we are informing you of those. And then based on certain situations, we are doing a notification to the community. And most of the times what those notifications, when we decide to do the notifications, it's really around the risk to those in the building. So if we get a case of a virtual only student or a virtual only staff, we'll report it to the board and we will report it on the COVID dashboard on our website, but we will not send a letter home. However, if we have a situation to where someone, a staff or a student has been in the building and they've been in the building during that contagion period, then we will send a letter out to the community and the staff. So we've been very busy doing those, and we're trying very hard to be very transparent with the board, with the community, with everyone. And so we're basically working on those on a daily basis.
And I wanted to thank Dr. Waltz for the kindergarten aides because, as you know, kindergartners are professional topic switchers, and they do what they do. I want to thank you for that. And I also want to thank you I asked for health aides and I asked for a lot more, but these principals and teachers just need people. They need people, and I know that that's an expensive venture. At the end of the day, I know you're going to make your report. When I say there are no good choices, because we believe that we always have what works best, what's the best learning model for kids. It's best when they can interact, when they can do things and feel things and whatever. But in this COVID situation, when they're 6 feet apart and 4 feet apart, some of that interaction is going to be reduced. And I remember when I was a real literature-based instructional person. I believe that the research said this. And then I had a teacher at Neabsco Elementary who was a worksheet person. But at the end of the year, guess whose kids were still reading? the worksheet person, because sometimes the research, we don't know what's going to happen because these kids on virtual learning are in they're different kids. They're not us. I look at little ones, 3-year-olds, and they're working these gadgets. And so we don't know what the learning is going to take place. But I think that board members and all of us need to keep in mind that you respond to what happens. I met with the Rockledge PTA, and they asked me, they said, look, well, I've got a 3rd grader, I've got an 8th grader, and I've got a 6th grader, so they're all going to be on different schedules. I just want to know, when you guys send the schedule out, like last week when we came up with the schedule, is this going to be the schedule? And I said to them, it's going to be the schedule unless something happened that we cannot control. And what they're saying to us, parents are saying to us, at least be consistent. If we say we're going to do something, let's do it. But I'm getting a sense that there's this need to push up dates and push dates around again and relook at this. But I think you have teachers who I get a lot of complaints from teachers. You guys know that I do. But I have not gotten a lot of complaints on this pre-K 3 model. They understand we got to go back to school. So I haven't gotten a lot of complaints. But I think that we have to be consistent. If we make any modifications or changes, we need to consider that you're changing a parent's schedule, and you're changing the principal's schedule, and you're changing the teacher's schedule. And when I looked at your calendar, which I'm sure we will look at later, there's one date that it seemed like everybody's coming back. So I do have some questions about that, but I'm just pleased to know that principals were involved and that teachers were involved at those building levels. And Teresa, you guys rock. Thank you very much. And thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Mrs. Jessie.
Okay, just one last question for Ms. Hebner. Ms. Hebner, my understanding was that the VDOE requires a return to learning plan, but it could be school-based, not necessarily division-based. So we can offer it, and since our strength, one of the things we're known for is site-based management. And, one of the concerns I have moving forward, if and when, when we're back in and we look at metrics changing, and they may change just locally or, just in that zip code or somewhere else, how are we going to address the idea of closing or the idea of reopening? I mean, isn't our strength the site-based management? Can we submit plans per school? And can we, and again, the idea of piloting the schools that are ready to go?
Well, let me begin by addressing that question. First of all, we have a division plan, and we have division plans for our health plan, our return to school buildings plan, our return to work plan, and those are division-wide plans. When there is some kind of a health issue at a particular school, we will be doing just what we're doing now, which is putting certain people in quarantine, and again, working with our own health experts that you've seen tonight and working with the Department of Health. It's highly possible that we would close, if we had a spread in a particular school or community, that we would close a school. But that wouldn't necessarily mean that we would be closing the school division down.
Okay, great. That's a good answer.
But may I add that when we're site-based, but when we have code red, we don't close certain schools, because there have been times where there was not a flake in Lake Ridge, and I've wondered why the schools on this end. So I think we're going to talk about that, but we have to talk about equity and the legality of it. Thank you.
Okay, I think Dr. Waltz, you can carry on.
All right, thank you, Chairman Lateef and members of the board. Thank you, Ms. Hebner, Ms. Polk, Ms. Bellamy. Sincerely appreciate your assistance tonight. And we will now move forward At the last school board meeting, I shared plans to bring our youngest students to the school buildings with a phase-in beginning next month over the next quarter from pre-K through grade 5. The school board has asked me to provide information on the return of our middle and high school students to in-person learning to our school buildings. And let me just say that, again, this is tentative. So Fairfax had a plan they presented to their board. Their board wants to see another plan. Loudoun is going to revisit what they're going to do at middle and high sometime during November. So again, this is a little bit like me predicting Code Red days tonight. So I want to be clear about that. It's important to note that the return to school buildings plan is tentative based on not just health metrics, but available staffing and many other considerations. Let's see here. Next slide, please. My plan is to have 6th and 9th grade students, House A, return to in-person learning in school buildings 2 days per week, beginning January 26, 2021, and House B the next day on January 27th. I also want to say that this was in close consultation with all the principals at the middle and high school in 2 separate lengthy meetings where they were allowed to give me their honest feedback. With the initial phasing in of 6th and 9th grade students, instruction and transportation would need to evaluate and determine if a 1-run bus schedule can continue or if a 2-run bus schedule would need to be implemented on January 26th. The high school students would revert back to a start time of 7:30 a.m. on January 26th. The asynchronous days for student learning will continue on every Monday with the exception of President's Day in February. Again, based on health metrics and availability of staff, 7th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students, House A, will return to in-person learning in school buildings 2 days per week beginning February 3rd, and House B will return, let me see, I think I got that wrong. Let me go back in. House A on the 2nd and House B on the 3rd. So I think we're getting ready to post this, and I didn't catch this late this afternoon on the final edit, but House A again, February 2nd, House B, February 3rd. Middle and high school teachers will report in person beginning on January 25th to prepare classrooms, check technology, and assist with preparation and the entrance of new students. Exceptions to in-person reporting will be made by the principal or his or her designee on a case-by-case basis. Let me give you a couple of examples. The teacher has childcare issues. They came in on a Monday, they brought their kid, they got permission, everybody has a mask, they practiced with their technology. They would like to spend a couple more days at home, they're ready to go, they set their classroom up on a Monday. The principal has the discretion to manage that 2-week period of time. We've kept our division health plan updated to ensure we are implementing the best measures possible to prevent the COVID-19 virus. I noticed that there are new guidelines coming out from the CDC. We had the aerosol issue in the air, and then today there were new guidelines around the 3-foot distancing. We haven't had the appropriate amount of time to evaluate all of that, but I still feel confident that we can move forward with this plan, and my wish is for our entire community to stay safe and healthy, and we will continue to monitor and adjust where necessary. Thank you.
Okay, questions on the schedule or the calendar? Okay, I'll start. Dr. Waltz, I continue to be frustrated and concerned about this pre-K through 3 and why we're not in sooner than January 10th. I really want to, I mean, can we get second grade in? I mean, what's the reason we can't get second grade in December when we're doing first grade? So we're bringing in first grade, and why can't we do second grade on December 1?
So, I mean, do you want me to go back through all the things I talked about 2 weeks ago?
No, that's fine. So I would, to summarize that was basically that, it was the logistics and it was the equipment and stuff like that. Is that right?
Logistics, equipment, technology, bandwidth, childcare. We only got the childcare in place 2 weeks ago. The tier 1 and 2, tier 2 mitigation. We have 614 people that will require discussions in tier 1. Those have already been in process. Tier 2, 254.
Is that just for second grade?
Pardon me?
Is that just for second grade? Like if we brought back second grade in December, that's really what I don't know. I mean, those numbers are for the whole system wide, right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, okay. All right. Other questions? Ms. Wall?
Dr. Waltz, building on what Dr. Lateef was saying, we heard tonight that our technology is going to be, the headsets and everything else are going to be arriving in November. We heard that broadband at all of our schools was expected to be done by November 10th. We heard that, I know from some information that we've been given, that we've already made progress on a lot of our tier 1s at the elementary school level. I don't know where we are in that, but I know we're working through that. And the middle and the high school level too, we'll work through that as well. We're in October. I find it hard to believe that we can't, if we can get first grade ready for December 1st, that we can't also get second grade ready for December 1st, or even third grade for that matter, which would be appropriate under the guidelines that we're receiving from the governor, from the CDC, from others, saying let's prioritize our youngest learners, because we have a lot of trouble, we have a lot of success going on in our younger grades, but we also have a lot of needs with our younger students, and our families have a lot of needs for those students to be in school. So I want to give you more credit than you're giving yourself, I guess. We have a lot of work going on. It's October. We'll have November, the entire month of November. We'll have broadband in place. We'll have the materials in place. We're just looking at first and second. And I just want to push back a little bit on that. I actually think that we could do that.
Well, let me start off with the needs of students. 2 things I would like to share. And again, this may sound like a broken record from previous meetings, but this is no different than if we were not in COVID. If a parent has an issue with a child, they need to go to the teacher. If a parent goes on Parent View, and students have this too, every one of your teachers and counselors, they have access by email. We have Monday set aside. And it's one thing to just complain that you're having difficulty. We want to help the people who are having difficulty, but they're going to need to reach out. And so that would be one thing that I would say. Again, as I mentioned the last time, for example, we may have the broadband in place, but we have thousands and thousands of computers at the elementary level that we don't have in the hands of students yet. And so you have many families, all we can guarantee at this point in time is 1 computer per family, because we didn't get the money authorization to have them on order. The other thing is we're relatively new in the virtual, and we're expecting teachers to do monumental things, more change in a matter of months than teachers who have been in teaching for 30 years have gone through. And to me, a measured approach to bringing these students back and all the things that they have to learn how to do, from one-way hallways to only using certain urinals. And I mean, the list goes on and on and on. We're still trying to put the water fill containers because they can't use drinking fountains. We have to go through the mitigation. So this measured approach, again, I spent several hours discussing it, and I'm happy to go back through any of it. And certainly you're welcome to push back, but that is the plan that I thought we agreed to at the last board meeting, and that is still my recommendation, along with the secondary plan.
Mr. Wilk?
A couple points of clarification. So Dr. Waltz, just for reiteration, are we saying we can't bring more kids back into elementary because we don't have the computers?
Well, I'm not so sure one single issue would keep us from doing something. What you asked me to do, what each board member reiterated, and I also had a phone conversation with each one of you in the last month, was to give you my recommendation. And that recommendation is the sum total of tons of people and hours of input and looking at these things. So, you know, the board could vote to direct me to do something different. I mean, I would hope that I would have a chance to say, that's absolutely not going to work. I've given you a plan that I have very strong confidence in, and the confidence of the principals for the most part. And when I say for the most part, I mean, you know, there's probably a few principals that would elect to go all virtual. There may be 2 or 3 principals that would want to bring back more. But I believe that I have the confidence and the support of the principals in this plan, or I wouldn't have brought it forward.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Also, in regards to the bandwidth, so I was under the impression the bandwidth wasn't ready for a K-12 hybrid phase-in. Are you saying in early November, our bandwidth as a county can't handle more than, what is it, K2?
No, I was saying the actual pieces of technology. I would have to go back to Ms. Phillips to respond to the exact timeline of the bandwidth.
Okay.
I do know they're working on Sundays to get it
Oh,
up.
no, I appreciate that. I think it's just, again, helpful, I think, for the community to kind of have progress updates on the bandwidth, because it seems, you know, it's something that we keep on hearing, and it's not that I don't believe you. I believe you. We knew we were behind in bandwidth, you know, years ago, and we were trying to invest, and we did a major investment as a board, I think 3 years ago, to expand bandwidth. Right. I think a progress or trying to get a better idea where we're at and what capacity we can actually bring kids back at with the bandwidth, I think that would be helpful. I mean, I know we told you to make a plan. I'm more in line with, I think, Ms. Wall and Dr. Lateef on bringing more of the grade levels in sooner than the current rate.
Ms. Phillips?
Thank you, Dr. Williams. So without being too technically geeky on all of you, let's look at it this way. We have 2 main hubs in Prince William County Schools where our network comes out of. One is at Independent Hill Complex and one is at Osborne Park High School. Currently, Osborne Park High School is being upgraded to accommodate the hybrid learning. By November 10th, we will be ready to support the hybrid learning at Osborne Park High School. Currently, what we do throughout the division is divide the network between these 2 hubs so we don't overtax one area more than another. Independent Hill Complex, where we have our second hub, will not be ready fully until January 1st. Well, I shouldn't say January 1st, that's the first day of the new year. So whatever, January 4th or whatever that Monday is, but we'll have that finalized then. So we'll have 2 hubs, both at 100 gig apiece. Currently, right now, Osborne Park High School is at 40 gig, but by Friday night, it will be upgraded. Actually, Sunday, once they finalize everything, it will be upgraded to 100 gig.
Okay, AJ, thank you. That was helpful. I appreciate that, truly. Question, I guess, then for you, if we were to bring in December K2 versus the proposed plan, do we have enough bandwidth with those 2 facilities to be able to handle that countywide? In your estimated, I mean, in your opinion?
Yes, sir. I believe, yes, we will be able to handle that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Jessie, I see your hand up. I'm going to, Mr. Chairman Lateef just stepped out for a second, so I had my hand up prior to you. I'm going to go to you next. I just want to make sure that you're recognized and that we know that we see you for your question. Dr. Waltz, so I think one of the issues that I have personally is as a board, we have a different perspective than the staff and administration has, and we try to best meet the demands of our constituents as they contact us and reach out to us about their concerns. And I think this is an issue where, I recognize that there are constituents in my district that want to have their students return in a building to learn, although that is not the outcry that I hear the loudest from my district, but that's not the same district by district. I am concerned because in our need to do our job responsibly as elected officials and meet the needs of each of our districts, we make decisions. And so I want to know what we should be thinking about as board members that we would not naturally be inclined to think about or ask you, because there's always unknowns to us. Again, I feel like we're heading down this pathway where we're talking about individual topics silo by silo, but my concern is, I know that you brought in because it's not just K2, it's pre-K as well. Are there busing issues that we're not thinking about? Is it bigger than just per se, broadband or equipment? Is it because I have no idea? Is there a greater time needed to train students on how to act in the building? Do we have lunch schedules? I mean, I don't know, because I'm not an elementary school principal. I'm not a superintendent. What are those things that we're not asking that we should be asking or we should be thinking about, both positive and negatives, to bringing students in K through 3 earlier? Because that seems to be an outcry from the 40%, I guess, that want to come back in the building.
Well, I would say it's a combination of all of those things and more. Again, as I mentioned, I've personally gone into, I think, almost every classroom in 8 elementary schools that I visited since day one. I shared a few stories last time. I think one of the stories I didn't share is I went into a classroom and, there were 6 students in there. There was a teacher and a teaching assistant, and everything seemed to be going well. They were having a snack, and there were like 2 of them distanced apart with the teacher fairly close to them. And they were having their snack, so their masks were off. Because remember, it's not just lunch. There are snack times for various grade levels. So I sat down, and I hadn't been seated more than 10 seconds, and the kid vomited all over the kidney table. Now, I was, by the way, unbelievably impressed with the reaction of the teacher. She got up, calmly got some paper towels, and cleaned it up. But I mean, to me, that was like, these things happen all the time in classrooms. And there's just so many considerations. And when you bring people back slowly, just like we brought the 1,250, and you start phasing these in, but the load is going to be much greater. And when you have an elementary school with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, just to think that you can just bring a bunch of them in and somehow everything's going to be fine, it doesn't work that way with those little kids. And, I've heard the stories about some schools are going and on and on. Well, week before last, a high school of 600, they had 600 cases in one high school. So for every example that can be cited, you can cite a different example. And we've always prided ourselves on the health and safety of the students and staff, and that's the cornerstone of my recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Could you speak a little bit more about how much an additional student teacher load would that be increased when you have if you add 2nd and 3rd grade sooner? How many more staff members, how many more students are we talking about? Does it add additional bus runs? Does it add additional need for more staffing? And do we have that in place to bring them in, say, at the end of November or the beginning of December? I'm just curious about that.
Well, so for example, if you're talking about in an elementary school, and you've got these mitigation conferences that the principals have to have in conjunction with HR. So one of the reasons for the thinking in bringing them in slowly as we continue to improve virtual, as parents contact the principal or the teacher and the principal to get help with kids that are having problems, that things would continue to improve. And at the same time, we would be going through the tier 1 and tier 2 mitigations and trying to the best of our abilities not to change 100 classes and teachers with each successive grade level. Because if you can't come in and teach, that's a big problem. And so, you need time to do all of those things. And again, at the same time, we have an emotional confidence issue. And you can't just say, report to work or, you're out of here. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. And so trying to build a confidence of people by bringing folks in, letting them see how the previous group of teachers have done, learning how this all works, I think, I have a lot of confidence that it will be successful. So back to your numbers. So you wanted to know how many in person it would be approximately by grade level?
Yeah, I just wanted to know the additional burden we'd have if we accelerated and brought in second and third grade, right behind our first and our kindergarten first grade.
So we have, let me get my other calendar in front of me.
Because I just don't understand. And again, I'm not an administrator. I don't run school buildings on a day-to-day basis. So I'm just looking for a better comprehensive understanding of what does that mean from our division level, HR, and the operation of a building, and the impact to our students and transportation. How many more people are we talking about, and do we know that kind of a frame of thought?
Yeah. So the pre-K and K will be coming back on the 10th of November, and they will have 8 days, and we break for Thanksgiving. When they come back, we're then in December. And we have first grade coming in on the 1st of December. The first grade has approximately 3,000 additional students. So we have 1,200 in the district now. That would bring about another 3,000 in. Second grade has approximately 3,000, and so does third grade. But again, it's like the story I told you about standing out with the principal and the assistant principal and just talking through the bus loop considerations. With 6 feet social distance and ensuring that every kid has a mask on, you might say, well, why not just bring all those kids in? It's not that simple. Getting lined up to go back on the bus, trying to have 6 foot social distance and do that while you've got all these buses lined up. This is not an easy thing. The administrators you have in an elementary school are too. And quite frankly, the teachers, and I completely understand this, teachers are exhausted. I just went on a conference call or a webinar with, not a webinar, but a webinar with the DC Metro superintendents last Friday. And it was a Teach Plus. In fact, I thought about maybe asking the board if they were interested in that research organization coming in. They've done research on 500 and some teachers that are working right now across America. And the teachers are saying that they are working an average of 12 hours a day. And I believe that. And what I'm suggesting is that trying to require too many of them to do too much all at the same time, to me, is going to be very, very difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. I just have one follow-up question to that. So I do also have concerns with the adjustment period, because I know that at the elementary, adjustment is really hard for our little ones, but also for our teachers. And I know that there's going to be a disruption when it comes to some students getting new teachers. So essentially, they'll be basically starting the school year over with a new teacher, because they're also coming in the building. But that also affects our virtual students at home. Do we have numbers on how many students are going to be reassigned once we start bringing them into the building, and what that's going to look like? Because I know that means that those kids, both virtual and in person, will have to have new routines and maybe even learn new teachers, and teachers will have to learn new students. That also takes time, because we have not really talked about that a lot. But I've heard some teachers, share their concern about essentially getting a new class, and having to relearn children and having to redo all of those classroom norms, where some teachers maybe are not getting a majority new class. It may be one student or two students. Can you speak to that a little bit, and also what plans we have in place to help those students deal with the transition? Because I think when we talk about in-person learning in a building, we only think about the students who are going in. We're not thinking about how this also affects our virtual students as well.
Oh, I absolutely agree, because there's a lot of virtual students and parents who are upset about the fact that of the disruption that it's going to create by having the teacher come into the school, have 8 kids in front of them, and then be trying to teach and respond to all the kids that they would normally all see on their Zoom conference. So yes, there is going to be disruption. Do I have the numbers on that? No, because the only numbers I have are tier 1 or 614 people. That's 614 conversations. So, and those started I believe it was the very next day after what I thought was the green light on the pre-K to 5 plan 2 weeks ago. So if we're going to change that plan again, as I said, the more kids we bring back in, yes, some people are going to get what they want with the in-person, but it will create disruption with schedules, with time of start and end of the day, with who their teacher is.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. That's helpful.
Mr. Wilk?
Point of clarification, Dr. Waltz, at any point, if...
I think I was next.
Sorry, Ms.
Yeah,
Jessie.
sorry, Ms. Jessie.
You guys are on the dais there and you're having these conversations. We're out here. I am very upset with this board, because none of you have ever worked at elementary. None of you have been a teacher at elementary. Last week, we told this superintendent that we were going to accept his plan. Now, you're asking him to pull up data at the very last minute. These teachers have been asked to do all kinds of things. What are you going to do? You're going to now change their plan, make them come to work earlier? It's not fair, guys. We're not supporting our teachers. We're not supporting the principals. The elementary principals haven't been on here. The middle school principals, these are professional people. They have thought through these things. If you're an elementary principal, just getting the buses in the morning is interesting. Now, when you've got 2 buses coming, that means you've got bus 1, you got to wait for this bus to go back, pick up some other kids, then you got bus 2, then these kids are going to go to, so now you're in your class, you got your first bus load, you start a class. And you're also doing this concurrent learning, which you hadn't planned for. Then you got another set, they come in on the bus, then you've got breakfast for them, and then they come into your classroom. So now you've got 4 transitions. You're asking too much of these teachers. You're asking, and I know the people who think, God, Mrs. Jessie and Dr. Waltz, what's going on? You're asking too much of this man. You're asking too much. You're not keeping your word. And you're not keeping your word to teachers, because teachers have been sending me these notes and I'm hearing there's a plan to relook at K2, pre-K2. I said, oh no, I haven't heard anything about that. This is a phased in plan. You haven't lived until you've worked with first graders, kindergartners who cry the first week. You got kindergartners who don't stay on task, who throw up, who do all kinds of things, unbelievable things. The masks, they'll probably use them for Kleenex, because that's what they do. It's not like you're asking them to keep high schoolers in line who are intellectually, and I think that you have become the administrators in the building. You asked him to do a study, he did this. If it's not working, we can always change it, but it should be based on the science, not just based because somebody said. I haven't, the teachers who learned about the fact that they were going to be the first one in did not send me emails. They did not complain. They didn't show up tonight because they didn't expect this. So now we're going to change their schedule, change their start time without giving them any notice, but at a board meeting. I just think it's not very unfair for you guys to make a decision like this about changing the whole pre-K based on bandwidth, and it's not based on bandwidth. It's based on maturity. These kids are not very mature. Just getting them lined up can be a chore. They're going to have to eat in classrooms with their kids. What do you want from these teachers? You can't find subs. You say you care about teachers in one, but then you make decisions for them in another. I'm sorry, I'm upset about this, because we talk about caring about our people, caring about teachers. They asked for 1 additional week. We didn't give it to them because we said, oh, the parents are already ready for the schedule. We can't change the schedule, but tonight you want to change the schedule without notice. So principals in elementary schools are going to wake up. If you want to do this, then you need to bring these elementary principals back in here next week and express your concern and let them tell you why they made this decision. I'm sorry, I'm just upset.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Thank you.
Ms. Jessie,
Ms. Williams.
I just want to clarify that I'm not asking for any change to be made. I think the appropriate time to do that was at our last meeting when it was requested by the superintendent, so they would have ample time to make changes in plans. I was just concerned because I know, like I said, when I opened my line of questioning, that sometimes as board members, we ask for things, but we don't know what we don't know. And
I wasn't talking to you, Lori.
I just want to make sure the public's aware too.
All night long, I just felt this plan was coming. A plan to have one high school that has its own program. A plan for let's move up. Let's not tell the superintendent. Let's let him come in and blindside him with, well,
sure.
Tell us why. Was it bandwidth? Was it this? No. It was, you're dealing with kindergartners, 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7-year-olds.
Hey, I'm sorry, Ms. Jessie, go ahead.
Mr. Wilkes.
No, Ms. Jessie.
I apologize because.
No, you don't. Ms. Jessie, you have every right to.
I'm just very upset that we're doing this to teachers without notice. We came up with a plan. We need to stay with the plan. That's what you told me.
Ms. Jessie, understood, and I appreciate you have been the only one with the elementary, so I appreciate that because you have that perspective. I just want to bring up the only blind side that happened was last board meeting when we had a finalized plan presented to us right before the board meeting by the superintendent. So there's no blind side here. The last blind side that we had was a blind side 2 weeks ago on this plan that we were supposed to scramble on. People were asking me, why were Ms. Wall and you talking during citizen comment time? Well, because honestly, we were trying to collaborate and trying to figure out what type of questions we needed to ask for this. So I just want to clarify that this is not meant to be a blindside. We're trying to collaborate. I didn't come to this meeting with a plan, Ms. Jessie. I know people thought I did or had something like that, but I really didn't. And I'm just trying to ask for clarifying questions about why things can't be sped up, why things could be sped up. That was my point of clarification about the bandwidth. That was my point of clarification about the computers. I just want a documented reason why it can't happen.
Well, I agree with you because I don't like the fact that you're getting things at the very last minute. And last week I found myself between 5 o'clock, I get his plan. So I'm reading like, I can't, but after I read it, it made sense, which actually kind of shocked me, to be honest with you, because I thought, well, here we go. But when something makes sense, it makes sense. And I did like the fact that he called each one of us and talked to us, because it was like, whoa, Dr. Waltz is calling my house and talking to me and asking me what my thoughts are. But I think that this last minute stuff, I agree with you. None of the board members should have to, like tonight, I'm reading everything. We should get this stuff in advance. But having said that, once you get it and it makes sense, you can't get all upset with him and not be concerned about what's right for kids.
Ms. Zargarpur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. All right, so let's take elementary out of the picture for just a moment. Many of the people who spoke here tonight were constituents of the Coles District. I have met with many of them. I get a lot of emails, and they are concerned about getting their kids into school sooner. And most of them, to be honest, just want that November 10th date, which I'm guessing that's not really going to work on secondary at this point. But I can ask this question: is there a way to take the plan as you have it and just shove it more into January by a couple weeks? Or is that are there still hurdles that we're going to have to go over? Just moving it by a couple weeks to get them in a little sooner. Because I know these people who came here tonight, they have talked to me, they write all the time. I know they've written a division about ideas that they've had. And they're trying to solve a problem. They're trying to get their kids back into school safely. They recognize that we are going to be wearing masks. They understand all these things. They're very anxious to get back in. So is there a way we can move this plan for middle and high school a little bit up?
So I guess my initial response to that would be, if you move that 2 weeks up, you'd have a total disruption to the school division 2 weeks before the end of the second quarter, which is why I said we have to figure out what we're doing on the third quarter with secondary. You'd have to change all the high school schedules, all the teacher schedules, the report time. I mean, if you think you have people dissatisfied now, that it will be nothing compared to doing that. While I've got the mic, I would like to just, I usually don't try to defend myself with the board. But Mr. Welk, when you said you had a surprise, let me tell you my surprise. My surprise was when I went to the last agenda planning, and it was placed on the agenda by the school board chairman that I had to provide the dates at this meeting. So Ms. Williams brought up the fact that, we were going to talk about the metrics and the indicators. And Chairman Lateef, you said, this is what the majority of the board wants, and put it on the agenda. Well, that caused all kinds of emergencies. We had to have these extra meetings, pull in all these people on a dime. I was finishing those words that you got on the 3 pages less than 10 minutes before you got them. That's how much work it took to come up with the 2 dates. I thought we were going to do something more like Loudon, which was revisit this and give a few weeks of time to let things simmer down.
Then I apologize. I was not aware of all that back end craziness.
Ms. Wall?
So I want to raise an issue, or just make a couple of points that I feel like have been lost in our discussion. Our job as school board members is to be responsive to the needs of the community that we represent. Our job is to listen and to portray those things that we've heard back to the division. When we ask questions here tonight, we're doing our due diligence. Those questions have come from members of the community. They've come from our own analysis of the situation. They're exploring options. Asking questions is not changing the plan. It is doing our due diligence as good board members. The way to open up schools is clearly open to debate. Reasonable people differ on how to solve this problem, and having the debate should never be, criticized. It's worthy of debate. We need to be responsive to the community. We heard from parents tonight. We heard from parents last week. We hear from parents all the time. They have great needs and they want to get back into schools. Plain and simple. Obviously, we have a tough situation that we have to balance with the health situation that we have. It's a totality of the circumstances. It is not just health metrics. It is also the needs of our families. And I feel like we have lost sight of that in all of our discussion about how difficult everything is, how difficult it is to get the teachers, how difficult, I understand. I'm not discrediting the difficulty of any of this. But when we focus so much on all of the problems, we're focusing on problems. We're not looking for solutions. I feel like we've lost track of what we're doing here, which is trying to educate students and being responsive to the community's needs. I just want to put that out. Like, this plan that we have before us, it is cautious. It has its merits, but it is not responsive to the community's needs in a number of ways. I understand where it's coming from. I understand the sentiment, but it's disappointing to a lot of people. So with that, I will turn off my microphone.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you. I just want to clarify that over 60% of our school division still wants to remain virtual. And I also want to say that it is important because we have a responsibility for the majority and the minority. And it is important to have this discussion. And it is important to recognize the needs of the 40% that wants to come in the building. And it is important to have that conversation. But I really think it's important that we validate that. And I think it's important that we validate the work that goes into that and those parents' needs and those parents' concerns as well. One of the things that we keep doing as a division, pandemic or not, is not talking about everybody, because everybody matters. It's not just the loudest people. It's not just the teachers union. It's not just this person or that person, because like I said a minute ago, each district is different and we all have different needs. No one plan is going to work for everyone, but I really think it's important that we keep talking about all of the people, all of the staff, all of the students. Even though I'm a huge supporter of virtual, I've said a couple times, I'm not going to stand in the way of someone coming in a building to learn if that's the better plan for them. But I think when we have these discussions, it's important that we remember everybody, not just some people, not just the loudest group that comes, or in the past our t-shirt wearers, or whatever the case may be. Because it's really important now, we don't negate anybody's experience. There's a valid need to bring people in, we're doing that. It may not work best for everyone, but it's also important to recognize the ones who don't want to go in person, who are having a successful experience, and all of the hard work involved in that. And I just want to make sure that we continue to mention them. No offense to anyone going in the building or any of that.
Ms. Zargarpur.
So in the spirit of trying to find, to problem solve, is there a way that we could still offer, I know we do online clubs, but start to offer things at the building for students so that they can have a little more of that socialization, that they can meet for clubs and things like that? Is there a way we could be at least starting in that vein to address that need?
I would just say that based on my meetings with the principals, I can certainly bring this back up, But right now, what they're focused on is trying to refine and improve their teaching. They're trying to do a better job of virtual. They're trying to figure out the best way to engage the kids. They're trying to get them to make sure that they're in person when their class begins. They're trying to figure out the balance of how much they do during each class period versus how much the kids are working and the work overload. And all of these things are very, very challenging. And, you know, again, I can certainly mention this to the principals, but right now I believe the teachers are on overload trying to do all of these things that they're doing and trying to improve them and trying to make sure that they're opening up and making it comfortable for kids to give them feedback, to deal with the parent concerns, the mental health issues. But I'm happy to talk with the principals about that.
Well, thank you. I'm just trying to find ways to meet the needs of our community. If we can't get into the buildings for schooling, if there's a way, because I know some teams are practicing and there are little things like that. So that's where I was going with that.
Ms. Jackson?
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Actually, I had the same question about clubs because I know it's permitted in phase 2. So I'd be curious to see what the high school principals, middle school principals say about that after you follow up with them. This has been said a couple times, but I think I need it re-said to me. I have a couple questions, so I'm going to chunk them. I know it's predicted at the end of January, every students will have computers. So how are we issuing computers? Will the younger grades have them by, like say first grade currently goes in, will they have computers? And if so, when do the other grades start getting computers? And then I have a follow-up on that.
All right, so again, you know, this is another one of those things when people say, well, you've had all this time to prepare. Well, again, our original plan was to have asynchronous when the children were not there. And there was strong pushback from that. Again, Chairman Lateef made a big plea to Ms. Goss at one of the earlier board meetings. We started changing all that, but much of this equipment was not authorized to be purchased or the money approved by the Board of County Supervisors for us to expend. So a lot of this stuff is still, we're waiting for it to arrive. But with that, it's my understanding that with this phase in, the children will have their own computer, but I think I need to get back to Ms. Phillips because I don't know at what point we believe that every child has their own computer.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz.
And I don't know if she knows.
So I don't, sort of. We're still waiting on over 34,000 computers to be sent to us. And so right now we have the initial ones that we bought this spring. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head. In totality, we'll end up having 76,000 devices. But again, you have to remember our digital equity plan that Mr. Guilfoyle and I presented to everyone in January before the pandemic hit was 1-to-1, 3 through 12, and then a 3-to-1 ratio at K through 1. And so we're still going down that path. But again, as of right now, we still have not gotten confirmation on when the 34,000 additional devices will be arriving from HP.
So Ms. Phillips, at a previous board meeting where I was complimenting some of the staff and all this, you know, working 7 days a week and all of that. And I mentioned one time being up at the Kelly Leadership Center and leaving at 5 o'clock, and there was still a team working on whatever had to be done to get the hot spots ready for delivery by school. And there was a whole team of people that had worked that entire day on that. And that didn't include the actual delivery to the school. But could you please walk the board through what happens when the computers arrive? Because there's a whole sequence of things that has to be done that is time consuming and labor intensive, clear up through and to the delivery to the school, and then the whole process of the delivery to get it into the children's hands? Please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Waltz. So we currently, once, we let the schools, I have to give our vendor the list of how many devices to each school. They then deliver those to the school. We do have them imaged on site at the vendor's place, but then we have to verify that the image is working, correct? So we don't necessarily check all the devices, but we do have to spot check them. Once we have that set up, recently what we've had to do was set up local accounts on top of the normal login that we use, because we want to ensure students are able to get access. So it takes a little bit longer because we're having to manually touch a lot of these devices that normally we wouldn't have to. And so then once the T-specs had them, there's one T-spec in each building to do this. And I shouldn't say each building. You have to remember at the elementary level, they're split between two buildings. So as these devices are going in at the elementary level, they're having to split their time and make sure the device is up and running. Once the devices are ready, then it's pushing the plan and process, like Dr. Waltz discussed, about having, having people come in. And so we've already given out devices. If we're replacing them with newer devices, it's that inventory piece to make sure they've returned a device, they can get a new device. And at the elementary level, again, where we don't have a device, it's one per family and not one-to-one. It would just be ensuring that they get the device they need. So it is taking a little bit longer than usual for this process to go on, because we're getting such an enormous amount at one time in each building.
Okay. So my follow-up question would be, it's my understanding that students have to bring the devices to and from schools because you have to log into Canvas when you're at school, because you can't, share materials and you can't pass back paper. Is that correct?
I will say instructionally, I'm talking tech side. I am an instructional person. So I will say that they can access, it depends on how the teachers are going to set up their classroom, right, for the hybrid model. At the elementary level, being a former elementary educator, I would be thrilled to have kids in front of me in a classroom and not have them sitting on a computer all day. I understand that with the hybrid model, they're going to have to put some things online for Canvas for the students at home and students in person. But they don't necessarily have to bring a device back and forth all day unless that's the decision of the teacher or the site-based decision of the principal.
Okay. Okay. Is there someone that could provide clarification on that on the instructional side?
Mrs. Goss, are you able to assist?
Dr. Waltz?
Ms. Goss, could you please unmute?
Sorry about that.
Yep, sorry, I didn't see you were muted, Rita, but thank you for joining us.
What Mrs. Phillips said is accurate, that those decisions can be adjusted and modified for the class or the school. However, we have said that it certainly is something that we are looking at, having students bringing their devices back and forth, at least during that transition period, when students are transitioning from the virtual back to in-person, in order to help that transition. However, it should be noted that we've had elementary schools, for example, Occoquan, who've had one-to-one for some time, and those devices are brought back and forth to school, and we've had very little loss or damage to our computers.
Okay, I was wondering for phasing in purposes, it appears that in addition to the other things that were mentioned by Dr. Waltz, that maybe access to computers is another bridge that we have to cross.
So I think there are a number of bridges, right, as we transition, and certainly, as those computers come in, that is one of those pieces that Mr. Guilfoyle spoke about before, that we are, those devices will be coming in through the end of January. And certainly there are other ways that we can bridge for those devices and for students that don't have a device by using technology that's already in the classroom.
Okay. I have another question about phasing in question. I guess it would be for Dr. Waltz.
Well, I guess a little more clarity. Dr. Waltz had to step away for just a moment. So Ms. Jackson, in terms of your phasing in question, what is the specific of the question?
I was just wondering, because I understand the reason for, a staggered approach, but when I was looking at the middle and high school, it doesn't start into February. So it's kind of like piggybacking on Ms. Agapor's question about moving them up and trying to get further clarification on why we were waiting until after the second semester started to start with a large group of students instead of starting the stagger a little bit earlier, especially given their busing needs.
Well, I know as you heard earlier to Dr. Waltz's response, a lot of that too is not to disrupt the students in the end of the second quarter. And by moving it up, it could possibly affect a number of things in terms of their schedules and pulling all that together. So being able to do that at a time that wouldn't disrupt what was happening in the current quarter is part of that.
So let me join back in. So when I met with the high school principals, and certainly I can bring some of them into a meeting, but when you get into the high school scheduling, it's very different in terms of what grades take what courses, and it's not clean. So you might have, a freshman taking a very advanced course that mostly has upperclassmen in it. There's just a lot of variety in that. They felt they wanted to have a very short staggering in. I think I gave it 2 days. Let me look back on here for the freshmen, because, many of them, they may not necessarily have even been in their building. At any rate, and have the rest of them follow almost immediately behind them. That is what they preferred to do. And again, trying to stagger them in, that would be a nightmare because of the course scheduling. And then again, if you bring that, this is why I said I need to know about the secondary at the last board meeting. You would have to change all the schedules before the end of the quarter. It would be pandemonium.
I think that was one of the reasons why we added it on this agenda, so that we could make sure that we talk about it. So I really appreciate your transparency with, releasing the dates for middle and high school yesterday to the public. I have one more question. It has to do, well, for now, on substitutes. I know as a former teacher, sometimes it's hard to get substitutes. Where are we on a substitute pool currently?
So we have a bank of substitutes, and we have people who are, we're taking them through learning certain things that they have to do in this environment. But the concerning part, and again, at the risk of sounding like it's problems, these are challenges that we're all facing. And it's, people, I got criticized earlier on because it sounded like every time I spoke, it was everything's coming up roses. So I quickly pivoted to making sure that I'm telling the pros and cons of everything. What the big concern is when we start quarantining people for 14 days. Now, we've already had several staff members, 2 principals, 1 still out. We've had an assistant principal. We've had an associate superintendent. So when you start quarantining for 14 days, you could, in a very short amount of time, in addition to your regular substitutes, which we never have enough of, that's another concern.
Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you, Dr. Waltz.
You're welcome.
Okay, the board here needs a break. I'm just going to run through a couple quick comments here, and then we'll take a recess here. Number one, just to point out for if there's anyone still watching, the original survey had more students wanting to go in person for in-person learning on September 8th, and we didn't abide by that survey results. We had more people who wanted to go in Q2. We didn't abide by those results. And so we do surveys to gauge where people are, but if we're going to care about every single person in the system, the minority matters as well as the majority. On the idea of last minute, well, the last minute, the parents felt like the rug was pulled out on them last meeting. So the idea that we as a board are doing something to the administration on a last minute basis, I find that just remarkable. I don't regret asking for the dates for today. I think the public has demanded this, and this is something we have a responsibility to do to our constituents and to the community for transparency, clarity, and planning. Some would argue that the plan won't get done unless we have a date. So we needed dates. On the phone call, Dr. Waltz did call board members, but let me be clear, on my phone call, I made it clear that I thought pre-K through 3 met the criteria by VDH guidelines and still continues to meet VDH guidelines to be in now. I do not think we're doing those folks a service by not bringing them in. We meet the criteria, we should have been in, we need to be in. On the safety of our teachers, we have all committed to that. We're working on the mitigation. You've seen those strategies. And to our students, there is also the safety and mental health of our students at home. If you add up the suicides from Fairfax, Loudoun, and Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William over the last 6 months, they're higher than the number of COVID deaths to students. So I will love to see these great charts about tracking suicides, overdoses, child abuse, mental health issues, as we look at what's happening with COVID moving forward as well. We have a lot of great charts about where people are getting infected, but we cannot ignore the mental health damage that is continuing to happen to our public and to our students. And so, this is, as Ms. Wall points out, a debate. There are folks who believe very strongly on each side, and this board represents all those sides. And we are here to have this discussion. And it may be inconvenient to everyone to be here till midnight, and it's hard to keep your cameras on for 7 hours. And it is tough for our students as well. And so I recognize that, but the inconvenience is very little to us for what's happening to the public out there and to the parents out there. So the board wants a 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back and consider a vote on something. Okay. Are we at the time to go back? What was the time? So we should be back. Okay. The school board's returning to from its recess. I have one last comment that I had. Just I know Dr. Waltz, you give me wonderful credit about my discussion with Rita Goss about the learning, and I guess that's led to the concurrent learning, and I would appreciate the answer today and our questions that Culpeper County, Warren County, Fauquier County, Shenandoah County, Rappahannock County, Arlington, Fairfax, and there's a whole other list who are going to concurrent as well. So, that wasn't, if I get credit for that, I truly appreciate that. But again, that's
so noted.
So noted. Excellent. Ms. Jackson has some final questions, and then we'll see where that goes. Ms. Jackson.
Dr. Waltz, when we were asking questions before, we were focusing on well, in my mind, we were focusing on before winter break, but I did have one quick follow-up question. And when I look at the elementary schedule, is there a reason why we are waiting to the second week to start bringing in students for second and third grade?
So again, the purpose was to have the adjustment period to make sure we had worked out all the issues with the teachers. We had the technology, all the things that we talked about for 6 hours 2 weeks ago. And the other thing is that puts us up, there would be 2, 4, 6 days, and then you would have winter break. The other thing is I just have concerns about the spread and all of these things that the medical community is talking about. And so because of the numbers and the age of the children and all those other reasons we've talked about, that's the reason for spacing them out. The bus loads, you name it.
Okay, so just to clarify, I was just asking why we were waiting to the second week in January. So from what I'm hearing is it's more about the winter break and waiting due to health reasons?
Well, that's another piece of it.
Oh, so it's multifaceted, many reasons
Yes.
why we're waiting. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Dr. Lateef?
Yeah, Miss Jessie, sure.
Yeah, I think you must have talked to Mrs. Jackson when you guys were out. I'm back. I'm told that student survey was not complete, but I just don't want to go back to the survey. It seems like there's a plan that you had some concerns about, and I haven't had a discussion with you this afternoon. I understand that now we're talking about a vote that we had not talked about before. And is that at your request?
No, Miss Jessie, there is actually, we're here just discussing and asking questions. I think Miss Williams wanted to offer a motion.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that Ms. Williams has a motion.
Miss Williams,
I just feel that as a board member, there are all these surprises that happen. And frankly, when you're at home, it's really hard to get through because I know you guys try to remember that we're here. And I'm just very concerned that at this point, anything at elementary, I think needs to be discussed with principals. We're not principals. And I think that whatever happens tonight, we have worked these teachers to death. Dr. Waltz is right. You're talking about suicide and mental health. Your teachers are going to go berserk. So
understood, Miss Jessie.
Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Just so you know, we had this item was on for information action. From here on out, all discussions I would suspect regarding the reopening will be on for information action. So at any point, a board member is entitled to offer a motion if they so desire along the lines of what they wish. What's that?
Who made that decision? Because the last time you informed us that it was only for information.
And then the members had said we should keep it open as information action so that in case there's a motion.
Who were those members? You didn't talk to me.
Miss Jessie, that's how we put it on the agenda. We wanted to have the flexibility for the board to be able to make adjustments to whatever we wish we would like to, because this is a ever evolving, daily changing thing. So we don't want to tie ourselves to not being able to address the needs of the community as we need to.
I would just say in closing, I did not get all those parent concerns, and a lot of people on this board did not get all those parent concerns. that you're talking about. I don't know who the parents are. There are parents that are have a lot more facility with access to email and a lot more comfortable talking to board members. I'm in Aquapam, I'm in middle class America. They were upset about the whole idea of these little kids coming to school. No, I think the teachers are all concerned, but they realize that we have to teach kids. And I want all the parents to know that I understand their concerns, but we just need to come up, have some stability here. Thank you.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that the school board accept the superintendent's plan for the second and third.
It's actually written. Is it there?
That's not what I want to say. It says that it's talking about
Didn't Carol
presenting
give
an
it to you?
update.
Hold on one sec. Hold on. If you want to read it.
Okay. We're pausing. My words, I guess, are not legally approved. I don't know.
So actually, in spirit, just say what you're going to say, and then we'll go through and do, each board member will have a chance to make a comment about this motion, and then we'll vote.
Thank you. I'll just wait for B to put it in because the motion that I make has to be the correct motion. And if I can't say it in spirit. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. It's amazing. I didn't know that she knew what I was going to say. I didn't know she knew what I was going to say. It's amazing. Yeah, I know. I was being sarcastic on purpose. Just being me. Why? Okay, yeah, I got it.
Just press F5. F5. And then go back to 19.01.
Where do you see that recommended action?
In the motion.
No.
Scroll down.
Scroll down all the way to the bottom on 1901.
Okay, that's close. So I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the superintendent's phased-in return to learning plan and calendar for the second and third quarters of the 2020-21 school year as presented at the October 2020 school board meeting. I also like to add, B, that, add if feasible language to that.
Well, that's
There's no
actually
room-
that's part of his recommendation
Okay,
today. It's already in there.
This is so against Robert's Rules of Order, so shame on me. But Dr. Waltz, I just want to confirm that that's also in your presented plan, because it's now 12:22 a.m., and I've forgotten if you have said that in your presented plan. And yes, to all the people watching, I absolutely know I am breaking Robert's Rules of Order. Just want to make sure.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
I'm asking about the ability for this plan to be changed based upon whatever the pandemic throws our way, that is included in your presented plan this evening.
It's not in the presented plan this evening, but it was in the July vote.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that still stands, but I defer to Ms. McGowan for that.
Okay, so in the spirit of that I would like to, in addition to the motion, okay, here we go. Rewind. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the superintendent's phased in return to learning plan and calendar for the second and third quarters of the 2020-21 school year as presented at the October 21st, 2020 school board meeting, with the acknowledgement that plans may need to be adjusted as pandemic needs arise, with the superintendent having the flexibility to do so.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. McGowan?
you might want to rephrase that, that the plan be accepted as presented at the October 20th meeting, and that the superintendent be provided with the authority to adjust the plan as necessary to accommodate pandemic-related needs.
Sure. B, did you
Thank
get
you,
that?
Ms. McGowan. I withdraw the original motion and replace it with what Ms. McGowan has suggested for the edit, for clarity.
I mean, it does say it on the top of the calendar, by the way, just FYI, but that's fine.
B, do you want me to repeat that?
Yes, ma'am, please, and provide the superintendent with the authority. Okay.
I can't hear B.
I'm sorry. Yes, would you please, I've got, and provide the superintendent with the authority.
With the authority to make such adjustments as are necessary to accommodate pandemic-related needs.
As are necessary to accommodate pandemic-related needs. Okay, I think I have it. Let me just fix it. Okay, as presented at the October, and provide the superintendent with the authority to make such adjustments as are necessary to accommodate pandemic-related needs. Okay, I'm saving.
In case anybody's watching at home, it is important that the motion is correct. Thank you, B. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That is correct. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so now we
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Williams?
you gonna call for the second?
Oh, well, did you want to read it one more time for
Okay,
clarification?
sure, I'll read it one more time. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the superintendent's phased-in return to learning plan and calendar for the second and third quarters of the 2020-21 school year as presented at the October 21st, 2020 school board meeting, and provide the superintendent with the authority to make such adjustments as are necessary to accommodate pandemic-related needs.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Ms. Jessie seconds. We'll open the floor for discussion. I'll ask the board members to go around once and give their thoughts on this, recognizing we've all spoken a lot tonight, and then we'll move towards a vote. I'll start with who would like to go first? Mr. Wilk?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in result of this, I'll waive my board matters and make that go quick. First of all, thanks everyone for tuning in tonight. First, I want to adamantly state that I have remained a consistent supporter of the hybrid model for in-person instruction since July 15th. I've watched my own son, and I've worked with him in his kindergarten class. Things we've done together, and a lot of parents have done with their children, especially the elementary age kids, is how to turn on the volume of Zoom, how to mute, finding his materials, uploading documents in Canvas, submitting documents in Canvas. His teacher is amazing. She's a veteran and phenomenal. However, virtual kindergarten and other classrooms are not working for many families in this county. I support hybrid model, because it provides a safe foundation and meals for many students. Parents of our youngest learners know that their children will go in and have face-to-face contact or interaction with their peers. In-person supports social and emotional learning, helps those students struggling with mental health issues. I believe the result of this pandemic will push us back many years when it comes to achievement gaps, and will further increase the gap between the haves and have-nots. I also believe this will lead to dramatic changes with education public policy all across this country. Unfortunately, over the last couple months, the issue of returning to school has become a politicized issue all across the country. There is no specific person or political party that I believe is innocent with this. As a result of the polarization and the hyper-political environment, pure ugliness has unfolded across this country. I need to state the following as a result of what I see happening. One, teaching is one of the most, if not the most important professions in this country. I am a teacher by certification. I was a teacher in the classroom. My wife is a teacher. My mother was a PE teacher. My grandmother was a fourth grade teacher. There are examples of bad employees in every profession. No profession, including police officers, pilots, surgeons, and of course our teachers, should be vilified by the unfortunate actions of a few. Our teachers have worked tirelessly to prepare for virtual learning. I can personally tell you from my experiences being married to a teacher that this is time-consuming and not easy. Yes, I believe our employees have a right to be concerned for their health given the unprecedented pandemic, but I do not believe that our teachers should be labeled as cowards, lazy, and failing our children because some of them have different views than others in this community. I ask the public to understand that the current situation is not the teacher's fault. It is not the teacher's fault that this board cannot come together and probably get 5 votes for any plan. It is not the teacher's fault that you've clearly seen a dysfunctional relationship tonight unfold between the school board and our superintendent. Given what I know about teachers, the vast majority of our 6,000 teachers will do their jobs and return to the classrooms and serve as the pathfinders in a return to learning plan. I also want to clear up that not all employees and not all of our teachers are members of the teachers union. And even members of our teachers union do not all share the collective agreement of the union. Some have accused members of this board of bowing to the will of the union. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I can say personally I received a campaign contribution a year ago of $500 from the Teachers PAC, but I still support a hybrid model. Last session, I asked Dr. Waltz some very direct questions that have also come back up tonight about a K-12 hybrid model, which reveals why a K-12 full model is not possible in the hybrid moving forward at this point. We've learned that the internet bandwidth will not be at that point. We've seen the health metrics presented by Ms. Hubner and her team showing that we are not at a point truly yet to bring more than K-3 in. We've heard our principals' opinions, the practitioners, about their feelings about returning to learn tonight. In my opinion, it's possible at this point to have a full K-12 hybrid model from what I'm seeing. So what can we do and what would compromise look like with the divided board? Well, one, Dr. Waltz presented a secondary plan for us. Moving forward, I hope we will have metrics, including health metrics, bandwidth, staffing, other considerations that the superintendent uses posted. And it was my hope to do and move more in an accelerated direction of bringing more kids in sooner. Just like I'm asking for in our community, between the two opposing camps, I believe a large majority of parents are somewhere in the middle and hope that this board can come to a compromise. Compromise has now become a derogatory word in politics and public policy, but given the division of this board, I hope we could potentially do the following. Potentially look at accelerating the calendar, continue to provide public metrics, data to the community so they know the direction we're heading. It was my hope that we could try to phase in 6th graders earlier and bring some of our younger kids in faster. I also look and ask for in-person accommodations for our level 1 SPED students to receive some form of in-person instruction. It is my hope that this board can collectively garner 5 votes for some type of plan. And finally, I hope that the ugliness I see expressed towards our valiant educators stops so we can work together as a community to move forward. Making our teachers scapegoats for the current disagreements across the county, in my opinion, is extremely disheartening. We can do better as a community. In conclusion, I favor a hybrid model, as I have always done and supported. Unfortunately, I would like to see a more accelerated plan than one that has been proposed last board meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Wall, or you want somebody else? Okay.
Thank you very much, comma Kimberly, exclamation point.
Dr. Waltz, you're not on mute. We can hear all of that.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz.
We'll go to Ms. Zargapur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Yeah, this is, I'm not going to be as long as Justin Wilk was tonight. This is, what's really hard is there's no good answers. You know, Lily Jessie was talking earlier about there's no elementary teachers here. I am an elementary teacher. I do this job. I'm going to have to go into my school willingly, I will add. I've never hidden that fact. I'm willing to go back. I'm going to have to do whatever instruction is put in front of me because some of my kids will be virtual and some will be live in place. I say this because I do think that the mitigations work. I do think that we can be protected as much as you can in a pandemic. I do believe that our governments and our health departments will, at a critical point, pull us out if it's bad. However, tonight it's clear that we're not going to have a consensus for a different plan. I would like to have seen elementary in a little faster, but I also understand the issues at hand. Moving forward, I would also like the division to consider some kind of pilot program if they could, if it's something that we've got schools that feel ready, communities that feel ready. I think that would be a really great way to ensure that we're doing everything correctly. Clearly, we heard some of my own constituents speaking to that this evening. So I'm very torn. I'm going to go ahead and support the superintendent's plan tonight based on the fact that I don't think, one, we have a consensus for anything different. Two, I don't think I'm going to be able to get high school and middle school in any faster. And yeah, no good answers.
And by the way, if you've already felt like you've spoken tonight, you don't have to speak again. So I'm not asking. Who do I have next? Hand up. Ms. Wall, you ready? Ms. Wall.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Lateef. So my thoughts, the member of the public who came and spoke with us earlier during citizen comment time who talked about fear, her thoughts about fear were very, very poignant and very impactful on me and have given me a lot to think about. And I think in the context of our meeting tonight, I think they were prescient. Her comments about fear were prescient. COVID is going to be with us for a long time. I have said this many times, but folks, we're going to be dealing with this for years. And in my mind, the sooner we figure out how to meet the needs of our most vulnerable members of our society, which are our children, the better. I think we need to keep trying to figure it out. Clearly, it's very difficult because there are a lot of competing interests. In the things that we've heard from members of the community, from teachers, for instance, some are ready to go in, and some, I don't know if there are any conditions under which they would be willing to go in as long as COVID exists. From parents, we have many who are happy, and kids are working and learning, and we have many for whom our current model is a very, very difficult. I know we need to keep trying it. I appreciate all the hard work from teachers and staff and administration. I know there have been weeks where people are working 14, 15, 16-hour days, and they're working straight through the weekends. I know this is true for very many people of our division. I still feel like it is important that we give people a choice, that we give students and parents a choice. That's why I favored the hybrid model in the first place, because it gives the most opportunity for people to feel that their needs are being met. I would accelerate this plan if I could. I feel that the argument that pre-K through 3 should be in school is persuasive under the current conditions that we find ourselves in. I am very thankful that we have special ed children and English language learners and others with interrupted learning in our buildings already. I want to celebrate their successes. They're doing great. It's hard, but they're helping children and meeting their needs, and I'm very, very proud of them. They've also been able to do this safely. We have not had incidences of outbreaks in our schools. We have COVID in our community, so we do have people who work for PWCS or enter in and out of our buildings who have come down with COVID, but it is because it exists in our community, not necessarily being spread throughout our schools or because of our schools. I think that's an important distinction. I want to speak to students tonight for just a second. I may not have a chance to do this, especially to our middle and high school students, our secondary students. I'm sorry. I know you were hoping to go in. I know you have real needs and real concerns. I have 2 children who are in high school. I know how it's going in my household. I know it's going better in my household than in a lot of other places. I know it's hard in my household. I do not fault the teachers or anybody who's working on that side of it. It just is what it is. And I wish to be on the record to say that I do understand how difficult this is and how much that desire exists to return to the buildings where your wonderful teachers have been guiding you throughout your entire school year. For those kids who are seniors, I'm especially sorry. I understand how difficult this is. And more than anything, it's the disappointment. So when schools closed in March, you know, if we're looking up at opening in February, we're literally talking about a calendar year. I understand how hard that is. I have a senior. I know that this is challenging. I hear you. I know everybody's trying to do the best that they can. Please be patient. Please have hope. And if I can say one more thing, it would just be that if we can all be as careful as possible with each other in trying to control spread of COVID, but also in trying to work with our teachers and work with one another, I think that will go a long way. I appreciate all the work. I'm unfortunately not able to support this plan. I wish it would be accelerated. I understand the reasons and other things that were given tonight. Many arguments had validity, in my opinion, but I do wish that we could accelerate it, especially for our younger grades, but also for our older grades as well.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, clearly I am supporting this motion. I made the motion. I think that We hire a superintendent to do that job, exactly, and the board is there for governance and for policy, and we do our constituents the needed service by asking the questions that our constituent base brings to us, our staff brings to us, the students bring to us, and I will always continue to say that I think it is important that everyone is provided the opportunity to express their voice through the means that they have available to them. I do want to say that I understand that there is 40% of our school division that wants to return to the building for their students to learn, and I think it is well within their rights to do so. We are providing a choice. I think that the difference when I hear that the choice has been taken away is the timing of that choice. Because it is every member on this board I've heard, at least at one point or another, agree with the fact that that is a very important and key factor in this. What we don't agree on most often is the how and the speed. And that's where I continue to defer to the superintendent, because I understand after sitting in this position for 7 years that there are so many things that I know, even after 7 years, that I know that I don't know. And there are so many moving parts, and there are so many moving pieces to normal school division operations. And now you throw in another layer of adding a pandemic on top of this. And all this has made me think about is, in my early years as a board member, I was very quick to criticize and to say all of the things that I saw wrong. And as I grew and matured in this position, I pivoted and suggested, every time we make a criticism, that we also offer a solution, and that we try to work together. I've heard everything from, it's how unfair it is and how we've pulled the rug under and how we do this, and people who are happy with virtual. There's a lot of opinions and there's a lot of moving parts. I don't hear enough of all of the things talked about in a collaborative manner and how they really fit together to make this picture holistic. Nobody's goal is to keep kids out of school. That's not our desire. Our desire is not to be in the middle of a pandemic, but it is what it is. I understand that the superintendent and this board has made a decision to bring in students. We have done that with our special education students. We have done that with our most neediest students. We have agreed, as the last meeting, to accelerate that on a case-by-case basis. We talked about that. I think that the adjustments that have been made recently with asking students to turn their cameras on, if at all possible, will help with our student mental health and needs and interaction. I can't speak for a middle school level. I don't see that on a regular basis. I do see 2 high school students, and I have an elementary school student in my home, and I see the difference in the way classes are treated and the way students are interacting. I will continue to ask our population to reach out to their teachers, because that's why they are there, for assistance to their guidance counselors, to the administration, if they are having issues. I do want to remind the public that this is day 26. We haven't even reached 30 days, what it takes to establish a new habit. And I think one of the things that I take pride of, matter of fact, I know one of the things I take pride of with this division and what the administration has done consistently is not pivot back. We take our time, we make a decision, it's very well thought through, it's not often agreed upon by every single person, nor is anything else, but we generally, most of the time, make a decision and stick with it. And we're known for that, and I'm very proud of that. No, it doesn't make everybody happy, but it is something that has worked to our benefit. We are outpacing our neighbors. We have more students in than Fairfax, who we're often compared to. We're feeding more kids. We're doing more in a pandemic and outside of a pandemic with less staff, less personnel, less everything. And that's to be commended. And it's not to say that to ignore the families that want to return to learning in a building. But that's a huge accomplishment. I also want to say to all of those who say that in-person learning is an ideal, we know that. But we also don't have any research on how effective it is or it isn't. Because there's an argument to be made for me that there's been virtual learning going on for a very, very long time. I just think we should take our time and do this right and make sure that we continue to provide the best services that we can to our student population. And I would encourage those, again, as the superintendent said at the last meeting, if you need adjustments to your learning plan, that you reach out to the appropriate personnel and get that taken care of. I'd also like to see, as Mr. Wilks said, the persistent bullying of teachers stopped. If you're not in a healthy work environment, if you're not in a mental health space, you're not going to do your job properly. So the longer we continue to pick on teachers and the longer we continue to pick on staff, the more issues we will continue to have. So I just think that that's really important as well to mention. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. I just have a couple comments and then we'll vote. I'm sorry. Yeah. We'll go to Ms. Jackson, then Ms. Jessie. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hands. My apologies.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. I'll be quick. Thank you to the staff for answering questions tonight. I came in tonight happy that we had a plan, but hoping that we could hopefully move up middle and high school. It looks like, based on the questions that were answered tonight, that is not possible. I am thankful for a plan. It's a very complex vote. I'm grateful for the board members and being able to ask them questions and listen to questions and for the discussion that we had tonight. I am in support of thinking about ways that we can address the different rates of infection throughout the county, like for the lower rates of infection versus the higher rates, and whether or not a pilot is an appropriate course of action. So I would be interested in seeking this further. So thanks again for the staff, and I turn it over to
Ms. Jessie.
I just want to thank, I've worked at Central and I've worked in the building level. I want to thank the people at Central Office because I know how much work you have put into this plan. But I also want to thank the principals who came on tonight. It was good to see principals. I talked to my high school principal before coming into this meeting, and she said the high school principals had input, and she believed that this was the best plan. So I think that you have to go with people who do the work. They're the people out there doing the work. And when during the Board of Supervisors, I made the quote I use a lot in my home and frequently, my daughter knows it, is that you don't always make the right decision, you have to make the decision right. So I trust Dr. Waltz and his staff to make the decision right. To parents, I think we owe them a plan, and that we give them a date and you let them begin to find babysitters and take care of their kids. I don't have a long speech tonight. I've always supported teachers, but I've always supported parents. But when I was a principal, there was this thing, try to do no harm. And I say this again, parents will forgive you for maybe their kids not getting the Canvas information they needed, but they will not forgive us if harm comes to their kids because we became cavalier about this virus. This virus is nothing to play with. And so with that, I support the superintendent's plan. I think in the future, I'd like to get things in a more timely manner so that I can read it and review it. And I disagree with Justin where he said the board is divided. This board is not divided about whether or not we want a hybrid. I love hybrid. I love the virtual plan, but I am a person that believes in safety first. You take care of my kids. If it was Jessica and Jennifer Jessie, I would expect you to take care of my kids first. And I would have to make up for the teaching and learning, but I'd rather have that. I think that some people are saying that we're being too dramatic and too fearful. And even Dr. Lateef started talking about suicide. Well, I have teachers telling me they're gonna quit. And I think if we don't at least support them and support their principals tonight, we're sending the wrong message. Thank you.
Ms. Ralston?
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Okay, great. So I'll wrap up here before we vote. Much has been asked and circulated on social media. What is Dr. Lateef going to do? He's got 4 kids. And I've said it here before, my 4 children will pick in-person learning. That's what they've chosen, and they will go when they get to go. Our family, my wife and I, have spent the last 10, 12 years, 15 years in the school division, giving everything we can, including my time here as chairman, to our schools, to our principals, and to our teachers, wherever our children have gone. And I've said this in speeches before, in our culture, in our family, the way I was raised, that it is God, teacher, parent in our house, and it continues to be so. I spoke at the beginning of this pandemic because I knew this would happen, that we cannot pit teacher versus family, teacher versus student. I've said it over and over again, and I'm continuing to ask that we don't do that. This is not about that. It's about how we can get our students back in the most safe fashion. I have strong beliefs. I've spoken them earlier today. I've spent this last summer and this fall lobbying my board members, the superintendent, for a more aggressive reopening. I will continue to do so, and I will vote to, not support this because I believe we can do something more with more speed and more urgency. I firmly believe we are capable of that. We are the only school division to have brought in special ed, 1,200 students, and we've done it in an incredible way. I have said this over and over again. Our staff, Denise Hebner, our head of our pandemic team, is capable, has delivered, and I believe in them and our teachers more than I think they believe in themselves. I may not say it as elegantly as Ms. Wall had said earlier, but it is in the same vein that I believe we can do this, and I believe we can do more. If not now, when? What'll change in a month? What'll change in 3 months? What'll change in a year or 2? A vaccine, best case scenario, you think ideally 90% effectiveness and maybe 70% of the population takes it. Even at those numbers, you're still looking at dealing with the virus with masks and hand washings for at least a year or more. Common scenarios are the vaccine is 70%, 60% effective, and 50%, if you're lucky, get it or take it. We're still looking at 3 to 4 years of dealing with this. So at this point, we need to move forward. School divisions across the nation have moved forward. I do not accept anecdotal evidence of one school here or one school there. I would advise people to look at the dashboard created by the Brown University economist on school reopenings. They have shown for the 200,000 students across 47 states who have gone in, an infection rate of, it's like 0.13 for students and 0.26 for faculty. That's better than the national average of 2.6. And so we have to base this on real data and not anecdotes. We cannot continue to bring up an anecdote or talk about 100 people have it and we don't talk about the denominator. It's 100 out of 110,000 who are involved with our school division. And so I have pushed, the questions have come tonight because I am of the belief that our school division has the resources and the capability to do this. I firmly believe pre-K and 3 should have been in. I've said that over and over again, and so I will not support this plan this evening just because I believe we can do better than this and we can get students in sooner and do it safely. I truly believe that. I thank anyone who's watched this evening. I thank the staff for being here with us tonight. But at this point, I would ask the board members to please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Motion passed.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. The 3 no's were Wilk, Wall, Latif.
Correct.
Motion passes to support the superintendent's recommendations. We will move on to whatever item we're on next.
19.02.
1902. I don't know. It looks like Mr. Cherokee. Are you with us? Your camera on, sir?
Yes, sir, I am.
Fantastic. It works. Great.
So the next item on the agenda is a first read, and it is for policy 411. Just to give you a brief synopsis, this new policy is needed in accordance for a new state law that is to provide menstrual products in schools at no cost to students.
And why don't you run it? I'm going to take a break.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I understand that you have different ways of distribution for different students at different levels when I was reading it today.
Yes, ma'am, that is the case. At the elementary level, the products are provided by the school health professionals, and at the middle and the high school level, these products are made available in the restrooms.
This is a very sensitive issue, but I wanted to give a shout out to Sophia Vetter. She was the first teenager, to bring this to the attention of the board. It was before you came, Mrs. Cherokee. But there was a student in Prince William County who thought that this was something that needed to be discussed. And it is a very sensitive issue, but it's something that needs to be done. And thank you very much. And thank you, Sophia.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Jackson?
I was just wondering, are the supplies purchased on a school level or on a central level?
These supplies are purchased at a school level, just like other supplies within the building.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wall?
Mr. Cherokee, just for information, what is this different from how we already have addressed this problem, or is this just codifying what we've done? It is different, okay. Maybe you could speak to that.
This is codifying. The board and the superintendent provided direction last year for us to implement this in the previous school year. So this is just bringing us in accordance with the law that became effective July 1st of 2020.
Excellent, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I would just like to say, as a subscriber to the pink tax, and as one who was a student who subscribed to that, I appreciate us moving swiftly to get up to code, and I'm sure all of our students who deal with this appreciate it as well. We can move on to 1903. Ms. McGowan? Oh.
Yes, I'll be taking it for Ms. McGowan tonight. Members of the board and Dr. Waltz, you have before you 6 regulations that administration, or I'm sorry, 6 policies that administration is proposing changes to. Policy 60, non-discrimination and commitment to equity. Policy 63, non-discrimination. Policy 501, employment general policy statement. Policy 507, non-discrimination in employment. 512, recruitment of employees, and policy 701, code of behavior. And all of these policies share that they contain equity and non-discrimination language. The proposed changes to these regulations are legally driven. The regulations have been revised to bring them in line with the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Bostic v. Clayton County and with legislation passed by the General Assembly, including the Virginia Values Act.
Any questions? Ms. Williams?
Thank you. I just have a comment. As someone who supported the original motion a few years ago, I just would like to say thank God for this, and I really appreciate it. I'm sure our staff and our students will as well. I look forward to the action next meeting on this.
Any questions from home? I don't see any hands. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Marshawn. Where are we next? Why don't you run that? Is that where we are? We're done? Okay, we're on board matters. Yeah, board matters.
Please.
Well, let's start with the folks at home for anybody who wants to go. Let's go with Miss Jessie.
Well, I have very little to say. I just wanted to thank the board for supporting these kids and supporting teachers and supporting parents. And I want to thank the superintendent for actually looking at a phased approach to this whole process. I want to thank the parents at Rockledge Elementary who invited me to their PTA meeting and invite other parents in my district to do so. They were very supportive of the changes that are taking place. And these are very difficult time. And I repeat, we may not make the right decision. We just have to make it right. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
Right, thank you, Dr. Lateef. I just want to take a moment to thank Teresa Thornton for accepting the nomination to be on the Superintendent's Advisory Council on Sustainability. She is the president at the Eco Club at Patriot High School, where she's a senior. She's been involved with this club since sophomore year. She's also a member of the Climate Action Prince William County Advocacy Group, where she and her peers advocate with different leaders in the community, including Board of County Supervisors, for sustainability initiatives. I know she will do great work. I also want to say thank you again to all those who have reached out to me. And I've watched numbers of positivity rates in the community increase since the last board member. So I'm meeting, excuse me, it's late. So please, 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 I want kids to return to the buildings too, but obviously it needs to be done safely. So for the sake of our kids, wearing masks, social distance, and reach out to your neighbor if you need help. We can plan, prepare, and strategize all we want, but in the end, we must come together as a community, listen to each other, and exercise selflessness. Thank you.
Ms. Ralston?
Thank you for your work.
No, thank you, Ms. Ralston. Thank you. Thank you for staying up with us this whole evening. Fantastic. I'm moving on to Ms. Zargapur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad that we had an opportunity to ask a lot of questions tonight. Clearly, these are not easy things to figure out. None of us have lived through a pandemic, so we can all write books after we're done, right? As a reminder, I just want to make sure people know we want the kids back in schools, and I know there's probably someone there yelling, well, why didn't you? Listen, we have to be careful. There's a lot of things in balance in terms of the logistics of getting kids back into school safely. And no matter what's going on now, we have to be on the same team. This is for the kids. So we can't have teachers against parents. We can't have any of that. It doesn't do anything, and it sets a bad example for our children. I'm a lot worried about some of the things I see on social media that I try to ignore. Please be kind to one another. This is hard enough as it is in a pandemic. Let's do something to lighten each other's loads a little bit. I'm grateful to the superintendent and his staff, the principals, for all of their input on these plans. Being in education, I do understand that not everything is just simple. There's a lot of interconnected things. For the Superintendent's Council on Sustainability, I had nominated Angela Stover. She is a Coles resident and a teacher and has worked in her own classroom on some sustainability lessons and things, so she's going to be perfect for this council. I'm excited to have her bring her ideas and share what she learns on this council. I think the last thing, of course, you know I'm going to say wear your mask, wash your hands, keep your distance, stay home if you're sick. But I really want people to stop and think about taking care of each other. We're all pandemic tired. None of us want to keep doing this. We want it to be over. So we got to look at it as a long haul. Let's focus on being kind and do what we can for the sake of each other. Thank you. Have a good night.
Ms. Wall.
So a few brief things going on in the Gainesville district. I was able to stop by Bull Run Middle School where there was a teacher appreciation event going on, where lunch was being provided for the teachers there. It was really exciting and fun to see some of the teachers visit with the principal and assistant principal there. I also checked in with food service and nutrition folks at Tyler Elementary School in Battlefield. It was fun to see them as well. They had big smiles on their faces underneath their masks, of course. They were awesome. You can tell when people are smiling usually by their eyes, right? I was also able to participate in a principal's advisory council yesterday evening at Battlefield High School. I look forward to being able to go into the schools, other schools in the Gainesville district. If anybody's listening, please send me an invite. I'd love to come in and just be a fly on the wall or speak if you want me to. I nominated Ms. Karen Carney to the Sustainability Council from the Gainesville district. She's a teacher at Battlefield High School, also lives in the Gainesville district, teaches a class in sustainable and renewable technologies and AP environmental science. She came highly recommended by my daughter, who took her class and loved it. I think she'll be a great addition to this council because of her 20 years of teaching and her experience with being a sustainability expert in the school and in her curriculum. I think she'll be awesome for helping us. I also wanted to say I'm happy to give some perspective. We have flattened the curve in Virginia and Prince William County. We procured plenty of PPE. We've ramped up testing and tracing. We've done all the things that were the obstacles back in the summer. Here we are with a new set of obstacles with staffing and computers and technology and bandwidth and scheduling and buses and cleaning, and I think I've got most of them. But I do want to say, please, teachers, know that we appreciate you. We know you've had a heavy lift since March, I guess, when schools closed and you had to figure out what to do, and then in the summer when you had to figure out again what to do, and now again you have to figure out what to do. We really do appreciate you if you're listening at 1:10 in the morning. And students, we pray for you. We're trying to do what's right by you, and we will continue to listen to you. We'll work together to see what we can do to help you. And humans versus viruses, I know Among Us is a very popular game. It's humans versus COVID, and hopefully we're on the winning team.
Mr. Wilk.
I'll be brief, as I said. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's been crazy. I want to thank my colleagues on the board and those joining virtually. I do want to thank Central Office, the teams, the Superintendent's Committee. I want to thank all of our principals, not just the ones who joined tonight, but the ones who are working on the ground and preparing their schools for reopening. And despite our last 2 meetings of, pretty intense back and forth, Dr. Waltz, I do value the work you're putting in to preparing the school system, but probably you and I should work on our interactions with one another moving forward. Thank you.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, again, congratulate our food services. 4.2 million meals served as of Monday is no small feat. The amount of coordination and turning and pivoting on a dime to meet the needs of our families is absolutely amazing. And I can't give them enough kudos for the work that they do. I'd also encourage our parents to continue to discuss any issues and problems that you have with the teachers and administration. We do, and I've been guilty of this too in the past, a lot of venting on social media and to our friends, and the last person we vent to usually is a teacher for various reasons. Sometimes it's because we're afraid that the child's grade will be affected or be perceived in a particular manner or whatnot. But I think all of those things should not apply during a pandemic. The goal for everyone is to provide the best education that we can, and that's a collaborative effort for everyone involved, student, teacher, staff, everyone. So please make sure you reach out to your student's teacher or the administration if you're not getting a response from the teacher. Find out what the real issue is and continue to advocate for your child, and students continue to advocate for yourself. I'd also like to ask that if possible, for over the course of our next few meetings that we continue to learn about updates that we are making to virtual learning as we continue down this path. I say this because it's day 26, and I know it is an ongoing, ever-evolving process, and I think our public body would appreciate to know what it is that we are doing and how we are keeping pace on our virtual learning. And specifically speak to updating on how our request to ask students to turn their cameras is going, and how the interaction and what difference that's making in our students' educational process. And then continue to provide update on our in-person learning plan as we have more specifics and we've gone through more modeling and more conversations. I'd like to use my remaining time to give a shout out to my Title I schools who I feel are doing a fantastic job. I continue to see that over and over again, and I just want to applaud them for all of their efforts. And then lastly, to all of the speakers who come before us and email us, and the people who email us about the achievement gap, I hope that we continue to have this conversation after this pandemic and as we continue to go on, because the achievement gap is nothing to play with lightly. I know that it's something Ms. Jessie and I have spoke on over numerous years. I'm excited to hear that new members of our community are now bringing this up. I'm a little disappointed it took a pandemic to do that, but I hope that we can work together collaboratively on the achievement gap and make real difference in it as time goes on for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just a couple quick updates. The school board met with the Prince William County Board of County Supervisors last week in a joint meeting. I want to thank Chair Wheeler and the Board of County Supervisors. All 8 of them came over to attend our meeting here, and it was very productive. A number of things we did talk about that I think resulted in some real changes is, talking to Chair Wheeler and the board about getting more accurate metrics, more spread across our county. I did get a report this week that the health department will be, which they weren't doing before, counting the rapid tests for our testing. So we do a lot of rapid tests here in the county, but they don't report them all. If we don't report them all, you're missing a lot of negatives. You're missing a lot of asymptomatic cases. You're missing a lot of negative cases. You're missing your testing encounters. And then we have a higher positivity rate than our neighboring counties, which really isn't a good reflection of what we really do. And so if we're going to make decisions based on these metrics, they need to be accurate. The methodology, I've asked the health department to look at the patients who go from here, Prince William County, and get their test in Fairfax, who gets credit for that negative test and who gets credit for that positive test. There is some confusion on that. Positive tests are reported where the patient lives. Negative tests may or may not be. We are losing out on that information. So the methodology that's behind the decisions that create the metrics that we then have to make our decisions on are somewhat flawed. And I want to thank Chair Wheeler and the Board of County Supervisors for working on that, and Dr. Ansher as well. She and I have had conversations on that. I have asked the school division to provide attendance records for synchronous and asynchronous learning, not just signing in, not just having an assignment turned in. I think that is inadequate and unacceptable when it comes to attendance monitoring. It matters little to me what we have to report to the state. It matters to me what level of our students are engaged in this virtual teaching. The last point I'd like to make is Dr. Waltz mentioned our staffing, and it is not a secret that we are among the lowest per pupil school division in the region. As far as spending goes, I have said this over and over again. I don't think there's a division that spends as wisely as our division does. Dr. Waltz mentioned a couple metrics here and this evening, and I think they should be referred to again. The fact that we were voted as one of the top 24 school divisions in the nation for procurement. We are voted as the #1 school division to work for in the state of Virginia this year by Forbes magazine. So we do all of that with the lowest per pupil spending. That is a remarkable achievement by our entire staff and our entire administration, and our teaching staff as well. Our metrics compared to those divisions that spend much more than us are comparable. And frankly, in many cases, as I just mentioned, we're better than them. I do believe in all of you. I believe in all of our teachers, and I believe we can get this done. I believe we could go in earlier and sooner. I believe we're capable of it. I believe more in most of you than some of you are believing in yourselves. And I will continue to say that as we move forward. And so I want to thank you all, and I will then adjourn. Thank you. Meeting over.
This October, get ready for exclusive Young Learner programming created by Prince William County School teachers for children in preschool through first grade. Tune in Monday through Friday at 6 a.m., noon, and 6 p.m. for educational programming to support our youngest learners during this unique school year. Discover PWCS TV on Comcast Channel 18, Verizon Fios Channel 36, or at pwcstv.com.